$1,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the independent chip model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are gonna get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So
Same structure as the minis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of your opening voyage. Today we are going to a conclusion on a 30-minute clock. You will notice that today we have a shop blocking operation. Full details can be taken from your dealers of how these will operate. We'll each start with 6 time cards. You will receive 2 more when the bubble bursts and 2 more when the final table starts. I love the cards. Your button has been drawn into seat number 8. Your opening blinds are a small blind of 4,000, a big blind of 8,000, and an 8,000 big blind at sea. I wish you all the very, very best of luck. Dealers, please begin the deal.
Good luck, all. Good luck. Good luck.
Cheers, Simon. He was shouting away there. Don't need a microphone, that's Simon Spence, you know. He does not need a microphone. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the voyage. Morning, Jay. Good morning. How are you? I'm good. Sleep all right? Yeah, I slept quite well. Good lad. I find when you have like
7, 8 hours sleep, you always feel kind of groggy. But if you have like more than 9, or you have like 5 or 6, you feel alright. I don't know, like 7.
I don't think I've ever had 8 hours straight through.
You must have done.
Ever. Not since I was a kid. Teenager. When I first started going out with lads on a Friday night, I used to get up at 2 in the afternoon. That was about it.
I had a good night's sleep though. Slept like Foghorn, let's say, last night. I was there going.
I've seen it. I saw him this morning walking in. Big shout out to Gareth Wright who brought in the fruit and the
Cheers, Gareth.
donuts. Gareth was in the car park walking through, and I says to Foghorn, I says, "Oh, nearly made that big call last night." He said, "I can't believe I had him joined anyway." But they're the chip counts, and Guildford Les, who is now called Coach, believe it or not. Coach. His name's Coach. On the seat 4, he says, "My name's going to come up as Coach because everybody knows me as Coach." I says, "Everybody knows you as Truro Les."
Yeah. Truro Les from Ipswich.
Who, by the way, played the satellite yesterday, the
Yep.
cash out satellite, and won 3 in the same satellite.
That must be a record.
It has to be.
Yeah, I don't think that's been done
He
before.
won 3 seats in the same satellite. Won 2 by level 6. He was at the end of level number 6. He said, "No, I'll flick it in again," and won another.
Wow. That's
We've never seen it.
No one's ever done that. I'm pretty
So
confident.
if you see Coach in seat 4, that's Les in seat number and as the chip leader. But welcome everybody, welcome Lime. Good morning to you and everybody else already in the chat on 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
How doing, Lime?
And also everybody else. We're on YouTube on 888 as well. We're on YouTube on Grosvenor and Facebook on Grosvenor as well. If you're in any of the chat boxes, say hello so we know it's all working. And we're here for a good day. 57 down to a winner. How are we doing, Lime? I hope things are well. Are you still in Costa Rica? Must be at that time. Or are you now in Canada, mate?
You're going to be in Vegas, Lime. Any chance of seeing you in the WSOP? You're going to be over there?
Back in Costa Rica again. How many of the 888ers are going out to Vegas? Oh, you can't text us the clients from Vegas, so you have to work. Boo!
Open from Mustafa, Jordan, King, Queen of Clubs. Going to defend in the big blind. No, you didn't tell me that much. JG
What's that?
says, good afternoon, gents. Foghorn said you shouted it across the car park earlier, Tower. You said you just saw him. It's a bit different. Are you alright, mate?
We have to get...
Oi! Foghorn!
That's a little bit how it went.
I can imagine.
Obviously, when we get the taxi in, we have to get dropped off at the petrol station because you have to go up the dual carriageway to come back down again, which takes another 15 minutes. So we jump out of the petrol station. So you just walk in, come down the steps. First thing I see, coming out of the car, Foghorn! Good lad he is. Good lad. That's what I said. Nearly made that big call yesterday on the last hand of the day. Which would have been insane for him, but and he would have been right as well. But he decided against it. But, he said he didn't realise how crazy that man was. So good afternoon, everybody. 57 down to a winner today. We'll get you the prizes as soon as we know them. Afternoon, everybody else. Wherever you may be. JG's watching on YouTube. Everybody else who's chatting at the moment is on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. soon as they get the payouts, we'll let you know. We'll get them on the TV and we'll get them shown. And then the client and then Lime can set it all up as she does.
Richie Burnett sat watching in concert, waiting for a job. Gonna be a good day today.
Sat in concert. Go on then.
Where is Concept?
Yeah, go on. You got one guess. Whereabouts in the country? Don't tell him.
Richie Burnett said he was somewhere yesterday. I can't remember where he was. I am going to go for South Devon.
South Devon. It's very close. It's just east of Newcastle.
Wrong way, wrong way. Very close. I thought he was going to say something like Plymouth.
You see the sign for concert on the way to Newcastle. Very close it is to me.
So Zacheng going to be set for a double up here. These should both be getting in at the stack depth. We're giving away 10 $22 tickets today. 10!
10. Well done, Lime. Thanks very much. Good stuff. Sam says, let's be having you. Good luck to the shiniest head Easter Truro. Hope you're both well. Cheers, Sam. Yeah, hope you are too, young man. He says, everybody calls me coach, which is why I've got it on the chat. I says, everybody calls you Truro Les.
Yeah.
I says, Guildford Les, Manchester Les. I says, where are you actually from?
Zacheng looking to double. First orbit of the day, just fading 2 outs at the moment. Stays the same on the 4 of diamonds turn.
Didn't see much of him yesterday, but bagged up 120 and has now doubled to 260.
He needs to have a drink with Zacheng Tower. He's actually quite funny.
Is
he's,
he really?
He's hilarious.
Is he?
First time I ever really got to speak to him properly was in Cyprus a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
We were having a few drinks at the
Yeah.
bar and stuff, and he's a funny guy. I'll give him that. He's only 20 years old, but he's a character.
It's what we need. What we need in the game.
But on the table, he just sits there quietly with
Yeah.
his earphones on, get him off the table, get a few beers down here, and a cigar.
He
in
does
his
like
gob,
a Guinness,
and
doesn't he? A cigar?
Oh yeah, sitting there smoking a cigar. He was in, on the
Because
Mediterranean.
it was complimentary, I suppose.
They have a cigar shop there on site.
Did they really?
In Cyprus, and
Wow.
we walked past and they got one on the window. It's just like a cigar, something like it's a massive one, like it's in a case and a box and everything. $3,200
For one cigar?
for one cigar.
Bloody hell.
$3,200 just on the show in the front of the thing.
Wow.
I never thought that. I never realised how that expensive. I thought they were.
3,200? Who's buying that?
I don't know. But we walked past it. We were always like, still there. I see. No one's bought it.
Oh, dear.
55 remaining in the voyage.
We'll keep you updated with that during the day. It'll flick down. The fans want Glenn Gaines on the feature table. Well, the deeper he gets, the more chance he has of being on the feature.
Sheng Shu, ace king, just going to get to jam himself. And already doubled one up, Dean. Could suddenly be around that 20 big blind remit. We call this one off. Feel like we've just got enough room to get away. Likely to be dominated. I think like 11's just enough. If it's 8 big blinds, yeah, we've probably got to call the suited ace-X. But at 11, feel like we can still get away from it here as Dean. We've just doubled Zacheng up. Then we want to double another customer up here.
There's Dean calls with the ace-6. Did Did Scarlett bag last night?
Yeah, she didn't bust on the feature, so
Well, no, we had last 4 levels, didn't she? Away from the table. Or was that the last 4 levels on the table?
that was the last hand on the table,
was
wasn't
it? No, the last hand was Foghorn, wasn't it?
We'll come back to that conversation because we have an all in and a call.
Dino's in. Both flopping an ace man makes no difference, but there's only 1 6 left in the deck for Dino. Running clubs need a fade. Oh, the K6! There's only 1 left in the deck. Oh, that's grim.
That is grim.
And then we get counterfeited. Oh, what a hand. Sit back down, sir. Oh, wow. Aces and 8s beat aces and 6s.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
The old counterfeit, he was out the door, old 6 you. God, the K6 comes, flipping heck. God. Was she there?
Yeah, she was sat there for the last hand of the night.
I weren't
wasn't
too.
she, on
I
that
couldn't
feature?
remember whether it was the session before, because the last session was only an hour long, wasn't it? So, well done to Scarlett.
How you doing? Gareth, one thing, thank you for the goodies, but
Yes.
I'd love to get the fruit in the morning and then later on get the goodies out of your car, bring them in, because otherwise I'm having donuts for breakfast all the time.
Kiwis.
I'm fine, thank you. I had a donut earlier.
You've already had your donut. 2 kiwi fruits and an apple.
Yeah, he's actually had his fruit today.
Look at that svelte.
Let me guess, you walked in as well?
Well, from the car.
Oh, okay.
It's 25 minutes. It's a fair old walk.
It is.
And to be fair, it looks like you have to walk over the dual carriageway. I don't actually know the routine.
Is it not like an
Because
underpass?
I've never checked. I don't know. I've never checked it. It probably is a nice walk in, I must admit, but
It wouldn't have been today.
and it was dry,
Windy though.
bit breezy, but apparently from where we are, it's 25 minutes walk. But to me, it just looks like you'd have to walk over the dual carriageway. Do I peel the kiwis? No, I do not.
What, you have the furry bit?
Yeah. The best thing about the kiwi. I take one end off and then I chop it into 4. And I do not peel a kiwi.
It's a bit like a pepper.
Pepper? Yeah. What, green pepper or red pepper?
Well, you just take the end off and you cut it into 4, right?
You have to take the seeds out the middle. If you want to, obviously. You're looking like you don't do that.
And I just remember Ainsley Harriet on Ready Steady Cook all those years ago.
Afternoon, Annette. Looking good, feeling good. 3 events to go for us and then a little break for the World Series.
3?
This is your last,
Yeah. Well, including this.
including this one.
Yep. Yeah, last one for me. Can't wait to get off to Vegas. Got
3 events for us. And we've got Sam working with us in Portsmouth and Edinburgh for the summer series. They had 100k. Oh, talking about Guildford Les coach Malarkey Truro fella.
Yep.
I think he final tabled the Portsmouth 100k that they had. The bounty one.
What's he doing in Portsmouth? He's not from anywhere near there.
Exactly. The one that they had that was connected with Reading.
Yeah,
So they had
I
Reading
remember
and
the one,
Portsmouth,
yeah.
didn't they? So he final tabled that one. On a bit of a heater, his old Guildford Les.
And Annette says, I finished top of Katie's monthly league in the end, so I have a £110
Yes.
ticket to play the road to Vegas.
Well
tonight.
done. Katie's already in Vegas.
And good afternoon, Ben Harvey says, are you both heading to Vegas? We'll both be out there.
Yes.
I'll be out there a week or 2 before the tower.
Portsmouth Les. But he has a stack. 800k and 3 satellite tickets in the same satellite, which we don't think's been done before. King 9-7.
Alright, ball. We could have probably continued as Dean, but sides against.
Yay! Lime's on YouTube as well. Multitasking, that's called. Dean with a flush draw on the turn bets 8k. Should be end of hand.
The Crazy Scotsman, afternoon.
Oi, oi.
Afternoon. Brian Ting. Yes, we are in Reading, and PK will be keeping his toasties this event. You are correct, sir.
How are we doing, Brian?
It was here, wasn't it? Toasty Gate was in Reading.
They've turned that into a mahjong room now because of you.
Yeah. No longer a break room, all
No
because of
longer
you.
a break room because food went missing.
He's literally not tuned in once. He thought, oh, we're in Reading now. He's probably set an alarm, ready for his comment.
How are we doing, Brian? Where is Brian anyway?
He's in Australia, isn't he?
Oh, in Australia. Living the dream. Say hello to Will Davies for us, Lauren. I sent Lauren a message actually yesterday and she never replied.
Oh.
On WhatsApp.
Oh.
Because yesterday, 8 years ago, was her last shift.
It would have been, yeah, 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was the exact same date. So I sent her a picture that she took on last day at UKPT. Never, no reply, no nothing. Just WhatsApp
Might
is
have been
instant.
busy. Might have been busy.
I'm being busy. Yeah. Ignoring me.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
How you doing, Steve Barnes? Afternoon, fellas. Next time I'll see you will probably be Goliath now. I'm like the Spurs in MPL now, down the bottom. I think you're in the top. You must still be in the top 10. I'm going to pull that up off this hand, if it's there. You go in Vegas, Steve. Be good to see you in Vegas. Jan gonna pass up on the ace-8 off. Sheeran Jivy gets it through with the jacks. And Brian says, finished in Australia. I'm back in Hong Kong. We'll be travelling to Italy tomorrow, and we'll be back for the Vic in London.
Nice one. So just hit the guarantee, 50,800. 243 runners, as it says top right. Top right says we've not lost any. That means a quiet start to the day.
No, we started with 57, I believe, didn't we? Did we lose? Yeah.
No, we started on 57.
57.
So we lost 2 straight away.
Yeah. We lost Ed Spencer Small and Ben Miller.
Ah, okay.
And that will update shortly. A few others bust out to tell you about when that does update.
Hope you enjoyed Australia, Brian. Look, I think I'm going back. I think I'm on my way back. Not this Christmas, next Christmas. That's the plan.
And that says, speaking of Goliath, I also managed a £2.20 to £22 to £200 main event entry on Stars.
Well done, you. Congratulations. I like the 220s and the 440s. They're great value to get into the 22s.
James.
Guarantees for Goliath, running all the time on Stars. Home to see a lot of the 888ers at Goliath. Should all be there. 200 pound buy-in. Estimated 200,000 to the winner. All 880s should be there. I saw a picture of Eden playing in, was it Barcelona the last trip they went on? When was the last away trip? Was it Barcelona or Madrid? I think it was Barcelona. Wasn't it, when we were in Leeds?
Yeah, I was trying to think who you was thinking about. Yeah,
Eden or Iden?
I don't know, but I know you're on about now.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
I saw him, like he got cards in front of him.
Yeah, he played last year in Vegas. I think we were in the Aria, PLO comp. Sit down at my table. Who sat next to me on my right? He was there, and we had a little chat. He does like to play.
Nice one. Hope to see plenty over there in Vegas when we all go there and get a good team going to Goliath. Yeah, everybody out there. Down in Coventry. It's a cracking event.
Free bet coming in from Zicheng here. Makes it 40k. Start the hand at 23 effective, so 2.5 BB seems nice. Should be working. Doubt Shengshu going to continue ace jack off. Gun versus MP here. We will see. But generally at this stack deck we don't really want to have any pills out of position. Just going to play 4-bet jam or fold, and doubt we're going to be sending ace jack off here. Good fold. Are we doing that deprived king? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we've got all four chat boxes in today, which is good for us.
Got 10 tickets to give away, so
Yes.
probably start with a keyword at about 1:30.
Players dropped down to 49 from 243. How many get paid? 29.
29 paid. Yeah, so after losing the first two of the day, Ed Spencer, Ben Miller, we have lost Harry Sanford, Paul Newman, Paul Leach, John Williams, Sophia Osborne, and Alekos Onisiforu. Which leaves us with 49. Open ace-8 suited from +2. Shu and Jivy, King Queen in the small blind. Gonna have a look, and Sheng Shu offer 20. Probably wouldn't defend here at this stage. 20 off the money. We are suited. I feel like at this stage, just let it go.
Six high flop, 6, 5, 2, 2 spades. Complete whiff.
Yeah, against small blind, I think happy to have C-bets here. Against big blind, probably playing more checks.
Just bet over half. 30k.
Should be that.
Smells it overs. And here's the end of that. So 49.29 get the money. 30-minute clock for the voyage all the way through. Hi. Beautiful. 2 kiwis have gone and an apple. And Jay's had a donut.
I'm not here.
He's not here.
Good luck, Gareth. So Gareth bringing all the goodies. It's been brilliant since we did the first ever gig in Portsmouth at the beginning of the year this year in January. There's so many of the southwest, southlands, all from Portsmouth and the surrounding area, all done the tour.
Yeah.
And played a lot this year. Gareth's travelled a lot since we saw him in.
So it was,
Portsmouth.
what's it, Andy Miles, he was up in Glasgow, wasn't he, as well? A lot of them been travelling.
Yeah, it's been good to see.
Once you get a taste for it, sometimes you can't stop.
Scarlett and Dean as well. Plenty doing the circuit. What's Reading to Portsmouth? About an hour and a bit?
I don't know.
Can't be long.
I'm guessing
Just,
about that.
You won't be expected to travel too far if you've got a combined game between you.
I saw a sign for Bournemouth. That's not far from Portsmouth, is it?
Weirdly, when we're driving down, we literally see the first sign for Reading when you pull onto the A34 or something like
Yeah.
that. There's hardly any signs for Reading coming down.
Yeah.
Like Oxford's, there's plenty of signs for Oxford and stuff like that, but Reading's a weird one.
There's a check with 2 pair here. Seabet just going to get it done in the hand.
Afternoon, Steve Barnes, watching on Face It. Afternoon, fellas. Next time I see you, probably Goliath. I'm like Spurs in the MPL. Are you heading out to Vegas, Steve? And what's your plans over the next couple of months? Going Goliath in July, obviously. 2 months today. Day 1A. There's a day 1B. Oh, quick gander. Goliath. Where is it? Oh, no. So it's day 1A, B, C and D. 2 months today. 29th of July. 26th, the first flight of Goliath.
Do we start on the Saturday as always, I'm guessing?
We do. We do indeed. We'll be there Friday.
Any like little
11 a.m.
golf breaks for us in between the 9 days of working?
It's if you sort something out with
It was last year with
Other people to sort something out?
Neil Wolfrey. We planned to it was like 7 a.m.
7
tea time,
a.m.
weren't it, at Garden of Arden or whatever it's called, Arden,
Forest of Arden.
Forest of Arden.
Yeah. No, these are the Goliath starting the first day 1A, 26th of July. Don't forget the million guarantee is the big one. That's the main. A million guarantee on that. Satellite's running on stars as well for that. But that is going to be huge.
Day 4 of a UKPT, unheard of.
For the first time. Just running the final table on the Monday. So they'll stop on day 3 when they get to the FT. Ah, like it. So you can do that in a big festival. On a normal week, it's you can't really do it, but in a big festival.
Did 8s just fold there? Oh my word, that's fairly tight.
Is this for 69?
Yeah,
For 8?
8.5 bigs. Going to be some pairs in there that we dominate heavily. Going to be some ASECs that we dominate.
Lines will be up next hand by the looks of this. Yep, lines up this hand.
James not
Lines are in the 5-10. But not wanting to get involved in the 8s. So blinds up for the first time today. Good afternoon, poker fam, on 888 Poker TV.
How you doing? Get him an ass. Welcome. Voyager Day 2. Playing for just shy of £10,000 prizes at the bottom of your screens. There's Shiram Jivy making it 22k. How you doing, Gully? Afternoon, fellas. Didn't realise you were streaming. Thought it was summer break for Vegas, not...
Summer break
Yeah.
on the 29th of May?
Tower's
mad?
still got another 2 events to do.
Are you mad? We're not like footballers who have 90 months off. Finish the season like last week and they're not back until first week in August. No, we're not footballers, you know.
Yeah, I got this event, then a week off, and then Portsmouth Summerfest week off, and then Edinburgh 888, and then off to Vegas.
Portsmouth and Edinburgh to do. Didn't realise you were streaming. Yeah, do you not watch the streams?
Do you not have notifications on?
You don't know exactly. Do you not look at these dates to say this is what we're streaming and the 888s? This is what we're on. Look, 27th of May, 1st of June, 17th of June. 20. Somebody's got to do these, you know. And we won't be AI sat here. Imagine.
It would be good, wouldn't it? We can just go. We'd be. Imagine we get that. We'd go play golf every day. Just on the course every day. Let the stream run.
That's it. Can we not get remoted in from the golf course?
That would be nice.
Aces for Jim. Up 4. Plenty going on, Gully. Excuse me. Plenty going on.
Nice jam from Jan here. Not everyone finds this, to be fair. Just sort of recognising that it's any 2 in this situation when we got 13k. What we can't do is fold, let ourselves then have to post big blind, ante. And when we do get that double up, it's not going to be worth much. Whereas now we still managed to win the hand by showdown. We're going to win someone else's big blind and ante. Coach here probably just going to ISO. Try and get this heads up. Personally would with an ace. Going to go for call. May bring the blinds in, but Cheng will be coming along with 10 deuce.
Right, stack up to 280 as he changed from 120 that he started with.
Jan does catch his 5. We're going to need to make 2 pair roll trips to stay alive here.
Hey, the club's turn.
Oh, there is the 2
Yeah.
pair.
Very nice indeed for Jan. You can see number 7.
Now potential to spin this up. It's a good run out.
There we go. Up to 54. He's happy with this. Table's the 8-5. The others have to be table because there's an all-in. Off to Benners at the Cracker Dome.
For a stack do.
In Benidorm. Oh, jeez. That won't be messy. Oh, dear.
How we doing, Daniel?
Daniel 1-2-1.
There's a ching with the open. James, with the ace-4 suited here, only 6 big blinds, no real fold equity, that's the problem here. Like, we prefer to have like 10 bigs here than 6, just because we get it through more often. When we got 6 bigs, Zacheng's not going to have too many raised folds at 6 effective. So we're always going to run it here. So with ace-4, if he's just got 2 live cards, he's still going to have 40%. And Zacheng now getting this price. Be surprised if he didn't spin James for 6.5 bigs with 2 invested. But we will see. How are we doing, Night Shopper?
Oi, oi. Hey, hey, hey. He's not calling.
I think he is.
He's not.
We are getting too good a price now. 46 to win 106, so what we get like 2.2 to 1 on a call, so therefore we're going to need like 30% equity versus range, and it's just more than enough. The only reason he may still fold feels like it's too much of his stacks, 20% of his stacks still to invest as a chain, but Gullymuff says, I love it, it's like Blackpool but better weather, Benidorm. Is that, would you call that a good comparison?
Apart from the last 6 weeks in Blackpool when they've had no rain and the golf course has burnt to a crisp. He has called. You nailed it yet again.
I agree, Stu. Says, are you not better to open jam there for 6 and 4 bigs instead of thinking to raise fold? You're spot on, mate. It would be a much better option with these 2 micro stacks in the blinds.
Here we go. James is in for his 6. Good at the minute. Needing to fade in jacks and 8s. Same scenario. Robs him of the 8 of clubs. And a queen. So a full double for James as your chain drops down to 21 bigs. Mike Sally says, Gully, enjoy. Just got back from there. I did 7 days and 14 nights. They were good sessions then. So blinds now 10k. 10 minutes into the second level of the day. 29 get the money.
Keyword in 30 minutes time.
Yes.
We've got 10 tickets to give away today, guys, and I honestly don't think this is going to be like a midnight, 11 o'clock finish, whatever you want to call it. I feel like it's going to be like an 8-9 hour day, so
Okay.
we will kick off with the keywords shortly. There's nothing worse than getting to heads up and we still got 8 tickets to give away, and we're trying to rush them all out.
That is true. The chain must be doing well in the NPL. We'll try and get you an updated leaderboard during the day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Jan to run into a bigger pair blind on blind, bit of a cold deck when we only have 3 BBs here.
They're just comparing shines on heads. Who used Nivea the best? Queen eye flop. Fours needing help. Well, we're going to lose Jan. 5 for a bit of a sweat. 4 needed. Well, Jan is going. Oh, unlucky. Dean takes out Jan. Departs in 46th. By the looks of that.
Seat open, 21-7.
Well, that's a good morning, team. How you doing?
Yeah, just payouts a bit demanding.
Bit demanding from Mr. Gary McGaffney right there. Just because you were sat next to Jay learning how to play PLO the other day. Payouts.
Yeah.
Cool. Morning, lads. How you doing? Morning, team. How's everybody? Yeah, none of that. Off to Vegas tomorrow, Mr. Gary McGaffney. I want a daily update, please.
Watch on the flight. Watch the stream on while you're in the air.
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
You get Wi-Fi on the airplane?
Yeah.
Do you?
You have to
Wow.
pay. You have to pay for it, but you do. You get Wi-Fi
Gary
these
won't
days.
pay for it.
Yeah, he will.
No way.
How do you think? Who is it? Candice. How do you think she's always in the air all the time watching us?
Ah, yes, that's true. That's true. Oh, we did say afternoon. Sorry, Gary.
I didn't see it. Did you see it?
No, not at all. Missed it. He's just typed it in there. Hope you're alright, guys. Enjoy Vegas. I'd like a daily update, please, or at least 2 days. When you get there tomorrow. Flying tomorrow, so you land in Vegas at what time? 2 p.m? Awesome. We're on air till Sunday night. And then in 2 weeks' time, we are in Portsmouth. And the week after that, we are in Edinburgh.
I actually kind of gutted I'm missing Edinburgh at that time of the year. I'm so used to going up there and always having to wear a coat. But back end of June should be some
Yes.
prime weather. Just look at these stacks here now, guys. Les has actually got the opportunity, if he wants to play some open shoves, but maybe need to be slightly closer to the money when we're on like 38, 37 players, sort of 10 off. Maybe not going to get that chance because this man looks like he's got racks and racks of chips coming over.
Wow, that is a chunk of chips.
Might be the small denominations though. We'll see.
He does land at 2 p.m. Taxi to the Virgin Hotel by 2:30. By the pool by 3.
Just let you know, Gary, in the Virgin, when you walk in, there's a bar on your right. If you walk past that bar, you go through some curtains, there's like some live music that goes on in there some nights. Decent place, actually. Decent little gaff.
How many years you been there?
It's going to be 3 years this year, 4 years this
4
year?
years
4
this
years,
year.
yeah, 4th year this
When
year.
did you find that bar?
Last
Last
year?
day of the trip last
Yeah,
year?
something like that. Something like that. I'm a grinder tower. I wake up, I go to play poker, I bust my last tournament of the day, I come home, I go to bed.
You wake up, you turn left to the kitchen. You
Yep.
have breakfast.
Yep,
Every day.
I do, yeah, that is right. I do like going in the kitchen.
Yeah. 24-hour kitchen in there.
But the thing is, you order pancakes there, it comes with everything. You get a pot of cream, you get a pot of this, a pot of syrup, a pot of everything. It's a bad place if you're
Good
trying
value
to.
for money, and if you do book at the Virgin Hotel, there's no resort fee.
Yep.
Just check out that if you're going for a long time. Saves you a lot of dollars. Jay will be there, and if you need a tour guide, he's your
Yeah,
man.
I know that hotel. Like, actually, a little tip for that hotel. There's 3 towers. There's Ruby, Opal, and Canyon. Ruby and Opal are probably about a 10 to 15 minute walk because you've got to walk around the sides to get to like
Okay.
them towers. But when you check in, you just ask them, got any rooms in the Canyon? they'll put you in the Canyon Tower, and then you only have a 2-minute walk to your room.
You
from
know,
the casino.
$20.
No, that's if you want the suite.
Oh,
That's if you want the suite, the $20.
like it.
I tried it last year, but I put, you on a bit of paper on that for my passport. Didn't get an upgrade, unfortunately. Didn't get the upgrade. It's Carlo. Is he going to get any action here from the boots? Squeezes to 75k after an open and a call. A problem Carlo's got here, we're committed, and Zecheng knows that we're committed. Once we put in this proportion of our stack, nearly 40%, we've just not got any folds from Zecheng's perspective. Like if we 4-bet back raise jam here, like Carlo's got no hands that's going to put in this amount of chips and then want to fold. So I feel like Zecheng, we're just going to get out of the way with the 8s here. Kind of frustrating having to fold 8s off this stack depth, but what else can we do? Like Carlo's not going to 3-bet, not all in with stuff like 6s and 7s. If they're going to get aggro, they're just going to jam for their 20 BBs to start the hand. But Zecheng going to have a little punt.
Here we go, the ace's big chance to double. And leaves Zecheng with literally 2 bigs. 8. Let's eat on the 5. George says, is this live? Yes, it is. Welcome to Reading. 13:07 PM local time. Oh, the flop nuts. The festival nuts. 888.
Ace of spades there, though.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, the spade for the flush.
no waiting around. Fading board pairs for Carlo.
Not flopped. Festival nuts and losers. Zecheng down to 2 bigs. That's one way to get there.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one to put it in there with perceived no fold equity. I feel like there is a chance to just hero fold the 8s there. Well, it's not even really a hero fold. Open EP, we call. There's a squeeze from Carlo when he's got a perfect reshove stack. Like he's just going to jam stuff like ace queen, ace king for 20 bigs, right? So when he 3-bets, not all in as a squeeze, just going to be super polar towards like aces, kings, queens, and then maybe some bluffs if there's any in there in a live setting. I doubt it. I just can't see a world in which 8s are ever going to have more than 20% there, just because ace king, ace queen should just be all in for our opponent. When it goes open call, they're not 3-betting, not all in. So how we doing, Donny? Hi, Tower and Jake.
We'll do it. Never done it. Anybody know of anybody who's won a Road to Vegas package, says the man of straw? Would that be a little hint as to somebody who's won one? The man of straw.
How we doing, King Joshy? Hi, Jay. Just wanted to say I'm glad Spurs won the Europa, not United. It was inevitable, mate. I told you all. I said to everyone we beat them three. It was. I said to everyone we beat them 3 times already this season.
You can't even score when you won.
We beat them 3 times already before that Europa League final.
Yes, you did say you don't lose to them.
We do not lose to Man U these days.
Yeah, wins a trophy in his 2nd season, as predicted, and probably still end up with the boot.
Thanks, mate. It would have been great though if he just, when he had the interview after his first interview, went up to the boys and they were like, "How you feeling?" and just went, "That's my job done." Just dropped the mic and just walked off, and that was it. No one ever saw him again. That would have just been.
Here's a tip for Jay, says Gary. The adults only pool can be booked for free. The Cassie Beach Club.
They actually do. They actually do some nice food in there. I've been there for food, but
You think he stays around the pool
yeah,
all day in his flip flops?
do you know what? I've never been in a swimming pool in Vegas ever. Never been in a pool.
They don't take shorts.
I went
Swim shorts. What are they?
the first year I went there. There was a few of my mates had one of them tables at the Encore Beach Party. I remember it being $25 for a Red Bull, and I went.
What?
I went. I'm off, boys. There's the 1K daily next door at the Win. I'm gonna jump in that. So
$25 for a Red Bull.
something stupid like that, yeah. And even the water's like north of 10, I believe.
Wow.
I didn't in the end, Gully. I ended up just going around a mate's, watching it there, having well a lot of beers. I'll say a few beers, a lot of beers. I was downing them every 2 minutes when it was the 70th minute onwards. But yeah, it was a good night. Feels good. What a season.
Winning season. 44 players, 29 getting the money. Guildford Les not done too much at the moment. Still on 80 bigs and 800k. Josh Manley and Nick Eastwood doing the blast off. Are they turning up this week? Not had any information who's turning up
Oh, I hope Eastie's here.
at all.
I've been telling him all season we're going to have a better year than Liverpool.
Really?
Yeah, to be fair, Gully, he was actually come out with a good game plan in the final. We actually, for once, had shape about our defence and the midfield in front of us, and it just everyone seemed to know what their jobs were when we went 1-0 up and actually played like a team. Everyone was always covered. People were doubling up when they needed to. It was just what we hadn't really seen much from him. Usually we're always open, looking for counter, but it was nice to see us just shore up shop to show that he is capable, not just going hell for leather every game. So Shing Shu, 13 bigs, finds an ace on the button, all in, and Ian with the snap call in the big with the king queen.
There we go. Sheng Shu stands up again. Didn't realise he counterfeited the ace-6 last time of Dean. Up we go. 9-10, so brings in any paint at all to fade.
Yeah, Ian, really low equity here. Lots of outs in the muck. Sheng Shu just fading paint.
And does.
No, I'm here. I'm here, but I'm not. Don't be arguing with gamble with.
The general with 2 bigs. In they go.
Try and play it like a satellite.
Well, the big's definitely cool, unless there's a big raid before. Jordan with a 10-9.
Just fold us, Jordan. We got 9 bigs. Don't need to get involved.
Correct. In with an ace.
Yeah, me ISO here as Ian. Try and get this heads up against pretty much any 2 shove range. ISO coming in. Oh, well, the coach. The coach that goes to many places in the UK.
And chip lead on the table.
Travels around. Ace Jack suited here. Not going to be folded. Depends what he thinks of Ian here.
8 seconds.
There you go. Just sends the absolute cake in for north of 50 effective of Ian. Going to be getting it through.
So the chain, Queen 8. Needs to hit to stay in. King 9 4. Not good at the minute. The chain needing a little bit of help. And that will do it. Dead on the turn. Coach checking out Zicheng. Big one. Losing the eights. Out he goes. Probably jumping the high roller. Zicheng. Wouldn't surprise me if it didn't.
Seats open.
High roller starting in
21-5.
40 minutes, guys, if you fancy it. Here in Reading. 2 PM start on that one. Satellite ongoing at the moment. To get yourself in the high roller for cheap. Generated 19 entries so far.
Good.
So should be getting at least 2 seats for that one.
Don't forget the high rollers, a 50,000 guarantee. We're going to need 50 runners for the high roller.
Okay, 20k. Ten seconds. Pass.
King 7 suited for Dean. Had a rough start, been kind of quiet. Last 45. Going to get amongst it here with an open. Ian makes the call. Eight, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Nice looking flop for Dean. Lots of flush draw here. Not much either going for Ian or James. So if C-bet is found, probably going to be end of hand here and now.
Bets 20k.
Ladies and dealers in the opening voyage, you have your blind levels 4 blinds, 6,000, big blinds 12,000 and 12,000, big blind and 6, 12, 12,
984 flop check round. Flush draw for Dean. 10 of spades on the turn. Ian turning best, but still flush draws. Open enders for James and for Dean. Still not from your rating a bet with Dean. It's playing this a bit cagey. And he flush drawing an open ender. Thought he might have put in a little bit of money.
Well, I'm pretty sure Dean bet flop, and I looked away
Bet 50k.
because I just expected it to go bet fold. But he did bet flop really small, and that's why we're here at the turn now. Ian Turns, top pair, top kicker. It's 20k bet from Dean on the flop. I don't mind Ian's float, but the float with the Queen 7 off of James's stack depth's kind of outrageous. And now we get here, we are going freeway to this river.
And he pairs the 8, so 2 pair for Ian. Will be good. Playing it so James can even attempt to steal it on the river.
Yeah, don't really have any 8Xs, James. Maybe some Jack 8, 7 8, this type of stuff, but interesting one for Ian Freeway, whether to value bet this, and it's going to knuckle back. Ace 10, going to be the winner.
Yep, it is indeed. They're both going to slide in the losing hand. World Series have changed their website. Apparently they want you to use the app. What's the app? Is it just the World Series WSOP app, is it? Gary? So we can track what you're doing and what you're playing? What I do want you to do for me is when you're out there, and you said you're going to report back on the first week of Portsmouth, on the first day when we're there on the 11th of June, let me know how Planet Hollywood's card room is getting on, because they've reopened it this year. It is back open, the Planet Hollywood card room. Up the escalator. Let us know. With the World Series app, do we all need it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Katie won her first event. She played the 400 down at the Golden Nugget on the day she landed and won it for 10,000 and got a seat into the Golden Air, which is a 1200 buy-in later in June. I think it's the last week in June. Bink Poker, afternoon chaps. World Series and app needed to play any World Series events. You have to have an account this year to play any event.
Poor old Doris from Michigan, 91 years old.
I
She
know.
hasn't got a phone, she hasn't got a smartphone, and now they're excluding her from the
She's
WSOP.
retired. She's eventually retired.
Right,
She's
it's-
got some money,
It's outrageous.
and now she can't play the World
You
Series.
just knock out all these super seniors between the ages of 75 and 85.
Why would you do
You
that?
just lose all these. Poor old Doris from Michigan. What's she going to do this summer?
Unbelievable. Ba-da-da-da. Bink Poker, is that Dave McConaughey? Is it Dave? Bink Poker. So you need the World Series. You better get on with it, you. I know what you're like with apps and
with
losing your
apps,
phones
yeah.
and all that malarkey. What happens if you bought into the World Series main event and you have your phone nicked? Then what?
That's what happened to me.
Is that what happened? That's
Yeah.
exactly what happened to you. You left yours on the rail. while you
I
played poker.
just think for the older generation, they've probably been playing longer than anyone else. Like 60, 70 years, they've been probably playing the game, and then some of them don't know how to work these smartphones,
Exactly.
and you just exclude them from the series. I don't think it's.
What genuinely happens is if you've got your phone and you have it nicked, like Jay had his pinched off the rail the couple of years ago, and you've got your entry to the World Series
Yeah.
main event for 10 grand.
Yeah,
Then what?
I don't know.
Because you're not going to buy another phone because it's going to be an American SIM card. You lose all your contacts, you lose all your apps, Then what?
I don't know.
Oh, that's crazy. That is bonkers.
I just think for the senior demographic, it's not good. I really don't think it's good. You're going to lose decent percentage of players that.
Imagine how many super seniors when there's been 5,000 runners in the last 2
Yeah,
years. They're not going to play it.
Obviously, like the 50 to 60-year-olds, yeah, they're probably still a bit down with technology. But I'm talking when you get to like that 70, 80-year-old remit, and you do still get players that age group that play.
Does that mean you need the Caesars rewards account as well on your phone? Flipping heck. The more downloads from Vegas than anything else.
But good to know.
I don't know, Man of Straw. I don't know any details about it apart from a winning picture that Katie put on social media.
In 3 minutes time, guys, and I have a keyword.
Woo!
I have 2 to give away, 2 $22 tickets. We got 10 to give away today.
Love it.
As I say, I can't see this running past 9, so we will start with a double $22 giveaway in 3 minutes time. And Edward says it's not good for any demographic actually. I have chosen to not own a smartphone. I have a basic Nokia for emergencies and I've never been happier. 43 years old. So now poor old Edward can't go and play the WSOP.
There you go.
He's against smartphones. He can't go and play it. Okay, good to know, Alex.
Cheers, Alex.
You don't need to have the app on your phone, but you have to have a WSOP Plus account registered. That makes more sense. I can get behind that.
Don't you get one of them cards soon? Everybody gets a card, playing card, don't they? You get a player's card when you play a World Series event.
Right, that's good to know. I honestly just thought it was like you had to have the app on your phone at all times, with your phone with you at all times to reg. It's going to be a great summer in 50-degree heat. It's the only thing that gets me out there. I mean, the two things actually: the journey that it takes to get there, it's a lot of time, and then the weather is scorching. Too much some days. Ian, when checked to, I'm not sure about this one. Has been fairly aggressive. Maybe feels like table folding too much, but prefer at least having a heart in our hand, a gut shot. But yeah, we got the overcard to the king, but not a fan of this one from Ian. Feel like one we can just check. We had like ace 10 heart. Can get more behind it, blocking some continues, some jams over the top. I just need to try and take every pot away when checked too. Never calling. So why he's in the tank before he folds? Well, he's going to use a bank, but how can we possibly call here? Even if we're up against like a draw from the big blind, 8-9 of hearts, we're behind equity wise. 8-10 of hearts, we're flipping. Against a king, we're drawing to 3 outs. So it's a situation we've either got 50% or we've got like 18%. It's not a good situation to be in. Seems like a pretty easy snap fold. Like a lot of people sort of sometimes convince themselves their opponent has the flush draws rather than actually taking the equities into account. So if our opponent has a flush draw here with 2 live cards, we're flipping set. So even if you think he's got a draw, basically going to be 50% anyway, and the time he has that king X or better, we are going to be a 1 in 6 shot.
Come on then. What we got?
It's keyword time.
Keyword time.
Just a quick one, guys. If you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, you're going to need to make your way over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
If you don't want to get involved, stay where you are.
Stay where you are. Simple as this. I am going to let you know the keyword. You will write it in the chat box. We have two $22 tickets to give away for 888 poker. And the first keyword of the day is opening.
Opening. Opening. As in the opening. There we go. Opening event is the Voyage.
Good luck.
Good luck, everybody. 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you want to get involved. If not, stay where you are and enjoy the live stream.
10-9 suited for Ian. Opens to 24. James here, ace-4 suited. I feel like it's a really nice reshove spot here for James if we've been aware of how active Ian's been since he sat down. Been the most active player since he took his seat at the table, so he's just potentially going to have a lot lighter opens than most, so we can just reshove, pick this up, but he's gone for this option. Look, flattening off of 11 here. We're still 4 players behind. Seems like a real clean just shove spot. Like against someone, just fold. Like against a tight player. But Ian's been super active. Don't feel like we're going to get a better reshove as a bluff than the ace-4 suited in this scenario. James. Now Sheng Shu going to get to come in with the 10-9 of spades.
One more minute for the opening if you are in and on Twitch on 888. Yilma says, good looking Vegas Tower. Hope you take it down and buy me a Guinness when I see you. If I win it, I'll buy you more than a Guinness. I'll buy you a keg. Good luck if you're in the keyword. Opening is keyword. Good luck, everybody. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Cheers, you. Fingers crossed for a great summer. Last chance, says Lime. Flush draw for Ian in seat number 3 with 600k. With the blinds at 612. Here we go, time for the countdown. Opening on keyword time. Here we go, the countdown is on 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Who's going to win the first keywords? Who's it going to be? 2 names pulling out the hat.
Here we go. Congratulations, the Hungary one. I swear the Hungary one wins one all the time.
Every single time we run a live stream.
They're a Hungary one, all right, for tickets.
They are indeed. Hungary one wins one. Who wins the next?
No money, no play. No money, play.
And no money play. Thank you very much. We'll do another one of those. in the next hour or so. Keep tuned. 42 players left, 29 get the money in the voyage. 30-minute levels all the way through. First break of play is at 20 past 2 in 50 minutes time.
So freeway here. Jordan going to defend the jack 8 off of his shallow stack. Going to have a lot of easy decisions when we go to the flop with less than 1 SPR. Just flop a jack, flop an 8, flopping up and down. Let's run it. Well, there you go, right on cue.
6-7 jack.
Now Jordan, as I say, easy decisions. We've got top pair and at this stack depth. Let's just run it. Yeah, Lee, what happened to Dean's stack? He just doubled up a couple of players early on today.
Yeah, 6 was a big one when he turned 2 pair. Got counterfeited.
Sharon Jivy going to give him a spin with his bottom pair and absolutely loves what he sees as Jordan. 8's not working for Sharon Jivy, so just fading a little 2 outer here for a double that we've been patiently waiting for.
We are back. Well done everybody for getting involved in the keyword and all of those later in the day. Probably around about 3 o'clock for the next keyword, but you never know, we could stick one in within 5 minutes.
Right now.
Keep watching.
A6 suited for James, suited ace for sub 10 from +1. Maybe one of these that could go for 2 BBs as an attempt to steal, but problem with that, if we're not making it 2 BBs with stuff like ace king, ace queen suited, then just too big a raise fold gap, and people, if they're aware, can really exploit that. So maybe just goes for jam. We're not comfortable opening like ace king, ace queen off of sub 10 from early position, then not going to be able to open hands like this. And just go with fold. Can see it. Lots to get through. I'm surprised he didn't take the ace 4 suited 10 minutes ago. Sheeran Jivy, king 10 with the open.
What we're doing is a small, in the sort of 1 gappers.
He should be folding, but
Yeah.
wants to have a little gamble.
Yes. 5s and 3s. Not playing dominoes, you know.
Jack 8 for Ian, not going to defend 3-way, lets it go.
Jack king 3, so they both hit a piece. Jordan out of 20. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shoot on.
Mistake pre, call in. Big mistake. Leading the king jack 3.
Yeah.
Good from Sheeran Jivy. Just call in. No need to raise this one. Keep some bluffs in. Keep our range wide. I'm not sure what Jordan's up to this hand.
Little turn. Now he decides to slow down. Coming back again for Shannon.
I can see small bet.
Yeah. 31. And a snap fold.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. Been watching for a long time and finally managed to get on the stream and the feature table last night. Says Gary Vapes, loving the stream. Thank you very much.
Should have heard what Tao was saying about you, Gary, after we finished. God, you wouldn't have wanted to be in the bar in Reading last night, I'll tell you that.
Don't get me into trouble, you. Well, glad you watch the live stream on a regular basis, young man.
Yeah, cheers, Gary. Nice to experience it on the feature when you watch it hour upon hour. And when you're actually there yourself, can feel surreal. How are we doing, Sandra? Afternoon.
There you are.
Shoot. King 8 suit would open here from the cut-off. Nice one to just try and steal the blinds with Jordan. Couple of ducks. Cut-off versus button here. We've got a pair. 18 BBs. I would prefer taking these against button from the blinds. Cut-off button kind of close. I feel like if we had 5+, we are happy to send. Just going to think better of the deuces. 12 off the money. In with the Jack 10 off in the small blind. Not really much room for anything other than call if he wants to continue. Could just see fold. Reaching for the free bet with the Jack 10 off here. Yes, we are 12 spots off the money, but problem Ian's got here, when Sheng Shu jams, we have to call Jack 10 off. It's really strange why we choose this size. Like 100k Sheng Shu jams, we got 45% of our stack in. We got to call it off then with Jack 10 off for a heap.
The coach is going for the lot,
and
that'll save him.
Will just be 2 quick folds, but misstep from Ian. 9 big blinds up in smoke. Don't necessarily need to take this one. Especially for this size, like even if we are going to free bet, we need to make it like 70k, 60, 65, 70k, so still can fold when jammed on. If Sheng Shu jams there, we just have to call off 18 big blinds with Jack 10 off. Now I'm just trying to make it look like he's not free bet Sheng Shu too light. Let's get out of that.
Yep.
It's so important when free betting against the opener. You need to choose a size to account for their stack depth.
5 minutes of this level and then one more until the first break in play. We're down to 41. Steady old start today, 57 start of the day. Down to 41. Probably getting the money the next session.
I feel like we have got there a couple of times in the voyage. A few double ups so far to start the day.
Afternoon, Mr. Webb. Afternoon, gents. Hope all is good. Nice to watch the live stream. It's been a while. We're here for the next 4 days. As you can see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So yesterday we did the turbo. Had a good laugh. We did a 4.5 hour stream yesterday. And then Thursday, crowning the champion of the voyage. Tomorrow, crowning the champion of the high roller. 50,000 guarantee. There could be value in that, by the way. Just keep your eye on the app. There could be value. And then the main event Saturday and Sunday as we head into June.
June. Dean. 10-9 off in the middle. I feel like Don't necessarily have to take it with 5.5. Still got potentially an orbit. Yes, we're going to go through the blinds, but if we had 3 bigs, could see it when blinds are about to come through. Feel like 5's still got some wiggle room there, not to take 10 high, but in it goes. Would just love to see it get through. Looking likely. Anything for coach? Queen 10 offsuit. In the big, I feel like we'd see call here from Les. May think better of it in the small blind. But to be fair, James is short himself in the big, so may actually just ISO. Get it heads up.
So Dean stands up, all in for 65. Just over 5 bigs. Does he survive and get back in the game? Ace 2 6 is not good for Dean.
7 or 8 of hearts.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, the king of hearts. A 9 or a heart needed. It's not, it's an ace, so the queen will play. Dean busting out before the money. Down to 40, the coach gets over $1 million. Chip leader in the room. Les Lanier. Guildford Les.
All the way from Swindon.
Love it.
Dealers, the open voyage champion line, 8,000
30 minutes until the first break of the day. Blinds up 8k, 16k. After this hand, I'm going to play one more at 612. Queen Jack suited for Sharon Dewey. Opens from gun. Expected to go into the muck. 11 off the money. Feel like 4 or 5 players' time. That's when Les can really start applying pressure to these 20 big blind stacks. Anywhere sort of between 15 and 30. We'd really like to see Les start attacking in sort of 4 or 5 players' times when we get there. Maybe when we go to 4 tables. 36 left, 7 off the money. There's ace-9 suited for James. Is going to take this one. And that should be getting called. Chiranjeevi. Queen Jack suited for 7 bigs with 2 invested. Gonna have to call this off. James out in front. They've got some fading to do. No. Doesn't fade. But still with plenty of outs to get there. 12 outs here with aces and clubs working for the flush. And boom. Doesn't seal the deal though. Still some boat outs there for the Queen Jack. Jacks and sevens to fade now for James. Does fade on the 10 of spades river. So James with a double. Shearer and Jevy down to 13 BBs. When am I off to Vegas? I will be going on the 16th. I fly 16th of June. I get back 12th of July. 4 weeks just under for me out there. Gives me plenty of time to try and get a trophy, a bracelet. It's tough out there though, in the fields of that size. Difficult. And you've got to get through 2,000-3,000 players in most holding events these days. Even in the PLOs, it's 1,000+ runners until you start going up the buying ladder. All this talk about all these bracelet events, it's not as prestigious as it was 20 years ago. I think it's a load of nonsense. You still got to get through, as long as you're not playing stuff like the 8 game and the RAS and all this tournaments that don't get no more than 200-300 runners. It's difficult still. If you go out there and you're just playing Hold'em, you've got to basically, unless you're playing a 50k or bigger, you've got to get through 2,000-3,000 runners most tournaments. The average player in a 3,000 runner field is going to win it 1 in 3,000 times, and it's hard to play 3,000 live tournaments in a lifetime, I'll tell you that. And then you got to account for variance as well. Say the average player wins it 1 in 3,000 times, but that might not be the case. They might win it the 50,000th time of playing it, even being the bang average player in the field when they should win it 1 in 3,000. This is variance. This is how it goes. Oh, Carlo would have attacked there. Queen deuce off, covering Piers. Seemed like a nice one to just perhaps make close to 3 BBs. Yeah, we might see Ben Teague in Reading on Saturday for the main event. I like it, Ben. Haven't turned up for a Saturday all year. Football season's over, means there's no treble, and here you are. Like it. As we approach first break of the day, 25 minutes remain. Got lots to give away in terms of tickets. Also will be money session, next session when we should hit the money, as Ian going to be opening the King Jack. King Queen here for James. Kind of an awkward 110 off the money. I feel like we were close up to the bubble. Not going to take this, but may feel like Ian is opening widest, how active he's been, and we got the nice removal there, but even still, maybe I set on that healthy min cash. How you doing, Matty Smith? Afternoon, lads. Easy day grafting today, so can watch and work. Happy chicken. Carlo with the 4s. Lets it go on the button. Chiranjevi, ace 5 and diamonds, should see call in the big blind, but gonna find the jam here. And this is why we don't jam. Yes, we're in front, but like when we are called, when we're not drawing to those 3 outs, a lot of the time our opponent's gonna have a hand like this, and 40% of the time we're out the door. It's That's why in these situations, when we do get sub 10 BBs, like obviously top end, like ace queen plus, we have to shove, but the rest of it just wants to call and see free.
There's the ace.
It is going to work.
Good virtue then. 30 queens. And it's a king, so a full double back to 320 and 20 big blinds.
It's one of those, I see a lot of errors made, these sort of shallow stacks from the big blind against an early position open. Like theoretically, we're not actually meant to do much jamming. And that's simply because of the reduced fold equity. When we're that short, our opponent's open to two bigs when they shove. When we shove for an extra 6-7, they're not folding much. So with a hand like ace-5, we never have our opponent dominated. And even when we are in front, we're only going to have around 60%. And then when we have the free outer, we're going to have 30%. So it's not really the best situation to be in for our tournament life there. Obviously, if you've not looked at the spot and you've not studied it and you see a suited ace and you think, I've got 8 big blinds, I need to jam, but you just strip it. It makes sense why we just want to flat a lot of these situations in the big blind when there's reduced fold equity and we're this close to the money and potentially out the door when that king or jack rolls off and there isn't an ace alongside it.
Sorry, 32. I thought you said the best, sorry, I apologise.
16, yeah, 32.
So I couldn't hear what you said, that's why. If you can try and say a little bit clearer if you can't like it. So 32,000.
Nice looking flop for James. Not going to be any action from the deuces you expect though. And eventually, after some deliberation, the deuces of Sheng Shu into the muck.
Queen 6, jack flop, 2 spades. Not flush draw for James in 6 and a hand. With the bet, Les still chip lead on a milli. Ian Byrne on 26 bigs. Huge chip lead for Les. Final 20 minutes of this sesh.
He's 10 for Ian. Opens the 32.
Should be in the bin from the small.
Yeah, just getting his tank on Sheng Shu makes sense why he's thinking of the deuces now already. Accounting for that money bubble, which is slowly approaching.
Ah, that's true. On to Jordan. Who defends as he's ace 9-3.
Big hand over.
Indeed. It's 16 minutes left of this session. Down to 39. 29 get the dosh. Another giveaway in the next session.
Yeah, we lost RS, Jack Bryant, Joseph East, Mustafa Sen, Esmail, Baba Madi, Marcus Oliver, and a lot of GDPRs in the last half hour.
Yeah. Why? That's what I want to know. Why? So the final 15 minutes of the session. Join us for 888 in UKPL live from Grosvenor Casino in Reading, broadcasting from yesterday. Yeah, we were on yesterday for the turbo edition of the Voyage. Set up all day. Long day yesterday with the drive. I tell you, it's a funny old drive, Reading, isn't it? From up north. From the northwest. It is a long drive. Why no sound, please? I don't know, Tim. Why is there no sound? I can hear table sound. Anybody else having sound issues apart from Tim? All phone didn't work, that's why GDPR. So I'm guessing Matty's got sound because he's just replied. Tim, check your mute button. Yep, sounds okay, says Dower Donny. Donny Rover's got promoted this year. And Gary McGaffney says the YouTube sound is okay. So I'm guessing Tim has got himself on mute. Donny Rovers. Absolutely, always refresh your stream. But then if you can't hear us, then they won't be able to know to refresh. I always refresh if there's a problem, always. And then if not, I'll just ring PK. But PK before, it's not working. But everybody else is good. So Rotherham United versus Doncaster Rovers tomorrow. Oh, it's gotta be it'll be on Super Sunday, that for sure. Bound to be on Super Sunday.
Time bank 30 seconds even if you face no action. Just one moment. Let me that. Is it time back for 30 seconds even if there's facing no action? Or yes, it's always 30. Okay, no, it's thank you.
Yeah, Marcus Oliver busted out in the first half an hour. Steady number drop today. We started with 57. We're on 39. 29 get the money. Score predictions for the Champions League final on Saturday, says Alex. I don't even know who's in it. Who's in it? And Barcelona in it? No, they lost it. Did they lose to Inter Milan? Or AC Milan? PSG versus Inter Milan. Cheers, Royal Freeman. Yeah, and Inter, didn't they like score a last minute winner or something like that against Barcelona? That was a bonkers game. How good is that, Yamaldo? Flipping heck, he's good. PSG versus Inter. Interesting game. PSG have a great front four, don't they? Afternoon, Tower. Spelled T-A-U-E-R, 009. Alright, I'm Bond, 009. Good afternoon indeed. Yeah, interesting game then, Inter and PSG. That'll be a good game Saturday night. Remember the days when it used to be on a Wednesday? Does anybody remember them days? It used to be on a Wednesday night, the European Cup final. No, says Royal Freeman. It did, honest. It used to be on a Wednesday night. And then they moved it to a Saturday. For obvious reasons. TV. Sounds like you're proper old. I am proper old. I've been doing this 18 years. That is proper old. Obviously changed format since we started back in the day in 2007. And it's got better and better and better, and the setup from Cardroom Direct now is second to none. A great stream team, a great bunch of lads. And we have a good time when we travel around. So yes, proper old is the actual word there, Mr. Freeman. Thanks for that. Nicholas Hadley says 2010 was the first Saturday night Champions League final. 2010. Wow. Well, there we go. Race Queen against Ace Queen. Ace Queen getting out of the way. Piers with the all in. Have we checked? There you go. Would you have got that? When did the Champions League final change from Wednesday night to Saturday night? Would you have known that?
Small blind, please, lad.
I actually would have said, I've seen it in the chat, but I remember when Spurs didn't get Champions League, when Chelsea won on
Well,
penalties.
that's every year.
No, when Chelsea won on, no, because we finished fourth and didn't get Champions League because Chelsea won the Champions League that season.
Got you.
But I remember when the night they won on penalties, Drogba scored the header and then they won on penalties, didn't they? I'm pretty sure that was a Wednesday night.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I'm pretty sure I had sixth form in the morning. That's how I remember it. So
Yeah. Royal Freeman says it sounds like I'm proper old.
proper old.
And we got the answer. 2010 was when it changed. Same as the Derby, the horse race, the richest horse race in the world. It used to be. Used to be on a Wednesday. Not anymore. Not anymore. Used to have the Oaks and the Derby on a Wednesday and Thursday.
Do you remember Prem Plus? Prem Plus, £1 a game, 40 games, £40.
Yeah, that didn't take off, did it? Pay to watch your own team, £14.99 to watch Southampton versus Burnley. What?
Ace King 4 Piers opens to 35. What is Ian up to?
It's come to play.
So I think there's a. There's a fine line between come to play and give it away. I can tell you that's out.
Couple of hands, he's giving it away. Three bets to 100 again. He loves his 100k 3 bet.
Yeah, this time, they still need to go smaller. Probably 2.5 BBs. Piers is open somewhere around 90k remit, 85k remit. Just once again, not pricing ourselves in when jammed on, which will be happening from Piers. We expect even 6 off the money here. But yeah, a nice healthy stack. That is deplenished.
Yeah, being down to 35, we're only 6 spots off the money. So James. King Jack of clubs. Scarlett played it yesterday. But not this one. And Piers.
Yeah, going to be a lovely pick-up this as Piers.
Lovely.
Like, we expect to get
Lovely
called as
jam.
Piers a lot of the time and being like, oh, we've got to run it with Ace King here, but
All of it. And Ian's like, not again.
it's over 30%'s been put in the middle of the effective stack and now just having to fold down to 20 BBs.
35 left. Tony Pierce last out. Had a good chat with Tony yesterday. Know why he's done his hair.
Go on.
One of his mates has been going through radiotherapy and chemo for a bout of cancer, and he's hoping to ring the bell on Tuesday when he goes back for his final assessment, and they all have the haircut.
Right.
But he's had a shaved head for years, so he grew his hair. So he kept it grown. So yeah, it was a good chat with Tony at the bar last night. Had a quick chat with him and Wilco and Tai Huang. Had a good chat. All from the Birmingham area. It was a good chat with Tony. So that's why they did it. And unfortunately, just busting out before the money. Yazao Yin, Ryan Siri busting out, and Meng Shin Zhang also going out. So we're down to 35 as we head towards the break. 3 or 4 minutes. 3 or 4 minutes. Have I done my Wordle today? Says Gully. Not done that for ages. A Wordle League. Piano Cat. Cat, what's this Wordle League? I need to get involved.
The coach finds a couple of ladies. Let's see if coach can find the right size here. Needs to go about 70, 75k, just accounting for Ian's stack depth when Ian opens off at 20 bigs. Shouldn't really be going no more than 2.5 BBs. His open, 2.5x is open. 5 BBs seems nice. It's monstrous from the coach.
150.
Yeah, I would, like, once again, if Ian's ever got an ace-5 suited, if he's ever got a suited Broadway that wants a 4-bet bluff jam, they just never take against this size.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Yeah, I think you try and get it. Then again, you've got to be not the end of the world.
Carlo is not going to be calling with pocket 5s. It would be jam or fold, I reckon, but fold is the option. Dan Rambo Reed says, Jay, he says, I saw you in Reading a few days ago, but he was going to pop and say hello, but it was in the toilets. He says, so I thought I'd find a better spot.
You could have said hello.
Hey, dear.
Leave your chips at this table.
Nice one, Dan. Come and say hello. We're here all week.
Table 16, guys. Thank you.
Here till Sunday night. Crowning a champion of the main Sunday. One more hand of the session. And then a 20-minute break. One more hand.
How many stack on the side?
Just one table for the high roller that is starting. There could be big value in that 50k guarantee.
Just saw the table.
Is it a big one? Good one, is it?
Our Castle, Bremer, Dan, Zacheng, and the other Asian lad that plays a lot. I forgot his name, but Jamie Walden as well. It was like the seven-handed table of death as I walked past. Thomas Clack, there we go. Bremer, Clack, Hardcastle, Dan, Jamie Walden, Zacheng Miao, Zek Huang Huang.
Half of them are in my picks for Vegas.
Have fun.
Have fun with that. So the last hand of the session. Ian raising up again. Will he get one through? We're on a 20-minute break after this hand. Back with another giveaway very shortly. Carlo should see it flop. Not sorry, not Carlo, Pierce.
Ian's just getting absolutely
In
pounded
the
on.
bin yet again. See you later. See you in 20 minutes.
See you in 20, guys.
Because of the player pool you're playing against, mastering these things is going to have a massive impact on your results. The most important thing for people to understand when they are going to start playing low stakes tournaments is they really need to master the fundamentals. Getting a good idea of your opening pre-flop ranges is certainly a great way to start, because other people in these fields are definitely making all sorts of mistakes, and if you can get one step ahead of them with your pre-flop game, then it's going to put you in a real advantageous position. The best thing you do is study a chart, even just 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes before your session, it'll put you in a great position going into your game. Position is another really important fundamental thing to understand about poker, and not a lot of people understand it straight away because it doesn't make the most sense to a new player. If you're in position and the last to act on the flop, you get to make a choice, whether you want to bet there or do you want to take a free card. And this can really enhance our win rate. It can really improve our position in the hand itself. There's a lot to understanding your pre-flop ranges as well. There's many different positions on the table. So going around the entire table, your range will change dramatically for each position that you're in. There's also other things you have to consider as well. What if you've opened, what if you've raised, and a player is 3-bet you? You then have to think about their range and think about what your range is now. There's more things to consider than just what the chart says. You have to understand many things about where you are in the tournament, how the shape of the table is, like what the stacks are on the table around you. So that can really change the sort of hands you might open. It's important to be aggressive in low stakes tournaments, especially when you're playing against more inexperienced players. People tend to fold way too much on the flop and on the turn, on the river. It's a big problem for their game, but it could be a very big benefit for your game. If you're finding more bets on flops, on turns, on rivers, your opponents are going to find more folds and you're going to pick up more chips. For example, if you've raised and the big blind's defended and flop is 10-5-4 rainbow, that's such a dry board. All you need to do is come in there with a small bet after they've checked you from the big blind, and they're going to fold a whole bunch. You don't want to be giving off free cards and letting them continue to hang and catch up. Does aggression mean bluffing more? I don't think it necessarily means bluffing more, but it means bluffing more concisely and more correctly and making sure you're finding all the spots to bluff in. So if you have studied your pre-flop ranges and you understand what your hands might look like, you can use that as part of your aggression. The ranges of your opponent, when they've defended up big blind, for example, they're never going to be as strong as someone who's open from early position, mid position, especially when the board comes high. All the big cards come out, ace, king, 10, things like that. You know, that's where you get to use it to your advantage because you have all of those cards in your range. They have less. People can get a little bit carried away with aggression, especially when playing low stakes tournaments as well, because I did mention people fold far too much, but there's also other breeds of player who call way too much. And if you've identified one of those players as calling way too much and you know this, you definitely don't want to be bluffing too much. You want to put yourself in positions where you're going to win lots of chips at showdown, because if this player's never folding, then you're not going to likely get the bluff through as often. Note taking and tagging players in tournaments, all that stuff is really, really, really useful. I do it all the time because more often than not, you come against players which you have played before if you're playing in the same tournaments all the time. As poker is a game of limited information, having as much information as you can on hand is so important. So if you've seen a player make some ridiculous cooldown with bottom pair or ace high or something in a spot they should never be in, you've got to tag that so you know in future not to do it again and to bet big with all your big hands. Bankroll management in low stakes tournament poker is crucially important, especially if you've recently sort of graduated to playing small stakes tournaments from, I don't know, free rolls or play money and things like that. You want to make your money last, you want to make your bankroll last. And the way I go about it is I use 1% of my bankroll for an individual buy-in, or the top end of my buy-in, for example. So let's say I have $100 in my bankroll. I'm not going to pay higher than $1 per tournament because I want to make that last. Because in poker, it's inevitable we're going to go on streaks where we just don't win as much as we would like. We have to protect our bankroll from the streaks like that. And when we are winning, it is going to exponentially rise. I think people are quite reckless with their bankrolls, especially when playing low stakes tournaments, because it is such a small amount of money, like you said. Because if you're meant to do $1 tournaments, be like, oh, well, it's only 5. Well, you've gone from having 100 buy-ins to having 20. It changes dramatically. You can churn through your bankroll super fast. And another thing is, the higher you go, generally, the better the players are going to be. So you really need to be careful in the way you're stepping up. And if you're comfortable moving up, your bankroll is growing, usually means you're getting better and you're ready for it. But if it's not quite there yet, maybe you're rushing ahead. Strategy aside, another really important thing when playing low stakes tournaments, or any tournaments for that matter, is staying mentally sharp. It's very important to sort of keep your brain in check. Let's say, for example, you're playing a session and on your final tournament you've been playing, took a terrible beat and you're really frustrated. Maybe you're 1 away from the final table and, you know, getting a big score or something. The worst thing you could possibly do then is say, hey, I want to play another tournament now and carry on playing. The worst thing to do is playing frustrated. Always good to take breaks, look after yourself mentally. In addition to mental breaks, take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of, you know, your legs. You're sitting down for long stretches of a session. I like to get up every sort of break time. I always get up and walk around. Make sure you're hydrated. I'm always getting water constantly. Healthy snacks are great to have a long session as well to give you that kind of energy boost. Studying is the most important thing you do for your poker game. But it's crucial to take care of your body, take care of your mind, because without those things, we're never going to be on top of your game, and that's always going to be the best results.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium stacks, small stacks, bounties, and of course, ICM. Even playing a normal tournament versus a bounty tournament can feel like a completely different game. There is a lot to understand, and it can be overwhelming at times. Getting familiar with each type of game and understanding the differences between them will help you get a feel for which one suits you best. Pros and cons of tournaments. If you're leaning towards playing poker tournaments, be prepared for long sessions, limited breaks, and sticking to a predetermined schedule. You might be out first hand, or you could be grinding for hours. You never really know what you're going to get, and that's especially true of your results. On the other hand, tournaments are super exciting and come with a chance to win big prizes. You get to play against lots of different opponents, and if you're lucky, you may even get to experience the thrill of playing at a final table. Plus, with so many recreational players chasing a big score, the competition is often softer, which improves your return on investment. Pros and cons of cash games. When looking at the pros and cons of cash games, flexibility is one of the biggest perks. Because you can sit down or leave whenever you please, except when there's a waiting list, establishing a healthy routine is a lot easier. You can leave the table with your money whenever you want, which is a luxury you do not have in tournaments. Cash game strategy can often be a lot simpler too. You're not dealing with rising blinds, ICM, or worrying about busting on the bubble. But keep in mind, cash games aren't a walk in the park either. The competition is often tougher, and you'll find fewer recreational players at the table. They also require a higher skill level to consistently come out on top, and you won't get the types of huge scores you can get when you play tournaments. The swings in your bankroll, however, won't be as extreme as in tournaments. Handling variance. Understanding variance and your threshold for swings will help you determine whether to play cash games or tournaments. The variance in tournaments is very large, much more so than in cash. Usually, it's only the top 15% of the field that gets paid, so it's not uncommon to walk away from a tournament empty-handed. However, when you do cash and get a deep run, you can sometimes win a prize 100 or even 1,000 times your buy-in. Cash games, on the other hand, offer more stability. While it may feel like a grind, honing your skills at the cash tables can result in more consistent, small profits. So ask yourself, can you weather the storm of tournament variance, or do you prefer the steadier path of cash games? Finding the fun factor beyond strategy. It is important to consider which type of poker you enjoy more. Tournaments bring excitement, unpredictability, and an adrenaline rush, especially if you make the final table. It's an incredible feeling to have a deep run, and it's what keeps so many players coming back to tournament poker. On the flip side, becoming a cash game player is more consistent, and while you won't be involved in situations that will yield 100 times your investment, you will clash with your opponents for chunky pots regularly. It's all about finding what brings you joy at the poker table. Try both and see which format gives you the most enjoyment. And there you have it, cash games or tournaments, which form of poker works best for your personality. Of course, the best way to find out is to spend time playing, study the game, and soon it will become obvious to you which game you like the most. Are you a tournament player or are you a cash game player? Let us know your favorite form of poker in the comments below.
So I just finished packing. Tomorrow I'm heading to Scotland for the first time for 888 Poker Live Glasgow. So come along and hopefully I will be sharing some deep runs and awesome moments with the team. It's 3:55 and I'm waiting for my train. We are going to Glasgow, 888 Poker Live Glasgow. I'm super excited. It's gonna be my first time in Scotland and I can't wait. My journey to Scotland was quite long. I started my day at 3 a.m. in Austria. Then I arrived here around 2 p.m. and the high roller was at 3 p.m. So I'm here at the lobby of the hotel with Lucia Navarro. Hello. And we're going to play the high roller. So we're going to the casino right now. We were taking a nap, but we are ready. Let's go. I registered the high roller, which was a great event. Lots of recreational players, great atmosphere. People were very chatty. But unfortunately, I lost 2 times with Ace King and I was out. So I decided to go to bed early and play the main event in the following day. Lucia, buenos dias. Buenos dias. I had a nice breakfast, very healthy. I worked out, came to the casino, registered into the tournament. I didn't have a necessarily tough table, so I could just play one hand at a time and try to make good decisions. I was also running fairly well. On the last level of the evening, I almost busted. But quickly I could recover. I doubled up with jacks versus fours, and I bagged a quite wealthy stack into day 2. After bagging day 1 on my first try, it meant that I didn't have to play the main event again on the subsequent day. I did explore Glasgow a little bit. Walking around throughout Glasgow, I had a very positive experience. The buildings are nice, the sun was shining, what I wouldn't be expecting. So little coffee with Nick and Josh. Cheers. Lots of commerce, restaurants, life in the city, and it's such a beautiful country. Then I had a great day. About to start day 2 of the main event, and I am on the feature table. My stack is looking pretty good at the moment, 60-something big blinds. So let's see how this will go. Aggression is what makes money in poker. So in that stage of the tournament, I do feel like playing aggressive, taking your spots, and risking in order to build up a stack to be the best strategy.
Over go the aces, over go the kings, and it's a 2. So Vivi, up to 326,000.
Of course, you can just be there folding, waiting for aces or kings or ace-king, but sometimes you don't get these hands. So you need to play poker, you know? Sometimes you have queen-8 suited, and if it's a good jam, it's a good jam. So my bust out hand, I'm on the big blind with 20 big blinds. He raised on the button with 22 big blinds. I have queen-8 of diamonds, and I decided to use this hand as a bluff. I jammed, and he ended up calling. He had ace-10 of spades. I have the queen-8 of diamond. I still had around 40% equity, but I lost this one and I was out. Many times in poker, you will do the right play, and you will still lose the pot. You bust tournaments. I'm happy with my overall performance, and I had a good time. My cash was 2410, so I'm always happy about cashing, especially in an 888 Poker Live event, as compared to non-888 Poker Live events where I don't have to combine playing poker with content creation. Am I Christy Bicknell?
Yeah.
It's part of my job to represent a brand and to create content, and I love what I do. But while I'm playing, especially if I'm deep in a tournament or I'm playing a very important event, recording can be distracting. It is challenging for me sometimes to combine both and try to do both in a good way. My overall experience here was incredible. I love the people, I love the casino, I love the surroundings, I love the city. I cashed in the main event. I can't complain. Plus, I had also the chance to meet the 888 Poker team, which are great friends of mine, and I'm always looking forward to. So this was my time here in Scotland, and now you know how I leave one of these events, the 888 Poker Live events, and see you next time.
Right now, obviously, you're older, and you can look back at this and reflect, and I guess understand that your mother's desires and wishes and demands of you and your sister were well-intentioned. Mm-hmm. But growing up with that, how difficult was that?
I mean, it was incredibly difficult, which is why I grew up as a bit of a rebel, right? Because it was me trying to fight back against all of, that.
By the way, I had so many Asian friends growing up that they all smoked. They were all like smokers and this, and they would basically come out and be like, and you found out it was basically because they were trying to be rebels against their parents.
Right. It's like you want to fight back against all of that structure. And also, I think a lot of why I wanted to be a rebel too was because my sister really conformed to all of the things, and so it just made me want to go to the extreme end of the spectrum and say, okay, well, if you have somehow gotten my sister to kind of comply to everything that you are expecting of us, then it gives me less of a reason to want to do it. She's already fulfilled a lot of their expectations. And also because I think deep down inside, it was probably just my way of, I didn't think I could live up to their expectations. So it was easier to be a rebel. It was easier to say I didn't care and I'm not going to get straight A's, not because I can't, but because I don't want to, when maybe it was me feeling like I couldn't fulfill it, right?
Right, so it's almost just sabotage yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
Just
a little
to
bit of
avoid actually
self-sabotage.
failing.
For sure.
That's interesting. When you started to kind of dive into poker and gambling and decided that maybe this was a career for you, how much backlash was there from your mom?
I mean, there was definitely a good amount of backlash because, again, I think your parents only want the best for you, and their idea of what's best for you might be very different from what your idea of what's best for you is, because especially when you're young, like my idea of what's best for me is kind of like letting me do whatever I want to do, right? But they can see like a bigger picture. And although, she definitely didn't agree with my choices, and I think it felt like a disappointment to her because, again, they feel like they invested so much into our future and they gave up so much for our future that I think she couldn't really fathom that this is what I saw myself doing with my life. But again, because I did have that rebel attitude, it didn't deter me. I think some people, once they get a certain level of backlash or they don't have a certain level of support from their loved ones, they might be like, all right, I'll change course, right? Because it feels really hard to continue on a path when you're not getting any support. But I think that actually fueled me to keep going and to kind of succeed, to prove them wrong. So in some ways I have them to thank, because I feel like there were times when I did think like, wow, playing poker for a living is hard. I don't know if I want to keep going. But just because I didn't want to have to go back to my parents and tell them they were right, I forced myself to play through the times when there were self-doubt or the times when I was going on a downswing and And
off we go again, guys. Nice little 20-minute break for the players. Coming back, new featured table. Colin McAndrew in 1, John Sellers in 2, Yi Gu in 3, Georgius in 4, Mark Bone in 5, Glenn Gaines in 6, Darryl Lowry in 7, and Rob Legg in the 9 seat. 35 left, 29 played, 6 from the money. So we'll be hitting the money at some point in this session. Have another couple of giveaways for the chat boxes too. I'm almost certain that the money bubble will be popped.
Just made it.
That's right, I've done it all. Finished, done. Player names done, chip counts done, average
Just met the
stack
new
done.
marketing manager. You have to get involved and chat. He went, oh, it's so nice to meet you. I went, who are you? He's I'm the new marketing manager for Grosvenor. Her name's Felix. Oh, yes, I've been watching for years. Says, oh, thank you very much. He says, that Jay knows his stuff, doesn't he? I says, don't go on. Nice lad. Nice lad. New marketing manager for Grosvenor. Felix is in the building. Whew. So I come sprinting past. So here we go, next session, 6 off the money. Obviously, I'm guessing we're going to get into the money of this this session. Only 6 spots off it, be incredible if we don't. So, who's chip leader?
I don't think we got chip counts with no, we didn't get chip counts at the break.
We'll try and get them off PK.
Chip leader at this specific table is the player everyone was asking for, Glenn Gaines.
Oi.
Finally hit.
There he is.
It's like he heard me. He turned his head then when I went Glenn Gaines. He looked at me. That was scary.
Drinking his vodka and tonic.
It's like slow stared, slowly turned his head round, stared at the camera. Yes, me.
Yeah, that was so funny. Hey, dear. Palace as Glenn wins this comp.
23 covering on the bubble. As Georgia's here. May put the pressure on with the sixes.
Coffee says it's been a while since I've seen a live of yours. Well, we are here, Coffee. Oh, Glenn knocked the invincible Foghorn out with a flip. Unlucky Marcus. We are here for 888 this week. We have got a Portsmouth Summer Festival on the 11th of June, and then we are up in Edinburgh for the next 888 on the 17th of June. Come and join us. 2 more live streams in June before a month's break. And we come back to the 20th of July, 16th till the 20th of July in the Vic. The reopening of the Vic.
It's good for poker if Foghorn wins. We all know that, says MXR.
Yeah, that's Marcus.
MXR.
MXR.
So, why? I was about to say I thought he was in the big blind as George. Just about to say why has he not called yet? But we're in the small blind trying to get the big end. Makes sense. John just run into it here. Ace 10 for 6.5. Probably has to go. Unfortunately, runs into top end of Georgius with the ladies. Aces about for John on that flop. Does pick up an additional 2 outs, although in his head he does, but we can see they are not available. It's just aces to survive.
Can we get there? No, we can't. So John eliminated in early stages.
Open feature 2.
Yeah, just before John. On the outer table, we lost Brujan at Marion Cornello. And then John Sellers just exiting the field now, so that number should drop to 33. As we continue, 4 off the money. Decent min cash, this one, for a 220 buy-in. You're getting well over 2.5x tower. It's a healthy old min cash.
Yeah, it's a big min cash, this one.
A CFO. Are you in Vegas, a CFO? I'm sure you are. I get a yearly selfie with a CFO in Vegas. Whenever he sees me, he grabs me for a selfie usually.
He'll turn up for 2 days.
Yeah.
He'll say it's too expensive and then go home.
Get his pictures in, get his videos in.
That's it. Put them out for a month. Looks like he's been there all summer.
Yeah, exactly. Just he literally he goes there for 2 days. He gets a month's worth of pictures and then posts a different picture each day for a month.
True story.
I'd let this one go as Georgius. I'd open it if we heavily covered both in the blinds, but with Glenn, competent, similar stack to ours in the big blind, don't think any need to open here. Does let it go.
He's not going this year. No selfies on the strip.
Oh, great.
Gutted. Would have been good to see you down there, pal.
These three. The Georgius missed a much better one to open when Glenn's in the small blind as well. Very important to take note of where the other big stack is. And the small, usually the position that Glenn's going to be less inclined to continue from. However, not if we actually find a legitimate holding. Ace 10 here in the small. It's kind of an awkward one. Georgius does cover us by 2 bigs, but against the cut-off wide opening range here on the bubble, still could take this upstairs as Glenn. Upstairs it goes. That 130 seems nice as well at 40. Closer to the money.
Ian's coming back. So C4's not going to Vegas because it's a rip-off. But he's going to Wimbledon to buy strawberries for £10 a punnet.
Oh, that's not a rip-off.
Strawberries and cream, £20, but that's okay because it's Wimbledon. Enjoy. He loves his Wimbledon, doesn't he, C4? He gets tickets every single year. I don't know how he does it. And Croatia. Supposed to be stunning, Croatia. I've never been. Supposed to be absolutely beautiful.
How you doing, Spinksy? Good afternoon, lads. Spinksy
Oi,
here
oi.
watching the live stream with you guys. Not long now until Viva Las Vegas.
Did you see Gary Spinks in a winning photo last week? In Nottingham? How did you do, Gaz, in Nottingham? Did I thought you either saw you on an FT or a winning photo or something like that? And see you in Vegas somewhere.
A Wimbledon strawberry is £2.50. What? Just one?
One.
One strawberry?
Yep.
£2.50.
One strawberry. It's a big strawberry. Yeah, he loves his tennis. He really does. He's queuing the rain to go and see Djokovic.
They not have the roof at Wimbledon?
They do. I think it's on the #1 court and the centre court nowadays. By the time Wimbledon's finished, the grass looks like our golf course was last week.
115.
So we're down to 32. 3 spots off the money.
Yeah, an A6 suited here for Rob. Not we wanting to get looked up here.
He will not.
Just under 6.
Can he get it through, he says. It's from Gunn. All the way around to Ian, who's just come to the table.
By the way, I started this hand with 5.
No, I know. We need to get a chip card. No, he said it to me. So you started the hand with 580?
Yes.
Did you get that right?
Ian says I started the hand with 580.
580.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, that's right then.
So it's bob on.
540 in his
That's
stack.
exactly right.
His ante plus his big.
That's exactly correct. You put a big blind ante in and you put the big blind in, which is 40k.
Do you have any data, folks? Good luck, everyone.
Ian Burr. I think he's from California, isn't he? Ian?
Yes, I remember before we done some research on him. I did not Ricky Kebabs. Obviously would have been great to get out there. But still got to feel the joys vicariously for everyone else.
I was listening to some of the stories on the news channels. 3 people took 80 hours to get there.
They get the ferry?
80, yeah. 80 hours.
Yeah.
And they slept in a boot of a car of somebody who parked up somewhere because the hotel was €2,500 at the side of the stadium. And then they watched the match, and the day after they were setting off back for another 80 hours. It's like a week's journey to just watch 90 minutes of football and not be comfortable.
Yeah.
At all. 80 hours. Like, jeez. Yeah, that was some comeback, wasn't it? For the Sunderland fans against Sheffield United. First 70 minutes, worst football team on the planet, Sunderland. Then all of a sudden they scored twice. Winning goal was a beauty. Did you see the bet that came in? Somebody had I said it before, scoring and a booking in the last 10 minutes of an important game.
Yeah.
380 to 1. The guy that scored the winner for Sunderland and get a booking.
Yeah.
Scores a goal, whips his shirts off.
Sancho last night as well, wasn't it?
Did he?
Scored, took his shirt off 80-something minute.
Wow.
82nd minute, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 380 to 1. Somebody had a fiver on it.
So important that Rob doesn't jam here and he just defends. We saw a similar spot just before the break, and that's a mistake a lot of people make in these spots is seeing their hand and seeing their stack and thinking they have to jam and not recognising, oh well, he's good out there, you are, and not recognising that he doesn't have any fold equity. Better to just call, see a flop, and then we can still get away on certain textures. And Georgia's still not snapped off 10s for 7 bigs here. Pretty big mistake from Rob to make at this stage. We're only 2 off the money. We can still get on the right side of the bubble here. Just need to recognise when our opponent opens and we got 6 bigs. There's no fold equity. We always have to see 5 cards with ace-9 off.
Pocket 10s. We are 2 spots off the money. If we lose Rob here, we'll be on the bubble and we need an ace. Running 3s.
Running 4s. That will work.
Here's some space. It is not. We are now on the bubble. Rob just busting out.
Yeah. Well, like mentioned it earlier, one of the big mistakes I see a lot of people make in poker, especially at the smaller buy-in level, is not recognising when we get that short there's no fold equity, so we always have to run it for our tournament life, and equity's running fine as pre, so even when we got 60% going to be out the door.
If I've got 2 bigs on the bubble in the World Series, you think I'm playing hand?
I don't think you're playing a hand, no.
I'm off. I'm off to Planet Hollow for 10 minutes.
That's a good point. Richie Byrne was saying about the bets, it wasn't his mum who had the bet. Are you allowed to do that as like a parent of a footballer?
Yeah.
But what if you say to your boy, if you score today, take your top off, son? Surely that's like corruption, right?
He could have told his mates to do exactly the same.
Yeah, that is true, I guess, yeah.
He just told all his mates when I scored winning in 88th minute or 90 plus whatever it was.
Like matey eating the pie that time.
Yeah,
when everyone was on
exactly.
it.
Yeah, he got banned from football, didn't
Yeah, eating the pie.
he? I'm going to eat a pie, and then somebody offered 25 to 1 or something for him to eat a pie.
Paddy Power, weren't it? I think.
Bonkers. And now we know why a C4 goes to Wembley every year, Wimbledon every year. He gets free strawberries.
Random draw.
He gets free strawberries every year with the HSBC every year. That's the reason he goes to Wimbledon. Because if he had to pay for his strawberries at Wimbledon, he wouldn't go. Simple as that. Shame we've only got one Manchester League these days. I'm missing all these samosas. We get nothing there.
Yeah, that is true. I fancy a trip to Reading, do you, C4? Trip down the...
Yeah, come on, down the A34. Come on.
So, the clock has been paused, guys. That can only mean one thing.
We're on the ball.
And yes, we are. So, David Buckley, we lost. Mukesh Morajara, we lost. And then we just saw Robert Legg on our featured table.
Please deal one hand. Here we go.
A lot of people guess Canadian. It's nice.
Put it on my roadmap when the Olympics comes to America. I'll take it on my roadmap. Yeah, in 3 years' time, after the next Olympics is in the US.
5 seconds. Race to 40.
The thing is about this, Richie Bennett says my mate wasn't allowed to bet on football when he worked for the FA. Surely you just go and ask your mate who works in IT to put a bet on for you.
Of course they do. Yeah, absolutely. Of course they do. Everybody sticks a bet on. It's just whether you get found out or not.
Just go and tell your mate to go and put it on for you. Okay, 9s for Georgius. Oh no. Oh no. What is Darryl up to here?
Oh, with ace-3.
No fold equity. 6 bigs on the direct bubble. Just wants to rattle in ace-3 over in an open when we're never getting a fold. Oh, this is something. Like, as Colin here probably just lets ace-queen go. He's only got 10 bigs here, and Darryl should be super snug. Darryl probably supposed to fold ace-queen in this given scenario with no fold equity. But he just rattles in ace-3. Oh, my word. Usually a cagey affair on the bubble as a short stack, but this is a... I don't really care what's going to happen.
Yep. In the cut-off with an ace.
Colin should fold here because Darryl shouldn't be shoving like ace-jack, ace-10. He shouldn't be shoving these hands, but we can see he's got ace-3 off, but even still as Colin, it's not worth it. We know that Georgius is always calling. We're getting the right side of the money when Georgius holds.
So don't turn your cards over, please. Ace-3 against pocket 9s. You're not in good shape.
A bit of a torch on the stone bubble. Like, we're probably meant to just fold ace-queen here as Darryl. Always say the way to look at this, you need to not look at it as a min cash, look at it as a ladder. £570 ladder, we're not going to get that until we're 5 or 6 left. So that's why it becomes so important to get on the right side when we have these shallow stacks.
Waiting for the other tables to finish before we turn our cards over. We are on the direct bubble in Reading.
Yeah, this is a real strange one, Tower. Maybe it's one of those 1 in 1,000 shots RFID error and he hasn't actually got ace-3. That could be the case.
Yep, here we go.
He's standing up so he don't like what he sees.
Please step back from the feature table.
So everybody looking around, just being asked just to step back. Just watch the telly. It's on the TV. Ace 3 for Darryl. Can he survive, or are we in the dosh? Jack 4-7 is not good for Ace 3. And as you can see, top right, there's only one ace in the deck. But now we pick up extra 4 outs with a 5. And it's not, it's a king. So the second hand, boom, we're in the money. And Darryl could have just thought about that a little bit more and realised that he didn't have to play and get involved.
We've cut off as well, Tal. We've still got 4 hands before we go through the
Four
blinds.
hands.
Like,
Full
four
four hands.
hands, someone else going to bust.
Yep.
Wow. I just love to know what goes through people's heads. Where is the logic?
Yep.
Yeah, I like the ace-queen fold, Max. I think that's a good fold from Colin, but just recognising the situation, how important it is to get on the right side of the money. And just when we have no fold equity, it's crazy. Maybe he wanted to get in the eye roller. I don't know. Well, maybe he wanted to go to the pub for all 3 months. It's Friday, of course, yeah. Maybe he wanted to get the beers in early. I love like in 20 years time, you know, like you can have the heart, they used to have the heart rate monitors on the poker players,
Yeah.
like a mind reading device. We can actually see if it is a monkey playing symbols in a lot of the players' heads, or if they're actually thinking about logical
If
things.
there's a little avatar comes up to what you should be doing.
Or just that like Rainbow Llama, you know, the one Peter Griffin when he turns on the TV that's running, like going, I'd love to just know what goes on in people's heads. It just baffles me. Is there any thought there? What are they thinking about? I always say, guys, like, people have their own way of playing. They have their own thoughts, their own ideas, but this is an art, this game. It's art, poker. When people start doing silly things, it's like they get a big can of black paint and they throw it all over your nice canvas. And this game's played right, it's an art form. I would just love to know what goes on in some people's heads with some of the hands we see over and over again. Like, surely people, to be able to pull up a few £100, they've got something in between the ears and can think logically about spots and just a bit of lateral thinking, breaking things down.
Wonder how many times the donkey come up out of Shrek.
But yeah, like, just this is what I mean. Like, I'd love to just see inside people's heads, Tower. Like, what's going on in there? I have no idea, Max Ali, regarding all that financial FPP stuff with Man City. They're 18 to 1 to get relegated, apparently. So,
who?
City.
City? 18 to 1 to get relegated. Have we got a point deduction of 100 points or something?
How many points do you think City would need to get deducted to go down? Because I think even if they got
60,
you think? I think 60 is a good shot. I was going to say if they got 40 points deducted, they'd still stay out. I reckon.
Yeah, it'd definitely be 60.
So now, after Darryl leaving us on the bubble, the reins are free for everyone else. So Colin gets the jam ace deuce suited for just sub 10. And Georgius, this is a snap serve. This is a snappity snap. He's having a think up, but it's sub 10. Colin's going to shove any ace here. Ace deuce through ace 8. We dominate. He's going to shove king 9 suited, 10 9 suited, jack 9 suited, queen 9 suited. Probably even going to take king 9 off.
Hold the call, table 21.
the money. 29 getting the money. Already lost 2 in the money.
It's not looking good for Colin. Only a duck will keep him alive.
Can he hit it? Well, there's a 6. That brings out chops.
7s and 5s to chop things up. Oh!
Oi, oi,
have
just a straight deuce, baby.
Have a little duck on the river instead.
Oh, Colin in one. Mr. McAndrew.
Down to 26. Lost John Walker and Sheng Shu Zhu. Before lose Ben Skinner. Over in Dan West. Afternoon, gents. Great to see Ian in the mixer again. Top bloke.
Hand them over now.
No. Oh, fuck off.
King 5 suited. Doesn't take his option to open. Just 10 of diamonds for Piers, does make it 45k. King Queen suited here for Georgios. Could jam here, Tao. Jam would actually be really nice. I think the big blind looks really shallow, so I feel like jam's really nice here from Georgios. Not going to take it.
No, just going to call.
These suited broadways, really nice ones to send, just for the equity they have, even when called. Well, either way. Mark now getting to jam the 8s for 12.
And both of these could go either way. I think the ace-10 folds. The King Queen, I think, has got more of a decision.
Yeah, ace-10 suited kind of grim against 12 when we open from EP. Flat in there, so Mark should maybe shove a few pips wider with the flat.
Always gone in with the ace-10.
Now the King Queen going to get out of the way.
Here we go. Already lost 3 in the minute. I'll give you those names straight after this one. Could be 4.
Hold and call, table 21.
King, Jack, 2. The King Queen would have been in. Ace now looking good. I'm glad the King Queen of Diamonds gets out of the way.
Not on that river.
Oh, look at that. How did we get there?
Just the stones for Piers.
Piers. That would have been interesting with the King Queen. King Queen folded, and we're still at the Queen on the river. Unlucky, sir. We're down to 25.
I have no idea what that is, Richie Banner.
Smart glasses. What on earth are they? Can they see through decks of cards or something? Because that's the only way they'll get banned. So Mount Boone, last out, all getting 570.
Queen for Ian. Should be opening this one. Raises to 40k.
Smart glasses can have earpieces. They are smart. Google Ray-Ban smart glasses. I will do, Richie. Thanks very much.
I feel like this is a close one for Gavin here that potentially does some folding. Last 10% of the field now. ICM is real, still there over our shoulders. But what do I know? Just drills middle set on the 10-6-4 rainbow. Now we get here is Gavin. No need to raise, we've got position. Just call. Nicely done. Oh, interesting one for Glenn. Getting nearly 5-1, 2 overcards, a backdoor flush draw. Disciplined, letting it go. Clubs on the turn and should be done with this one as in now. Have to wave the white flag. Like, just think about Gavin's range here. Going to be a lot of 10x that we're not dislodging on this 8 of clubs turn. Even maybe some 8-9 suited, although should fold pre if he's calling sixes, maybe calling slightly wider. Now going to get to go for his value himself as Gavin won't be getting an 8 from the king queen.
You know, 440 and 22.
We're going to go to another keyword in 15 minutes, guys.
Yes.
15 minutes for the next keyword. I think it's going to be 4 sessions today, so we'll just do 2 tickets, keyword, 2 tickets, keyword.
We'll work out when it's if it slows down a little. We're on 25. We're in the money. More than 1 and all. 243 entries, and we're down to the final 25.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, lines over now. It's 10:25. It's for this half. Pass, pass. Pass, pass. Base to 55.
Jordinas for the ace-9 raises to 55. Then with the ace-10. It says call. He's out the big with jack-7. Decides against calling. Flicks them in the bin. One to the flop, 4, 6, 8, 2 diamonds.
We could continue here, 9 of diamonds, nice card, to continue with, blocking some check raises, blocking some check calls with Glenn. I do dislodge some deuces, threes, that's about it that we are behind to. But it's going to take a freebie as Georgius.
Which is the Queen of Hearts.
Does he fancy a delay now as Georgius? Once again, thinking maybe about what he's trying to fold out here with the delay. Guess once again we can fold out some stuff like an ace, four, spades, deuces and threes. A few select combos in there. We do actually get the ace 10 that nudges us into the muck.
Good afternoon, whenever you're watching from. Razor Kev says, if City got deducted 40 points this season, they would have been safe. It needs to be 50 minus. I don't think they're going to get deducted anything.
Giving out all these points deductions for doing like bad things in football. What about the people that do good things in football? Where's their points increase? Why can't someone get 20 points added to them a season?
Absolutely.
Have some of that.
Yeah, totally agree.
No red cards last season in the whole squad. There you are, boys. Have 20 points to start the season.
And what gets me is that teams that in League 1 and League 2 get points deducted for irregularities and instantly get fined and banned and point deduction. Why has it took Man City 3 years?
It's not just in football, it's in everything, ain't it? The higher you go up the hierarchy,
Why has it took them 3 years to get them banned?
Whatever walk of life, you can just get away with things. It's simple as that. The higher you go up, you get away with whatever you want.
Poor old Berry had a tax bill of 250,000. They couldn't pay it. They got demoted to banned from football. They got demoted. They got like ceased trading. 250,000. Man City, 3 years.
That's a Glenn here, ace queen suited. If we are going to free bet, we'll be free betting to call. So here comes 3-bet here. 1-2-5. Piers can't do anything with ace 9 suited. Big blind out the way. Back to Colin, who ace jack off here. Personally would just let it go. Glenn's been kind of solid since he's been on the feature and not getting out of line. Just that general rule of thumb, always say ace jack off and below when we open from EP, when we get free bet, assuming a legitimate size, just let these go. Ace queen off, sort of the line of the offsuit unpaired hands where potentially start thinking about continuing. Like there are some situations, if someone's been overly aggressive, free betting too much, then we can start dipping into some pips lower to go for some 4-bet sends perhaps. But against Glenn, who's been playing pretty snug, we'll just let this one go as Colin. We will see what he comes with. Well, he's going to come with this option. Cool. Okay.
Interesting.
Probably the worst of the lot, I think. Best option, probably fold. Maybe then 4-bet jam and then call. I feel like it's going to be the worst option.
Any flops about Glenn?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Wonder if he checks here as Glenn against this SPR, or whether he goes for 10%. If he does continue, it won't be large. I feel like going to be like 30k or just check back. When the SPRs are small, we can still get it in by rivers anyway. That does just find the 30k for 10%, which I think is really nice.
Cheap lead on the table, Glenn Gaines. 25 players left.
So we're going to have a spin.
Oh,
because we've got
here we go.
occurrence. So we've got Bruno Ribeiro, who is all in and at risk with King Jack. James Burke is also all in, but has Bruno covered with Ace Queen. And covering the lot is Christian Inash with the Ace King. So could have a double knockout if Christian holds.
5, 7, 9.
That is looking good.
No spades in play at all.
Just fading queens and jacks for the lot.
Oh, Queen! What a card! What a turn card that is when you're all in.
And a clean river. James Burke, the beneficiary in that three-way all in. Lady on the turn.
Bruno busting out.
So we lose Bruno Ribeiro in 25th place. But what a turn card that could be for James.
Very nice indeed. Gareth's just sitting there thinking, why is that on me? Nice stack in front of Gareth. From Portsmouth.
Richard going to have a nice clean jam. Like this is one we can jam. Like if we had like A7 here, we just have to call because we have no fold equity. But when we're this high up and we are likely to be well ahead of our opponent's opening range, it's fine to just jam a hand as high up as Ace Queen. But like when we have Ace Deuce here, we're supposed to just call because we have no fold equity against two in betweeners. We're only 55% and so on. So just one of these spots where it is okay off of a real shallow depth to just move all in, as Richard got some fading to do now.
9 Jack Deuce. Ace Queen still good for Rich.
And he chops.
Yep. 9s and deuces. Ace Queen. Nice double.
Spin up started for Richard. We're going to be going to a keyword in 7 minutes, guys. I'm just going to go get the teas in.
Good shout.
Ready for a keyword.
Oh, I might have a donut.
You want a donut?
I haven't had a donut yet. Might have a donut.
I've got some bad news. Have you,
no.
have you not looked in the bag?
No.
It's just fruit now.
Oh, no. No way.
Do you want a donut?
I think we'll have a donut and a cup of tea just before the keyword. We'll celebrate the keyword. Good old Gareth Wright.
I haven't had my dinner yet, so I'm gonna hold off. But yeah,
awesome. I thought you'd had one. You were kidding.
I was bluffing.
It was bluffing. Go, I fell for that one. Right, easy to fall for. There's a bag of donuts here from Sainsbury's. Thanks to Gareth Wright, who's still in the tournament. Thanks to lads in a box of donuts. Still not Tim Hortons though, Lime. Still not the same. Tim Hortons iced cappuccino and a massive great big donut from Tim Hortons. Oh God, the dreams, man, the dreams. Then raises to 50. Now the blinds are 25. So welcome to Reading. Great place. Love this casino. Even met the new marketing manager for Grosvenor as well, old Felix. Nice to have a chat with him at the break. Kings for Rich in seat number 9 out of 11. All of it, he says, after initial race from Georges. Here comes the tea, boy. Paper cups, what you having there?
Well, there was no
Was there not?
normal cups in the tea room. 3 minutes.
Nines for Glenn. Oh, and you know everything you've been saying about the boss while he's been on holiday?
Yep.
Quiet. He's back.
Oh, is he?
He's in front of telly.
Okay.
He's got live stream on.
Right, all right.
Dogs are watching as well.
I didn't say much, to be fair. I just said he was at the Vic with his clipboard, making sure they move a screw 1 inch from the left because it's slightly out.
I can
That's
imagine.
all I said. That's all I said.
I can imagine old Andy walking around with his clipboard and his
Yeah,
hard hat.
yeah, just in the Vic. Can you move this screw at half an inch left, please, boys? It's not symmetrical with
It'll
the
be
screw on the
live
right-hand
stream.
side.
You know what it's like.
Doesn't miss a thing, does it?
Exactly. Are you partaking in a duff
I'm
nuts?
okay. I haven't eaten
Come
it today.
on.
I can't
Come
start.
on, look. Gareth fetched him in from
can't.
Portsmouth.
Not yet. Maybe later. Maybe
Three.
later.
That's 2 for me then.
2 for you, yeah? I'll have 2 bits of fruit.
Keyword on its way in 1 minute.
After this hand.
Straight after donuts. Welcome back, boss. Hope you had a great time on your jollies. Just a short break with the old swamp duck, as he calls her.
Swamp duck.
It's a favourite. I'm telling you, it's an endearing term. I love it. Good old Carol. Wow.
A7 suited for Glenn.
You might have to move them.
I'll cover this hand, guys. You're not going to hear from Tower for about a minute. So, Glenn with the open to 50. Going to a keyword after this hand. If you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, you need to make your way over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you want to participate in the next giveaway. $22 up for grabs for 888 Poker. So you want a chance of getting your hands on one of those tickets. Stay tuned. Until now, easy as that. There we go. Are we going to do it live? Are we ready?
Are we ready?
We are ready. Simple as this, guys. You should know the rules by now. Nice, easy one. Come over to 88 Poker TV on Twitch.
Nowhere
you
else.
need to type the keyword in the chat box, and then the 2 winners will be picked at random. 2 $22 tickets up for grabs. And the keyword is strawberry.
Oh, a C4. Strawberry. Keyword. Type it in. 888 Poker TV.
Good luck.
If you're anywhere else, just stay tuned.
Couple of minutes and the winners will be picked.
Strawberry.
King Jack for Ian from +1 here. Off for 15 bigs. Going to attempt to steal. Out the way on the button. Georgia should be following suit in the small blind. Anything for Mr. Gaines in the big? Just out the way with the 8-3 off. And before we go to the winners of this giveaway, we're quickly going to spin over to an outer table, see what's occurring.
All stood up.
It's Chiranjeevi.
Oh,
he is open shoved with the Queen Jack. Ran into tens. He will like what he sees when he's called. 2 live cards, and there is one of them.
8, 9, Jack.
Still needing to fade. No 7, Queen or 10, and we double.
Oh, it's a 7 back doors. Ouch.
I think your omen O's on the flop. Still needing to fade. And the chip's being sweeped over to Colchester Les.
From Manchester. I love it.
Queen 10 suited for Gavin. Opens to 50. You hit in the cutoff. Nice clean jam spot. LP versus LP. Does take it. 14 bigs effective. Should be working versus Gavin's particular holding here. Nothing doing for the big blind. As Lime announces in the chat, 1 more minute for Strawberry, guys. If you've not got yourself over to Twitch and typed out the keyword, I would recommend doing so. Less than 60 seconds before the winners are announced.
Go, go, go. Joey says, Sandra, how many final tables you made this week? Came 6 the other night, didn't she, Sandra?
That was Brandon.
Oh, yeah. Sandra claimed it. Sandra claimed it. So, your last few seconds for Strawberry into the 888 Poker TV chat for a chance for 2 tickets. George was here, screen suited.
30 to start the hand. Just going to be an open. And Piers here. Quite an interesting one versus cut-off here. Like, I actually think it's fine to just send. It's a lot of bigs, 28 BBs, but it's kind of awkward. Like, we actually want to have like 22 here because then it's just clean as you like jam. 28 does seem like a bit too much with ICM being there, last 10% of the field, but he's still going to take it as Piers. I think theoretically going to be right. Maybe in these sort of lower buy-ins, don't necessarily need to take as high variance spots for this many BBs, but I kind of like it. And Georgius here with Ace Queen suited. Like the key component here, why Ace Queen suited should always call. Piers shouldn't actually do this with Ace King, and he shouldn't do this with Kings, Queens, or Aces. Very important. Like the Ace King wants the 3-bet call, and the Queens, Kings, and Aces all want a 3-bet call. So there's actually no Ace King, Queens, Kings, or Aces in range. So as Georgius, we can't fold Ace Queen suited. And here we go. This is a monster flip, by the way, guys.
It certainly is. This is 1.4 million. This is huge. This is for like 60 bigs. Georgius with the Ace Queen. Piers, Ace. They'll be checking the stacks no matter what happens. An ace on the flop. The festival nuts. Where is it?
Gonna need to find it.
Yep.
Otherwise, we're gonna have a healthy chip leader in Georgius.
It's a 9 next door. We're definitely going to check the stacks, but we think that Piers has been eliminated. They are going to check the stacks.
Unless they check the stats, we are ready for the countdown.
Cheers, Lime. Counters down, Lime. Counters down. Final 10 seconds to get in for the keyword, which is Strawberry, which are apparently £2.50 each when you get to Wimbledon. Good cup of tea, that kid. Good cup of tea. Who made it for you?
I made it. I actually made it myself.
Good on you. Here we go. Who's getting the prizes? the crazy Scotsman.
Round a bit.
He's got himself a ticket. Cat says that's rigged. Hey. And Bordia Fish, or Bordia Flash. Well done, Bordia Flash and the crazy Scotsman.
A nice couple of tickets going your way. Still got 6 more to give away today, guys, so stay tuned for those as we pick up with Yi. 18 bigs, aces +2. Should be an open. Ace suited here for Glenn in the cut-off. An awkward one when Yi opens off of 18. Maybe like we could make this like 105k. Goes slightly larger. I feel like when Yi's off of 18 can just go for like north of 4 BBs, but here we go. Ian, couple of hooks here. We are in trouble, sir. 15 bigs. And how often does this spot happen? Let's just think about how much you play poker tower. When you open aces, there's a 3-bet and a 4-bet all in before it comes back to you. Like, it's just a dream spot. It just doesn't happen very often. And like Yee's can't wait to ask for a count.
Yep. Just trying to keep Glenn involved. But we know he'll be folding when it comes round to him. But Yee is sat there going, yeehaw!
Dream of dreams. Like, this doesn't occur very often. 4-bet all in front of you, and you're sat there with the boots, and here we go.
Glenn's already got a big. Ian, the course on. The old tying the old jump around the waist.
That's new.
Oh. That's some water bottle. Needs a jack to survive, and a jack only. And doesn't, so Ian is going to be eliminated, Mr. Ian Burt. Well played, sir. Well, unfortunately busted out in 22nd. There's been a slight increase in the dosh to 600. So keyword given away. Well done to Bordia Flash. You know what to do regarding your messages and your whispers. Don't have them on private. Let people contact you like Lime does. And your ticket will be with you.
King 4 suited for Georgios with the chip lead. Got to open this one when we're this heavily stacked. Number just drops. As we balance. The last 2 bust outs actually being Ian and Piers from the feature. 21 remain, 3 tables of 7, 2 table redraw at 18. Is Glenn going to be able to 3-bet this? Ace King suited. Bumps it up, makes it 140. It should be end of hand. Now, if there's any fruitful ideas coming from this combo of Georgios, we just let Glenn have it. We move on to the next hand. Is he going to set the dynamic here and now? Let Glenn know you're not going to be able to 3-bet us that much, even though you can do damage to our stack, but as expected, King 4 just hitting the muck. We're going to play one more hand at 10k, 25k, and blinds will be increasing.
243. High roller started. If you want to get involved with the rest of the festival, this is what it looks like here in Reading. Today the high roller has just started. Main event starting at 6. There's satellites going on. And then Friday we'll concentrate on the high roller day 2 when the main event continues. Saturday, main event and the rumble. And then Sunday, the seniors, the big shots, and crowning the champion of the latest 888 main event. So plenty still to get involved with here in Reading Grosvenor Casino. Get yourself down here. All to see you.
Oh, Michael, a couple of ladies for him. Gonna be getting free bet once again. Georgios can get quite frustrating, but important to just keep your head and just recognise people can just wake up with good hands. People aren't necessarily going to be going after the chip leader, so most of the time in these spots, sometimes you can be sat at a table, you've opened a few pots, you've been free bet a few times, and you think the table's getting after you, but more often than not, all it is people just having good hands. Like some people level themselves into thinking, oh, they can't always have it. They can. Believe me, they can.
Yeah.
But nice bit of discipline from Georgios there. Just lets it go on to the next hand. Threes for Richard. Should jam here, Tower. This could pay
11.
Could pay the price of not opening here. It's a clear jam. The problem with open, big blind gets a nice price to defend. Then most of the time, are always flipping. Only flop a set 1 in 8.5 times. We then got to navigate on board that always contains overcards. Just take all of that out of the question. Just jam ourselves and don't let the big blind realise equity.
There's 10-10 flop.
Yeah, so the jam would have probably just got through. We pick up blinds and ante, but now it's Richard. I'm just going to be in no man's a lot of the time on a lot of boards. Just want to take this out of there with an open shove pre. Don't get me wrong, we will have some 2BB strat from the cut off, but we're not going to have any low cards like 3s, 4s, 5s. All these just want to jam. Like the 2BB strat's going to be our strongest hands, aces, kings. And then some ace-x, some suited king-x removal.
Four diamonds turn. A little back door for Richard.
Yeah, now really difficult for Richard to do anything. Flush completes, 10x is there, ace-x is there. Really difficult to assign what we're trying to fold out. Maybe it's some ace-x we can dislodge by the river, but we're never folding out a 10 or a flush at this stack depth. So just waves the white flag. Could have potentially all been avoided if we find the correct move pre. Yeah, he goes for value here. This is an interesting value bet.
70k.
Trying to rep king, queen, king, jack. That's all we really have here as our bluffs. That's all Richard beats. Some king, queen, jack, queen, jack. And then our opponents got countless combinations of flushes. They got countless of 10x from the big blind. I wouldn't expect them to go this fin with ace-x, but here we are. And he does eventually get out of the way, and we're having a spin on over to the outer table.
Here we go again on the outers. The phone's out.
So James Burke, who had good fortune to survive, finds aces into ace-king, the dream spot.
Beautiful.
Can he have it locked up on the turn?
That looks about it.
There we go.
There we go.
James, who would have been out probably 90% of the time, but found the 3 out when he needed to. And now gets the cooler to go his way. Off we go, spin around to another router.
Here we go again. And it's Southampton Les with the ace king. Up against ace king, that'll do. Oh, it's ace jack. Ace jack, ace king against ace jack. Dan Knapp. Looks like he's having one. He needs a jack to survive. No, that's not good. That is not good.
Oh, ladies.
Yeah.
Ace on the river. So we do lose Dan Knapp, and just like that, couple of bust outs means
get up.
We are at the 2-table redraw. Amongst all that madness, also losing Jordan Daniels as well. And this is what occurred.
There he is. Boom, straight in.
Come on. Please.
Kings into jacks.
Oh dear.
This is not a good ending for the Kings. Look at that flop.
I was going to have a bet with you then, Tao. I was going to give you the Kings.
No, thanks.
Well, you want it on 100 to 1?
Hundreds?
Yeah? You want a quid?
You'd have made it 125s, I might have had it bound.
Well, all saw the players with their racks coming over to the feature, so everyone knows we're at the 2-table anyway with 18 left. But nice to get to see how Jordan exited. Unfortunate for him, got it in so good. But back at the feature, 18 remain. 2-table redraw should only be taking a few minutes.
Indeed, we nearly finished it. We're nearly straight back in with 18 players left.
Excuse me, sir. I'll get under 470. We'll get 166. You guys are going to have to move a little bit. You should be down the middle of the table.
2-table redraw is with us. Couple of bust outs on the outers.
Yeah, 325 for seat 7. You got seat 8 now?
300 bang on.
300 back. I'm going to double check it because
I wouldn't like it.
I know that you might discount.
I don't.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about that.
I don't genuinely.
300 for seat 9.
If someone thinks it's cheap.
Take the tray. Any more racks?
Who's that good looking fellow?
That's me.
Is he?
I told you. You can't count.
It's upside down 9, isn't it?
Yeah. Please place your button in seat 7.
Do you know what? It's always
He's done it again, right? 15,
Hey, that's happened to me. I've got straight into the big blind.
Okay guys, the blind is going to reach like 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 guys. Good luck everyone, dealers.
Here we go.
Nice and quick, couple of minutes, all that's needed. Straight back into action, guys.
Very nice indeed. Well done, 1 and 0.
It should be.
10 seconds.
The ace 8 off. Back to 4 ring now. Ace 8 off into the under the gun. Probably going to follow suit from EP. King pre-suited as James. With the 2-table redraw just being done, guys, just getting to grips with what the stack distribution is at this table will make a difference of what we want to open. But Carlo going to have a nice clean jam here. For 10, well, go for open.
You've rolled him now, that's it.
And A7 off, not the best playability, but the problem with this, any people that are clued up can really attack here. Like Mark could potentially attack with the A6 off. Because if you think about Carlo, if he's got a decent hand that he wants to just run, like even A7 I expect going, but like Ace Jack, Ace 10, all this stuff just jams, right?
Just jam on the button.
Yeah, so it's like
9.
Like, so when we do this, we've just got so many steals and then once in a while aces and kings. So it would have just played much better as a jam with Carlo, and the misstep's going to cost him because Mark flops the absolute weld here.
Looking a pair, not flush draw.
Good, now we get here, continue for one big, just sort of one and done. That does knuckle it back. I think Mark would have folded this one and we just find the jam free as Carlo.
Yeah, with you on that.
But I do like to say, when we cover the Voyager, when we cover the minis, you do find when we get to these shallow stack depths, a lot of spots seem to be missed at this average buy-in.
We're just about a second when delay jam.
I wouldn't jam as Mark, but probably lead. I'm going to get the same result. Carlo missing the opportunity pre, now having to fold.
Leave him with 9.
I feel like I always say, it just comes down to the buy-in. As soon as you go up the buy-in scale, people miss less spots because they're more studied, they put more work in away from the table. Whereas like a lot of players that are playing this tournament are probably recreationals. They have businesses, they have jobs, and they come and enjoy their poker. They don't have much time to study and run sim after sim like a lot of the pros do. How are we doing, George?
How are we doing, George? Mr. Clyde Smith, how's things, young man? Not seen you for a while.
We will be in Vegas this year.
We will. Jay is going on the
16th
of June for the month. And I'll be there on the 24th for 19.
What day are you playing the main?
Maybe 20. Maybe 21.
What day are you playing the main?
I think it's going to be the 3rd.
Okay, I've got to play that flight as well. I just have that chance of getting on your table.
Yeah, well, if you bust me,
I've got to have the chance.
You cannot bust me out of the main event. You will not play the same flight as me, because guaranteed we'll be on the same
no chance.
table.
2,000 odd runners, you have got no chance. Christian with 9s opens from +1. He should just be a call here in the big, I think, with 3s. Like, can have some jams with these small pairs at just north of 20, but we tend to attack late position, button opens.
Queen 10-6.
C-bet coming in from Christian. Hand over.
Has Tower got community sponsorship? Yes, he has. 75 spots. We are selling, I think, with us 10 spots left.
Oh, not hand over. Why? It's Yi. It's pronounced Yi.
Yeah.
That's gone over your head.
Yi.
But yes, why as freeze call, I do not know. But here we are. Like, as I say, no coverage on turns. Like, once in a while, we turn a set, but it's not going to happen very often. Literally 4% of the time we turn a set. And then when we're just met with double barrel, we have to fold. It's optimistic from Yi. And yes, under the gun +1, there are some hands we beat, stuff like ace jack, ace king, king jack. But what we need to recognise, like even stuff like ace king, 2 overcards, backdoor counterfeit, and a gut shot, is still going to have like near 50% against us. So,
And he's not over. A non-believer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Yi's up to. All aboard the button click, but more favourable river for us than early position. Does he feel like we're going to fold out a queen though on this run out? Maybe still some stuff that we beat, some ace jack, ace king, king jack, jack 9 suited. Funky old line from Yi. He's going to continue running it and trying to fold out a queen, potentially a 10, jacks.
Right, chunky as well, 200.
7-5 for half pot. Now, it's quite interesting for Christian because in terms of catch, like, we probably never give Yi one pair here. Like, I doubt he ever does this with king, queen, queen, jack, all this stuff, but Christian doesn't take too long before we get a chance to actually decipher the spot. Is going to be more favourable for the big blind, but them 16 combinations of 8, 9 halved with our holding, let's make that less likely. A nice little move from Yi. Once we get to the river, I think triple's actually really nice. Not sure about the turn lead or even the flop call. Should probably be a fold in theory.
Okay, 75 spots at £105 gives us just over the buy-in for the main event.
I'm quickly going to spin over here, Tower, because we've got the biggest pot. Oh, could have the biggest chip stack in the tournament, because Tranmere Les has got chunks, and he's all in here against the sixes with the ace-jack suited, and he finds a jack on the flop. So sixes need to find.
They need to find one of the gold. The gold jar is going to be out. It's an ace on the river.
We lose gold jar.
And unbelievably, Burnley Les has just got himself a 2 million chip stack. God, the coach.
How many cities and towns are we going to run through this weekend here in Reading? I'm going to have over 100 as we come back to the feature table. Yi with nines, Richard with ace-4 off. Here we go. I'm not sure, like, we don't need to take this for 8. Look where we are in terms of percentage of the field left. The ICM is there, even at 2 tables. Ace-4 off, just into the middle. Play for 2 days to take this as our spot to potentially go out.
We need an ace.
How about Jack? Do it the hard way.
Oh, please, you don't like that. It's a 4, but it's no good, and he has done it again. Unlucky Rich.
Yeah, it could have been a different ending to this tournament. Maybe if he just took the jam with the freeze, everything plays out different. A good run nonetheless. 17th for £700. Well, I remember you coming back after the break, Tower, and saying we should get to the money this session, almost guaranteed. How about a final table?
So close. Jim Kiley watching. How are we doing, Jim? Watching the live stream.
There we go. Gareth 8, Mark with aces, and going to go for this free bet off a 12. And to be fair, we are going to free bet off a 12. This is the size we need to choose. We don't really want to go no more than 4 bigs. Once again, just accounting for some fold equity of our opponent. If they ever have a hand that could potentially 4-bet jam as a bluff, they're more inclined to take it when they got fold equity, and they never take it when they haven't. So could be the idea here from Mark. But as Gareth, we absolutely hate this now with 8s, because this is as polar as it comes from Mark when he wants to go for a free bet, not all in off a 12 bigs. Basically going to be aces and kings, and then maybe some like ace deuce as a bluff, ace 3, stuff like that. Gareth can't help but take his price. We'll be able to get out of the way with the 8s. The show goes on. The show should go on for Gareth. Can't call here. Once again, similar to what I just spoke about, a lot of people in this game sometimes think about, oh, do I have the best hand? Is my hand better than their hand? But they never actually run equities against each other. Like as Gareth here, against a king or a pair bigger than ours, we're going to have 10%, sir. We're a 1 in 10 shot. And then when we are in front, if he's got ace queen, if he's got ace jack, he's still going to have north of 40%. So we still only win the hand less than 6 out of 10 times when we're right. And we call when he's got ace queen, ace jack. And when we're wrong, we win the hand 1 in 10 times. And I feel like it is something I see a lot more of at the lower buy-ins. People thinking, do I have the best hand? Does my hand beat his hand? Rather than actually thinking, how does equity run versus equity in this given spot? Going to improve your game fourfold if you start getting into that mindset rather than I don't believe him, I feel like my hand's good here, he's on a draw, all this malarkey. That does eventually get out of it.
When you're in it, it's a little bit different game, isn't it? That's why I'm in collective. Yeah.
Glad it was a high flop.
Afternoon, Kev. I bet you're not sat in your garden this afternoon. Oh, is it not just like changed a little bit? Have you seen the Stoke City shirt for next year? No. Why would I? What a joke, he says. Don't tell me you've gone blue and green. Red and white stripes, aren't you? Stoke City, been red and white stripes for years. How's your trip looking to Stoke going? Are you ready for it?
I am actually, yeah. I've been playing some good golf, so I've got another round tomorrow. I'm playing a lot of golf this year. I'm enjoying it though, which is it's just so nice when you hit a ball and you just see it go straight in the air. And you're like, I done that. That was me.
Putter working miracles.
No, to be fair, I need to work on me putting. I must have, I reckon, a free putt on at least 15 holes the other day, and still got 36 points, 2 blobs.
Jeez.
So it was my putting was horrendous the other day. There was one hole, I think I maybe 5 putt, I think one of the holes. Something like that.
So Dave is in from the button after initial race from Yeet in seat number 1. Jack 10 of spades. Is it that one of them hands that bust aces more often than anything else?
Well, not Jack 10 of spades, actually, 8, 9 of spades, is it? Well, not spades, no specific suit, but prefer to have like the middling suited connectors. But he is going to give David a spin here.
And Dave's going to like what he sees.
Yeah, I'm surprised at this from Yi, to be fair. Chip's valuable at this stage. Wants to spin the wheel. Oh no.
Oh no. David. We now need running hearts. Or a king. Or a 9.
Or an ace.
Or an ace. No running hearts. And it's a jack. Oh dear. 2 pair. Knocks out David in seat number 2.
Yeah, rough one to take for David. Dyer out in 15th, busting just before him was Colin McAndrew, who took 16th for £700, and David with the same payday. Everyone ladders 80, 14 remain.
14. Red and white wavy stripes next year. Oh, well, I hope when you go to the Sporters Club shop, nobody buys it. Then you'll be all right.
That's over there. Beat your arm, didn't he? Shit. Get off my ass. Vulture, isn't he?
And got to go for Carlo. 8 bigs, ace 10. Blind's about to come through us. 8 bigs soon going to become 6. We're going to have to be a jam. We've got no other option as Carlo. We can't wait forever for a top 5% up. Jam. Gets it through.
Well, 4:05 in the afternoon, wherever you may be, different time obviously. If you're not in the UK, this is GMT +1, and don't forget we've got a free roll tonight as well. We have a free roll and a password we can give out soon.
4 o'clock I meant to give it out. What's the time?
7 minutes past 4.
Oh dear. I'm late, Lime. Sorry. I had one job today. She gave
I
me.
thought you'd only got 2.5 hours to pre-reg.
She gave me one job today.
So you actually got half an hour before anybody can actually register for it.
The password is easy, so people will be able to crack it. Therefore,
go on then.
Can we give the password out at 4? Asked Lime.
Lime.
I'm a little bit late. You gave me one job, Lime. I apologise. I had one job today and I forgot about it. But I do have the password.
Yes, go on then.
But I just need to find it before I tell everyone what it is. Here it is. Free roll password, Thursday, May the 29th. The first password of the free rolls is 888 Reading.
Woo!
888 Reading is the password for the free roll, guys. I've been just around the Hertfordshire area, Kev. It's a bit of a nightmare because because obviously I live in Brum and I'm doing like I'm literally doing a 5-hour round trip for a round of golf.
He's got a golf trip away with the lads. Is it next week or the next month?
Next week.
Next week.
Next Friday.
So he tells me he's playing in Stoke. So I'm like,
for like 6 months.
You're never playing the JCB. I can't believe it. You're going to play the JCB. I can't believe you're going to play the JCB. I don't know any other golf courses in Stoke. There obviously is, but not too many. Where are you playing? Stoke Newington. Or something like that. They're in Colchester.
Stoke by Newington or something like that. I honestly, until about a month ago, Kev, I thought I was playing 45 minutes from mine in Stoke. I thought, lovely. Now I figured out I've got to go 2.5 hours to Colchester.
You never play in the JCB, are you? No, it's just somewhere in Stoke.
I honestly thought it was in Stoke. I would have got there if we didn't actually do that on stream. I would have, morning into my golf trip, I would have gone to Uber, put in where it was. I would have looked at it, I would have gone, what? 2.5 hours. So luckily I found out I'm in Colchester, not Stoke. But I've just been playing in Hertfordshire, Kev. Just a lot of the Hertfordshire courses. But it is a bit annoying because I don't have many people to play with in Brum. So I'm doing like 5-hour round trip just to come down for a round of golf.
Play the Monday night game in Stoke and say, anybody fancy a round of golf this week?
Maybe.
There's always somebody who plays poker, who plays golf. So whatever golf course it is, it's Stoke by something in Colchester. That's it. Stoke by Nayland.
That's the one, Stoke by Nayland.
That's the one.
Thanks, Annette. I'm glad you're here. I would have ended up in Stoke Newington.
Yeah. Jordan Daniels is out, Stan.
Can you shout out my girlfriend? She's obsessed with the commentary since we put on the stream today. TFT, MX's girlfriend.
Sam. How are we doing, Sam? Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Easy as that.
Wherever you may be.
But best I've ever played this year, Kev, so I'm enjoying it more than I've ever enjoyed it before. It's so nice when you're not every other shot topping it or finning it. Such a great game when it's going right.
Oh, Josh, I need you now. I need you.
14 left. Will we hit the FT this session, guys? I doubt it. 37 minutes left until the next break. See how the eye roller's getting on.
A nice table to start.
That was insane, that table. Add a few more filter into the high roller now, going strong. We have 21 players, 29 needed to hit that guarantee. Golf at the winner, Sifo, is quite expensive. I believe
$600
yeah,
around.
something like that.
$600.
You listened, didn't you, eh? You listened.
Who was it? Someone last year was telling me they can get on for free. Some people, can't they?
Steve Pearce.
I don't know who that is. Someone else was telling me they could get on for free.
Steve Pearce is from. He's actually from the. He used to be a member of the Belfry.
Okay.
Oh, Steve. I think he moved to the Warwickshire or something like that, and moved to somewhere else in Warwickshire. Because I mentioned him on the stream, saying that Steve. In fact, it was about this time last year.
Yeah.
That I mentioned that Steve said that he was going to get us on at the Win next year, or this year, which was last year. So I said, Steve's got a 4-ball at the Belfry every day. He's had it for a few years. And he says, he sent me a message. He went, Tower, have you mentioned I'm at the Belfry? And he got 4 balls. I went, yeah. He says, I've been getting messages for days saying, can you get me on? Can you? He said, I've not been there for 3 years. He said, I've been left 3 years. I've gone somewhere else.
A7 for Mark on the button here. This is one that does want to be opened. Too many to be jamming. And it's just going to get it through with a raise and take. And as he gets it through, we're going to spin on over to the outer table as Sergio is all in here against Gavin Manley.
Gav the Hat Manley.
Gav, pocket 8s. Sergio, ace 6 suited. Any help coming?
Nine, 3, 3 flop. 5 on the turn. Ace. There we go. Rivered Festival Nuts.
On the camera.
Does it again.
Oh, well, can't you put the ace there and then do it? Like you do.
To the feature, Gareth, King, Queen, all in for just sub 12. Maybe one we can go for the 2BB was with, specifically from Gun. I guess we are 7 max, so maybe a little bit more jamming going on. I still feel like a nice one to just make it 2BBs here. Carlo's got an easy fold with 7s against Gun specifically for this amount of bigs. I'm just hoping to get this one through as Gareth. Keeping afloat important at this stage. Next step, final table. I'm just going to get it through. Sifo's got a brand new set of tailor-made clubs, rarely used.
Really?
So it was actually quite funny. Last week, weren't this week, round we played. So we get to the 18th.
Yeah.
And for my chipping around the green, I use an 8-iron. Like a little, I putt with an 8-iron, it goes up a little bit, and I'm pretty decent with it. So we get to the 18th, get to the edge of the green, no 8-iron in my bag.
Where have you left it?
No 8-iron on my bag. So I'm like, I go to boys, I go, can you remember me chipping? When's the last time I chipped? They're like, to be fair, I ain't seen you chip in a while, So I drive back in the buggy, boys behind me go, either you two seen an 8-iron, and they both looked at each other. Start like, goes, we only picked it up on the 4th, mate. I've gone 14 holes without realising my 8-irons in my bag. Luckily, on the last hole, I had to chip. Otherwise, I would have left the course without my 8-iron. But they go to me, we only picked it up on the 4th, mate. Yeah, on the 4th hole. And I'm chipping.
So you don't use an 8-iron to hit it 160 or anything like that?
No,
you just to chip around the green?
It's a nice little chip around the green, like the 8-iron. That's what I use. But so it was funny because I went back to the boys and they went, "Where was it?" I went, "I left it on the 4th."
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's kind of muddled up for me. Fringe of the green 8-iron, 150 yards putter. I got it the wrong way around, haven't I?
100% you have. Why have you got a brand new set of tailor-made clubs in your house, Sifo, if you haven't played it in 30 years?
It is fun line. It is expensive as well, especially as a high handicapper. You do a lot of balls.
And green fees. They're not cheap anymore like they used to be.
So just over 30 minutes left of this session, guys. Will take us to our next break of the day. Getting close to that FT. I didn't think we'd be left with 13 around this stage. I think we're well ahead of schedule. As Yi breaks the 2 milli mark, opens in the hijack, makes it 65. Should be a defend from Carlo. Nice one to just call C3 with. Comes king high. This is bother for Carlo. Big bother. Checks it over to Yi. Look, this stack deck for Carlo, probably scale down here. Might go for like a quarter rather than a third. And does exactly that. Goes even shallower, 20%. Like it a lot. Feel like it's kind of nice when boards this dry. Want to keep some like ace highs in. Want to keep some maybe like some queen deuce suited in.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, and we're going to have a tough time as Carlo not going broke here, especially on this turn when Yi just has the double barrel. All his 10-9, queen 10, queen 9 suited, ace queen, all just become mandatory barrels, I think, here. So, as Carlo, I feel like there's nothing else we can do. If he gets away from it, hats off, but how can he? Too shallow here. We flop top pair, and in general, sub 15. And you flop top pair, more than happy to stack off with it. I'd be impressed if he gets away here, Tower, but I just don't see how he can as Carlo. Like,
7 shouldn't make any difference whatsoever.
I guess one thing that's good that is kind of going for us as Carlo, like maybe at this stack depth, some of like the ace queen, ace 10 maybe do check back, not wanting to get jammed on and wanting to realise, but I just don't see how we get to fold top pair at this stack depth if we're up against someone capable.
Yeah, he's made the call as well to get the bad news, but he does actually have it. Top pair, top kicker, Carlo, top pair, but no kicker. Unlucky, sir.
And that's going to take us into the 40k level.
Is that mine?
Lines up. 2040.
Yeah, and 2.5 million. Good for 20% of the chips in play. We doing interviews for this one?
At the end, always.
Okay. I'm just checking because
we'll do a yeah. I'm going to say yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking. That's what I'm waiting for. When he's walking over to you, you can give it the
old. Walking, I'm going to yeah. Still 12 players left, so we're 3 off the final table of 9. There will be a break.
I was going to say about the names. Last stop, Zhang Xuan and Zicheng. So Zhang Xuan absolutely hates us now because now he's got Zicheng going do 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 do. When he's walking around, Zicheng's doing it to him now. So he must absolutely hate us after starting the old Zhang Xuan do 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 on the.
That was still the best question.
Oh. But he's got his mates doing it to him now as well, so he probably wants to off with us too.
Where is Nick Eastwood? Well, the guys will be playing the main event on Friday, I am guessing.
And Gareth here with the send with the ace 4 off. And James here. It's only sub 9. We've got 2 invested. Maybe a sprinkle of some ace-x that we dominate. Wouldn't expect Gareth to take this one, to be fair, but feel like a close one for James with only 12 players left. He's going to make the call and we'll be happy with what he sees. Gareth going to need to get lucky or find some chop outs.
So here we go, ace 4, ace 8. I'll take a chop, he says. He'd like a 4. Oh, too many low cards there.
Yeah, kind of a good thing, but a bad thing. No real chops available now, but we do pick up an additional 4 outs. Looking for a will. Oh!
Oh, the 4.
Forget the will. Have the 4.
Boom.
Gareth, sit back down. Fading an 8.
Oh, no! Oh, you give it him on the turn and you take it away on the river. Oh, James.
That is a brutal run out. Why has it worked like that?
Wow. 8 on the river. Unlucky Gareth. Well played. Finishing in 12th for £880. That is grim.
That is pretty grim. You think you got there?
Oh, man. So we're on 11. 11. Wow.
Queen 10 for James. Sitting second in chips at this table, so green light to open, especially once she is out of there, and Glenn with the King Jack here in the small blind dead button, so effective button opening range here from James. Like called fine here as Glenn. Feel like slightly too many to be jamming the offsuit variety of this combo. Cool, do keep in some dominated stuff. Kind of annoying spot with 11 left. He is. Is that a jam? He is going to go for the 3-bet fold. Okay. Don't mind it. Against a wide button opening range.
Down to James.
Would be folding if met by jam. Not going to get there.
No.
My move. Took my move.
Cody Mouth says, fun fact about Glenn Gaines. Before he plays poker, he sings the national anthem and then makes a prayer to the legend of Robson Carnew. Is he a footballer?
Yeah, West Brom, wasn't it? Robson
West Brom.
Carnew. Was it West Brom?
There we go.
I'm not sure. I could be wrong.
That's a great little fact about Glenn Gaines. Thanks for that. He's got to play for somebody else, hasn't he?
I only know him as West Brom. Well, you know, big West Brom fan I was for them couple of months when Spurs went on that streak.
Yeah, huge West Brom fan.
They've only enough.
Oh, he played for Reading for a lot of years. There you go, he's a Reading player. How did Reading do this year?
I don't know.
About 10th in the league, I
I
think.
don't look below 17th in the Prem.
It's a good job. It's a good job. There's a line there underneath your name that
there
says
is.
relegation.
It's very good job that line is there.
It's a good job the 3 teams below you were poop.
Ace 10 for James. Should be opening here. No, not Norwanko Carnew. We're talking about Robson Carnew, Elliot. Says Carnew was Portsmouth with Big Harry. Wrong canoe.
No, that's Julian.
Oh yeah, Julian Few and his canoe. Maybe it wasn't actually a boat he bought. Maybe it was a footballer.
Maybe.
Julian Few invested in.
Yeah.
Julian Few and Canoe.
Gold Robson.
Julian Few with Robson Canoe. A7 here for Christian.
All in.
Jam for 10. This is awkward because like Christian probably shouldn't ever jam this hand, and like as James here, 11 left. What are we, 5-handed at this table? We are effective hijack, so hijack versus big for 10 effective. Ace 10 is usually a fist pump call in terms of chips, but still some ICM there that Christian should be aware of. So therefore we expect him to be jamming tighter as James. He does let the Ace 10 off go. A couple of nasty spots for him.
11 left. Yi Zhu, chip leader, 61 BBs.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you was,
20 minutes of this session to go. And we're on 11. Break in 20 minutes.
No, I didn't play.
Got to open here.
I played the one
There's Yi, big chip leader. Easy jam for Christian. Can't miss this one against the button open, a pair in the small. 13 bigs. Much better jam than the A7 that we just saw. Good find from Christian. Already working. 20 minutes time. We'll be going on a 15-minute break.
We will. We will that. How many's in the high roller, Jay?
20 and 2 entries. 22 total.
22. So 50k guarantee on that one. Needs 28 more runners in that. So that's going to be close to the guarantee for the high roller. Okay, combined today 2 for that one. Dan Reed says, do Goliath packages start after the road to Vegas? Not on Grosvenor Poker this year. They're on Stars. They've been running every day. There's guarantees on Stars, and on a Sunday there's a 30-seat guarantee one every Sunday. But Grosvenor Poker are not doing satellites for Goliath this year. If the next question is why, the answer is I don't know. But on Stars, there's running satellites running every night, and from £2.20 as well. What we said about Glenn James earlier. We got an update. We can nearly read it. We've got Glenn James. Is he on that list? I think he's had a decent year. He's not on the list, but Rob Duras, as you noticed there, the first person to hit 20 results. And he's in 4th again. He's just in 4th. He's been in 4th for the last 3 years. He is in 4th. Adam Wilkinson's here this week. Cal's not here. I'm surprised Cal's not here unless he's in Vegas already. Andy Miles is here. He's got the PLO to add on to that. Very nice. Matt's in Vegas. Sinead's in Vegas. So that's the NPL for this one. Thought Glenn was getting up there, but nice result here, isn't it? But we're down to 11. 16 minutes to go of this sesh. Glenn in the small after initial raise from James.
Yeah, had a couple of these awkward ones. 25 effective here. Like as a squeeze jam, I could see it, but against just the button open, probably lands on call. But he is going to go for it again. As Glenn, forget the squeeze jam, just jam it anyway against the wide button opening range. And King 10 off into the mark, gets the dominated hand to fold. Nice pick up from Glenn. And finding reshoves that others won't, and this is going to give us a good advantage in this type of field. Like, I don't think many people are shoving 24 bigs over an open with Queen 10 suited tower in this particular tournament.
Big 24 bigs.
That may actually not be there. 11 left, but no, in terms of jamming as a squeeze, definitely is. A nice find from Glenn. Should see an open from James. D7 suited.
Finds 7, here's to 80.
Yeah, is Glenn going to go after him again? Because this is a much better choice, in my opinion. Like, to free bet, not all in. But sometimes I always get this myself, like, there's that sort of psychological factor when you're sat there, you free bet someone twice in the space of an orbit, and then the very next hand, a very good free bet spot arises, but like you kind of don't want to take it because you expect your opponent to just start playing back with you with 4 bets, but it's not always the case. I understand from Glenn how maybe not wanting to go for the hat-trick here against the same player. How are we doing, Wilco Wilkins? Welcome to the stream. See if James finds check here. Another misplayed spot that you see a lot of these sort of buying levels. Like, this is a board that we're supposed to check at a very high frequency as James. That people just see the ace high and sort of just come out firing, not recognising how many whiffs we actually have and how our opponent's range actually becomes stronger as an overall spectrum. Yes, we have the nutted hands, the ace king, the aces, but they're going to have a less whiffs, and what I mean by that, James just opens like suited kings that whiff, stuff like 10-8 suited that whiff. So when we have all these whiffs in range, we're actually supposed to play a very heavy check even on the ace high boards. But once again, at this sort of buying level, you do see people miss this spot and just always bet cutoff versus button on the higher boards, which they think favour them, but actually works slightly differently when we've got so many hands that have just missed the board. Now slowing it down, and Glenn pretty clear check back. For Ivan's turn, and I guess this one just goes check check. May block as James, try and target a jack specifically, jack 10 through king jack. So it's going to go for some value here. Targeting specifically a jack. For this size, does the jack 10 through king jack pay us off? And we're going to have a great answer here because Glenn with the nut jack X. So going to give us an answer to our question here. because Glenn shouldn't have ace-5, ace-6. Like, if he's got suited of these, they're going to probably just 3-bet or fold. So, like, we specifically target a jack here. So, does this size get the value from the jack? Because this is the best jack that Glenn can have at the river. And that's from Glenn's perspective here. I always feel like in these spots when people check turn, they are more weighted towards value because the king, queen, king 10, queen 10 type stuff just barrel on the brick turn when they elect to bet the flop, although they should check the flop at a decent frequency. But it's one as Glenn, I expect the bluffs to maybe be firing on turn here a lot, if that makes sense. Like when James has the king, queen, queen 10, king 10, he's more inclined to just continue barreling turn rather than check turn and then bet river. See if Glenn can sniff this out. I feel like maybe would have gone smaller as James to specifically target some sort of king jack, queen jack, jack 10. Like, don't need to go large, a little like 80k for 20%. Really get the eco out of Glenn here. Maybe this size is just going to deter a jack from calling. And I feel like Glenn will expect the bluffs to be betting turn rather than check turn and bluff river. Like, you go back 20 years, a lot of the time bet flop, check turn, bet river was a lot more bluff heavy. It's sort of swiveled round in modern day poker. Usually now when it's check, bet flop, check turn, bet river, it's more weighted towards value. It used to go the other way 20 odd years ago.
Will he come to the right decision?
It's a big swing, this pot. Difference from Glenn having 1.6 million if he's right, or potentially 800k if he's wrong. So it's a big old swing. Rightly burning through the banks. Great fold.
Indeedy, indeedy.
So that just gives us our answer there, that size is too big against this particular player, that is Glenn. Because Glenn's literally got the next pip down from our hand that he can have in this given spot, and if the next pip down isn't calling us, we probably want to go smaller to really try and target the Jack X.
So, down to the final 10 minutes, and it's James Burke in seat number 5. I know we've got James Hastings' picture on the thing, so we'll get that changed. Sorry about that. But James Burke is in seat number 5. Unfortunately, we've got James Hastings' picture. Maybe he wants to be James Hastings for a day. But the picture's wrong, not the name. James Burke is in seat number 5 with 1.4 milli. And yet, sometimes it just picks out a James from the gallery that we have, and sometimes it is the wrong one if we don't use the initials. So we'll get that changed, but we are heading to a break in less than 10 minutes. The E with the ace. All of it, he says. That'll do.
Yeah, nice find.
On to the next.
16 bigs. Ace 3 off. Nice one to just apply the pressure. It's a healthy chip leader.
Eight minutes to go until the end of the session. Then a 15-minute break. Unless we lose 2 very sharp, it's going to be a final table break.
King Jack for Mark, as good as it's going to get. For just sub 11 in the cut-off, in it goes. James out the way.
7 minutes and counting. Good afternoon, Mr. Mick the Mod. Hope things are well. Players out of 243. Christian on the button. Raises to 80. King Jack for Glenn. Will be defending. Ace 3-4 flop. Christian flopping best with the Queen 4.
Check back call, unless Christian goes for decent size. I doubt he will. Well, he can just for check back with his second pair. The thing is about this one, I feel like a 4 does want to bet on this particular board just to deny equity to in-betweeners at Glenn, because at our stack depth pre, when we open off a 15, Glenn's going to set us in with a lot of the ace-X from the big blind. So, like, yes, he can still have some ace-X, but not many. He gets stripped of a lot because of the pre-flop stack depth. So I feel like betting a 4 on the flop's going to be kind of nice, just folding out like an 8-9, a 9-10, something that's still going to have a healthy sort of 25% against us. 9 of spades turn. Does now come with delay for quarter pot. Glenn out the way with king high. 5 minutes to go.
Break on its way, looking like 11. Coming back for the next session. The next session should be the final table session. Giveaway as well after the break. Probably around about 5:30. So an hour's time, just 45 minutes time, we'll get another keyword going.
For Glenn. Maybe once in a while, small frequency, can go for the bump up here. Want to be really polar in this spot at shallow stack depths, and does go for the bump up. It does make it 40k, 80k. 2 bigs here. Does always give Mark this 4-1 prize with position. Like, even still, maybe want to go for 100k, being really nitpicky. Still can fold when Mark jams on us, but we do just knock out a few more holdings. Don't fold out too much of Mark when just give him that 4-1 price in position, but we do flop best on Jack 10-7.
Option is on Glenn. Checks. Mr. Wackerup. Yep, we know it's the wrong photo for James Garrick. We noticed that, we got told about that, but we're going on a break in 2 minutes, so it probably won't get changed. James Burke in seat number 5. Queen of clubs after it's checked back. So how big does it go? Get about an 80.
80.
Tough for Glenn to call, so into the bin they go. Final 2 minutes of the session, 15 minutes on its way. EU 62 bigs chip leader. Him and Aussie Les over 2 million.
We've got to keep it UK based.
Les Lanier, chip leader with Yi Zhu. Then into the break.
Jimmy overcards.
5 seconds. Raise to 80. Pass. Pass.
So one more end of the session, just fit one more in. And then a 15-minute break. Last hand of the session. 11 players left. Final table is 9. And then a break. Glenn taking his 15 minutes.
Okay, so the voyage after and then progress will be on a 15-minute break. That's 15
6 for
minutes
Mark here.
after and then
Quite an awkward one, just sub 15. Feel like okay to fall into a 2BB remit here.
Raise to 100.
100.
Goes for 2.5x, just looking to get this through. Are we taking the full 15? Yes, we
Yes,
are.
we are. We will see you back in 15 minutes. Keyword on its way around about 5:30. We'll see you in 15. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the 6s here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This
before.
could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack.
Looking
And we
grim.
hit the jack. Dean Lyle. Oh, all the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good, and this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this free bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to
of
send
course,
it.
of course.
Oh goodness me! I mean, how on earth?
That is the most ridiculous call-up, 5-handed. Second in chips, third in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to the 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6%, and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop, if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna. I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on first and chips, and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs, and in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7. Running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace, Tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I'll tell you what. He made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my!
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower. Like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17-1 to get delta pair. So in a 2-handed situation,
oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh man,
there
this
you go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings, and he is
be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17-1 to get delta pair. So for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289-1. Like, it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the 6s in, and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that t-shirt out of the way on the left-hand side.
Go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not
So
at all.
fading 2 6s, and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say, like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main leak for tournaments, my main leak would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like grind. I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels, where like if I could sit back, take a breath, and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that, just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing, and you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now, or a 50-100 player, or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments.
Yep.
There comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes, it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys, because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just.
Shout out to you, Brian.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious. Where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls. A little bit is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens, and jacks.
Well, 9, 7, 9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot. And 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of two ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but does decide to call.
Let's call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow, nailed it!
I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that has happened this week. This entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any 10 of clubs about. That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking it up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here and just set Ian in. And now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off? King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the 10 of clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin. So we need a jack or a 6 for a chop, or a 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace jack in the big here. And one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian.
I don't know how you made it so far.
And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So what have we got now working with us? We have jack of spades. There's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here. It does 3-bet pot, top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the jack of spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but it takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just and an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be
620k pot, table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
six
not a terrible
now.
card. 6 is working as well, Tower. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man.
Steve's been looking for a spot, and he might.
I've not. I'll watch it. Yeah, see, I've not been. Apart from like.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. What's it from earlier? Have you been on it before?
Yeah, I've had a first stretch on here. Yeah, everyone knows you have. I came on here. Just at the front so everyone can see it. Came on here like 21. So I came on
right,
second
okay.
session.
Yeah. And then the redraw, you got back on it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, yeah. So you
Okay,
get
guys, there's a new
information
chip
from
in
those-
play which is
or
black,
not from
which is
it's
worth
been on.
100,000. If you're lucky enough to have one of
I'll have a
those
look
chips,
at it
make
tomorrow.
sure it is visible at all times, which means on top of your stack or in front of your stack. So your blinds are going to be starting at 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind active. Good luck, everyone. Dealers.
That's the first time. I mean, you're going to outside, mate.
Let's do it.
I've got a fucking crowbar in the fucking boot.
Don't need that.
No, I do. You can't run from me because I'm probably quicker than
Have you seen me?
No, I'm probably quicker than you.
Off again, guys.
Here we go again.
Another session, keeping the same table. Not going to rotate when we're 2 off the final.
Correct. We'll let you know when we see seat 5 if the picture's changed.
Ace 10 for Glenn. Now at 25k, 50k. Line's getting juicy in. By the time we get through this session, going to be at 100k big blind. So going up thick and fast on a 30-minute clock. Yee, A7 off on the button here. Going to go for the free bet. There's a bluff. 180k. To be fair, really like the size. If we are going to free bet against Glenn's stack depth when he opens off of 15, this is whereabouts we need to be. So credit to Yee for finding this sizing. Glenn blended with the ace 10 out the way. Nice pick up from Yee.
2.6 million chips and chip leader as well. James Hastings on the outer table, 1.4. Do you know what I mean? It's 1.4. Les Lamnier 1.3, so he's lost about a million, about 700,000, just over 2 million he got at 1 point, so we're down to 1.3. James Burke, you have the Hart Manley, and Michael Rolt down at the bottom. 4 big blinds. 4. Needs a spin. Needs a spin.
Yeah, go to keyword at 5:30, guys.
Yes, we will.
Ace 10 for Yee as the opener. James in the small blind here, thinking about the king 3, but thinks better of it, out of the way. Over to Glenn, 7 deuce off, not going to be doing anything with that one, so into the muck.
10-8 for Yeet. Anyway, round of James. There's the picture. James Burke. So when you stick the B on, it instantly puts the right picture.
It's now over to Glenn. 12 bigs, blind on line, Queen 7 off here. Let's start with a complete, and Mark will get the option to knuckle if he pleases.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 7 deuce. Top 2 for Glenn. Absolutely nothing for Mark.
Got quite a nice hand to stab though. Ideal word, we prefer 9-6 heart, but wrap round this 7, fold out some 10 high, jack high, king high type stuff potentially as Mark, but well timed check behind. Let's turn the gutty. Glenn going to continue playing this trappy, try and thinking the best way to make money from this pot is getting Mark to bluff. We're just going to come out firing here. Some turn 10x perhaps out there to get 2 streets from. 9-6 off, just going to be in the bin.
Get out of the way. Pulling up a gutty. But that was about it. So run 11. Nine the FT. Everybody's in the money now as we got to the money at 29.
High roll up.
I think he's still on 22.
Having a little look. 25 up to now.
25, very good. But as we know, 50k guarantee means 25 more runners.
29 so far in the day 1A flight of the main that started at 3 PM. Glenn on the button, 10-9 suited, shoves for 14. Mark ace-8 off here against a 14 at B-blind. Shove range, we will dominate some stuff. Glenn will shove some worse ace-X than this. Even up against all this king-queen, queen-jack type stuff. Only like 55% for Mark. And Yee with the king-10 in the big. 14 effective. Maybe feels like there's not much to gain, more to lose. Pull himself towards the pack when he's this far ahead. Future game is a thing at these stages. Just thinking about upside against downside sometimes. Not wanting to double probably one of the best players left in the field up.
Definitely be looking at that one back.
Next keyword going to be coming up about 5:30, guys.
Players left and a 243 for the voyage.
And now a couple of jacks off of 16. That's one to open.
100.
Just clicks. Lose Glenn. Mark's got 11.
Yeah, it could be a spot of bother here from Mark. Never calling, just whether he wants to take the jam spot. Or just let it go. Kind of close here for Mark against cut off this stage. 11 left, last 5% of the field does make a very good laydown. Discipline.
Good timing to find the fold with ace-9. Open from Glenn gets through. Players left in the opening voyage. Crowning a champion tonight, sometime on stream. Should be around to Yee. It is.
Ace 5 suited for Christian, has to go. This one, I feel, 14. Not going to get a better prospect. Just want to get this through, and even when called, always having that heap of equity pre-flop. Going to get this one through. The Jack 7 of James.
Yep. In the bin they go.
Cappuccino, 2 sugars, please.
Mine's at 50k. 11 players left. One we can open. Oh, decides just to call. Don't see that too often.
I'm surprised to see it from you. You're going to play much better as an open. Agreed. There are a couple of reshove stacks, but even still, happy to just open King 10 here. Just let's Glenn in for free. We raise and take now. Glenn gets to realise 33%.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 4 deuce rainbow.
Check.
One of these, if he does find the stab, going to win it here and now. It will be that. Glenn can't do much. 7 high, no draw.
Don't even get there with a board like that. Definitely within the range of this big blind.
Seconds. Raise 100.
Open from Yee. Christian Yee has been really active since he's had the chip lead. Maybe one of these that could have gone for like the 2 bigs there. 200k, maybe even jam option against someone that's opening so many pots right now. Eyes set on the final.
Missed again, looks down. 16.
Yeah, just jam here for Glenn, no room to free bet, not all in. Just going to be a nice easy jam for us. Just pick up.
10 seconds.
Yep, the triangle.
Pick up blinds in those 2 BVs of Yee, puts him back north of a milli.
Five on our table, 6 on the other. We're on 11. Final table will be 9. Three. It's on the way.
Ten-8 suited for Glenn. Hate these spots because like you kind of need to open, but if the big blind's clued up, they just get after us. Well, not going to have that opportunity because Mark going to jam himself with his pair for just sub 9. It's just north of 9, including this small blind. Yee will get out of the way. I'm guessing Glenn will do the same. Not going to spin Mark here for half his stack. How are we doing? Yeah, Yoav. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah. 243 runners, all in the money. Next one out will get £880, and then there's an increase to 1,040 for 10th.
4-figure score.
And then the final table will start.
Raise 125.
Actually, that's what it's like.
Yee with the ace queen raising to 125. Christian with an ace.
Yeah, this
from the BB
has to go.
It probably doesn't, to find out the bad news that Yee's actually got it this time.
Blind on blind, just
got
to go in here.
And when you get snapped, you just know, don't you? You just know. God. How do I run into it, he says.
So this is the hand that's going to take us to the final table bubble. Or have we got a 7 available for Christian?
We need a 7 from heaven, baby. Well, Christian is out.
We've got some chops.
We have 5 and a jack. 7 outright. It is not, it's a deuce. So we lose Christian. We're on the FT bubble.
Yeah, should be getting a player over. This other table will be 6-handed. We are 4-handed here, so should be a swift move over for someone to balance.
Yep, Evening, Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan from Ohio.
Oh, then Jackie.
There's nothing wrong with Ohio, except the snow and the rain. Come on, brother Julie, come on, Julie, come on again. There's nothing wrong with Ohio. Here we go. Straight in. Philip. Straight into seat number 4.
How many bullets you had then?
Put that in 2, 3 or 4. It's in 4. Phil Robson comes to the table.
Yeah, big blind only, I think he is. Pretty rough. Come to the table, big blind only.
Nobody nick it. It says nobody nick it.
Should be big blind only here because he was just in the small, wasn't he? So James should take his post back. That's the big blind only, but pretty clear.
That's why we moved the big blind.
Small blinds just bust. Unfortunately, we drew this seat. Got a proper look about Christian Eriksen about him.
Yes, a little bit. You're right.
At least he could be the Dane.
Who's just retired from Manchester United.
So, 1 to lose, guys, and we will be at that final.
Just putting the action trackers, just getting the name of Phil Robinson into the chat, into the graphics, so we can stick him in the hand straight away because he's on the BB. Thanks very much indeed.
All about it is Glenn with the ace-9 off. Lets it go. Got an active chip leader on the button and probably just sets Phil in. He looks pretty short. There we go.
There we go. Queen 9 of clubs, playable.
Yeah. 3
bigs. 3 BBs. This is it. This could be the final table, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had a 20-minute, 15-minute break. This could be the FT. Phil Robson. For 4 bigs. Here we go. Shots fired. There's James Hastings checking to see if he's on the FT. We're now needing runner and not just hitting because we've hit the king. And that's it, dead on the turn. We're on the final table then, gentlemen. We are on the FT. Yee has a monster stack. So we're now on the FT, and there is only, as Joe has just announced, we are swiftly going round, and there is only a 7-minute break. There is a 7 or 8 minute break, ladies and gentlemen, 7 or 8 minutes, and then we're on the final table. So we'll quickly stick on a 7-minute break. We'll be back with a cup of tea, and we'll be back with the FT of the voyage. See ya in 7.
Let's see that. Hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller. Give himself a platform to kick on.
Here's
and
the
take
boots.
this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential back doors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
10 on the turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi! 9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. Turns it as well. Ian picks up a pair. Adrian with the flush. That's why he defended 10-3 of hearts. The race, Pre we bet the flop. Do about on the turn, no, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson.
Yeah.
He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's got to fire. Adria's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
Box work might have just set him in here, Tower, to be fair.
Yeah. Does Ian think there's any ace-X out there? After just a call from Adria Pre?
Yeah, quite possibly. But if there is ace-X out there, we now beat ace-X.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And he snapped him off.
Wow.
To see two pair, to see the really bad news.
Yeah.
That the flush has taken out Ian Simpson.
Well, hand this for Adria. Been a while since we've seen a super premium. Queen's certainly hand befitting of that classification, and here we go, sports fans.
This is
Let's click some
huge.
buttons, get the money in, and run for the title yet again.
How do we end up with Ace
Queens
Queen
versus
against-
Ace Queen? This is going one way and one way only.
Absolutely. The lot's going in.
Adria just working out if he needs to raise to a size that isn't all in, but
No.
we definitely don't. We just pump this.
Absolutely not.
Ace Queen of clubs plays pocket queens.
So here we go
Fifth
for the
time we have
title.
opportunity for the title.
For the title.
Well, that
Where does the
is
case
almost
come
certainly
from?
going to do it. Barring the most ridiculous of runouts, we are about to crown a king of the high roller.
Yes,
And with
baby.
the king of diamonds.
Eventually he's done.
There we
After
go.
4 or 5 swings and swans. Fantastic effort from Adria and also
Brilliant
Jerry.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you got to kind of, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom, we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well. yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait. If I double, then no, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus. And he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were. So, okay, But, this, when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot. But I started thinking through my head.
Yeah.
Lisa's
Come on,
voucher. Come on, Joe.
Yeah, you're looking at your food. You're not going to get free food.
Can't get a steak with that.
Yeah, I know. Get free food.
Come on, you, Ed. You use it?
For 6.
Nah, look. I use this guy. Okay, your buttons in seat 5.
Have you used any, Dan?
People.
No, not me.
A couple of people. Well, no, you don't. Mark, have you now seat 5 for the buttons?
Good luck, guys.
Perfect timing.
Oh, normally,
Final
every
9.
time I've got moved, it's been the big
Here
line.
we
Okay,
go.
25,
That
50,
might
50.
be
Good
bad
luck.
news, though. It might
Please
be
believe
good
the
news
deal.
when I'm in the big line.
Small and big, please. 25, 50.
So Glenn Gaines in 1. The coach in seat number 2, Guildford Les. Michael Roltz in seat number 3. Seat number 4 is James Burke. Mark Wackrell in 5. Georgius Lavonus in 6. 7 is James Hastings. In 8 is Gav Manley, the Hat, Gav the Hat Manley. And Yi Zhu in seat number 9. Show you the chip count straight after this hand. So let's do it. The FT. Here we go.
Again, Les.
So James Hastings with the correct picture. There we go. Final 9 of the voyage. 70 bigs, more than double anybody else.
You didn't have Dolly there?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
You dominated.
Two flush draws, I had.
So did I.
Yeah.
No.
That was us all.
Word.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just felt it.
Right, let's have a look at them clouds of fucking raging you with earlier. That's
That's the first card change for a while. Final table of 9. Welcome back, everybody. Just a 6 or 7 minute break. Great turnaround for us. Gets us straight back into it. And we're going to do a keyword after the next hand. As soon as Jay gets back, he's just having his snack. As there's obviously there's no dinner break during the voyage. So I'll probably disappear for myself in about an hour's time as well, just to grab a bite to eat. Because there's no dinner break as such. And quick turnarounds that they are. Then we'll just grab something in between. So Jay's just eating now. I'll eat in about an hour.
Nearly everyone's going to play the Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
49k.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 49k.
Final table. Afternoon, the pesky. How you doing? Hope you are well, young man. Watching from the Stoke area. Same hand. George just calls with the ace queen. Don't mind doing that against the chip leader, who's raising from gun, but the chip leader could raise anyway. But from gun, less likely to be doing it with rubbish. Eight high flop, 8-3 deuce. Gavin Manley gets involved out of the big blind, makes it up. But, Yee with the aggression. How does George just come along? We're just shy of 30, about 27. This is cool. You have straight out the way. Nine of Hearts, redraw for Yi as well, with the Queen of Hearts playing. Probably barrels this as well. The barrel does indeed work. The aggression from Yi. Yi. Could have the smallest amount of letters in his name for a champion of any event that we've ever covered. Ever. Don't think you can get any less.
Money goes to money.
Like, probably never. So we're on the FT. The final 9. How was your little snack, young man?
Yeah, it's good.
Good. So, Jay back in the fold after, well, as we said, there's no dinner break, so we take his dinners.
Keywords at
when we
6.
can.
Obviously, we weren't expecting to get to the FT at R5. So, next keyword, 6 PM, 22 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I did say we were doing it when you go back. The C4 definitely be trying to qualify for the 888 at the Vic. That should be fantastic. The one down in the Vic later in the year. The newly refurbed Victoria Casino in London.
I wonder if Sly Moon's going to drop another track.
Sly Moon, oh yes. About the Vic.
Yeah, banned from the Vic
Yeah,
about
banned
10
from the
years
Vic,
ago.
yes, I
Absolute
remember.
banger. Banned from the Vic, but he's going to have to drop a new track with a new Vic.
Not too sure absolute banger came into my head when you said that.
Banned from the Vic tune. You get it, it's on Spotify.
It is. The hat has gone in.
A pretty clean jam for Gav here and James on the button. So actually, like in terms of chips, it would be a cool King Queen, but final table now, need to be a lot more selective what we're calling off with.
For 12.
I just realised he's got a huge chip lead here.
Yes. Double anybody on the table. For 12, do we call?
Like as I say, like I feel like with ICM there, I actually haven't seen the stacks how they're distributed. Could you pull stacks up for a second, please?
I will. Both fold. We're just catching up with the action tracker, and the chip count should come onto the screen right now.
So where is James? Oh wow, he's third in chips. Okay, yeah, so it makes sense why James would fold there. Much more to lose than to gain. Like if we win that pot and we go, yeah, we go second in chips, but bringing ourselves right back down to this group of players that are sub 15, not where we want to be. Gets out of the way correctly. The left clock tower, I'm guessing.
We are indeed. We've just increased the blinds for the first time because we had 7 minutes on the clock. So blinds up to 60k, which is why the action tracker is just catching up with the blinds. There we go, blinds up, bang on time.
God, it's so congested. Like, just looking at all the stacks, almost identical folding in turn there, and Gav with the ace queen on the button. Sends it into the middle. Would have preferred open here. Try and get Glenn to defend a hand that we have in bad shape, or perhaps reshove a hand we have in a bad shape, but let's just get it through.
Yeah, there's screen again. I fly to Vegas on the 24th of June. So just over 3 weeks. We've got Portsmouth in 2 weeks, and then we've got Edinburgh in 3 weeks, and then 2 days after Edinburgh we fly off to Vegas. Jay's giving me coaching every time he opens his mouth.
He's just got to keep it in the head rather than it going in one ear and out the other.
That's the big key. A lot of it's stuck.
I've told you what to do though if you get dealt kings. First level, early doors.
Do not put a lot of chips in, don't 4-bet.
Yep, just call the 3-bet. Don't 4-bet.
No.
Georgia's ace-10. Potential one we can attempt to steal at middle position. Like how congested it actually is, there may even be some like folding going on. I think it's like 5 stacks separated by like 3-4 bigs. Ace-10 with the open, and Gavin just with the reshove, going to be getting it through as long as no one wakes up with it behind.
Oh, coach! Who wakes up with it behind?
All the way.
The coach.
From Guildford. Finds the Cowboys.
I'm all in. Oh, can I have a count, please? I thought he just muttered I'm all in. That's how good I am at lip reading.
Les with the jam. Snap fold from Georgius. Here we go. Gavin running into it. Big pot here for Les as he stands up on his feet.
Kings for the coach. Queen, 4, deuce, running spades maybe.
Running Will, running Broadway.
Runnings. That's not one of them. We're down to an ace. And we don't hit it. Bit of overkill for coach. Gavin the Hat Manley busting out in 9th place from seat number 8. Well played, sir. Final table, £1,230. Well played. We're down at 8.
Gav the Hat didn't have a hat on. What's that about?
He used to.
He used to, okay.
Yeah, we met him for the first time, I do believe, in the old GPS back in the day at the other casino in Reading, about 2012 maybe, 2013, and it was known as Gavin the Hat. We didn't have an hat on, you're right. Taken out by Les, coach, Guildford Les, plus others. James Hastings out of the way. Ye with all the chips.
Yeah, any ace will do.
Any ace will do.
Any ace from any position probably in this stack distribution. Les has just caught us up a little bit, but still enough of a gulf between us and his stacks to still be opening hands like this. Michael in the big blind here. Off of 9 would just defend C3.
I might fold these.
It's going to go for a lot. Yeah, this is like the spot I speak about a lot of this buy-in that just gets misplayed. Like when chip leaders opening into our big blind and like there's what 5 or 6 stacks sub 20 BBs, should just be playing cool here as Michael. It's going to work with King 10. It's a nice find in the short term, but like yeah, she's going to be opening super wide. But when we shove for just sub 10, 9 BBs, still going to have some calls in there, and then potentially can be out in 8th place when our 10 big still worth a decent chunk of equity within the prize pool. But like in general, like when you run these spots in the sim, you'd actually be surprised how tight it jams. Like I think ace jack's one that may not even jam there either. And then like we just go for the ace queen, the ace king, the bigger pairs, this type of stuff. You'd be shocked when the stacks are collated by like this, how tight we actually have to be there from the big blind, even as the outright short stack. Especially for 9 as well, with some fold equity, but not as much as we'd have with a, say, 14 or 15 reshove. And it does get it through in the short term.
Big stack still seat 9.
And once again, I always say, as you go up the buy-in ladder, more people are more clued up. They've looked at ICM sims, they're studying at ICMs, they start understanding they're not playing for chips anymore, they're playing for money, and decisions are going to be based on that factor. So naturally we are going to see, we're not going to see like fine-tuned, perfect poker at this FT. People just go about their own business. There's Mark here from Gun. Would have opened Mark. Queen's beautiful hand. Want some action. Could have made this 2 bigs. Not going to get a call from the coach. And James out the way in the big blind as well.
Well, no action from the Queens. 9 players, 8 players left.
My favourite hand. It wouldn't suit.
Ace 2.
My favourite hand's ace 2. Nah, that's not ace 2. I think I won better, more, well, definitely on cash. Got more money on ace 2. 2 is 2.
So we're on 8. We have Manley Lusty now in 9th. King 7 for coach. Going to raise it up.
Yeah, beautiful seat for old coach when he's got chip lead before he elects to open, and then when years and in the pot, you get to be significantly wide as coach. Just going to get this through Montana Banana for Mark, not going to defend in the big blind.
60 bigs.
Just going to get this through. Montana Banana for Mark. Not going to defend.
And back. Giveaway in 7 minutes. Lime, bang on time. Must be breakfast time for Lime.
It's 5 suited here on the button for 16. Should jam here, I think, into 2 covering stacks. Into 2 stacks that we cover, I believe, as James. Just going to have a quick look. Definitely jam against Mark's stack depth. Actually, he's got quite a column of blacks there as the big blind. It's maybe slightly less than I thought what he had. But even still, like, we get a lot of credit with the jam. Yeah, I'd still jam here as James. Just open send this one. Like, Georgius needs to call off so tight. Like, yes, he has us covered, but he only has us covered by a big blind, so this is an effective tournament life he calls in these wrongs, so like, he has to call really tight in this spot, this distribution that then always say. The question as well, it's pointless doing it if your opponent's not aware. If you've got someone that's just going to call us off with ace-8, just throws it all out the window. Need to be aware that your opponent's aware that they need to be calling significantly tighter because of how things are situated at the table. Well,
what a flop for James.
That's a will. The really good flop.
Absolutely.
Check from Georgius here. James probably can't believe his eyes on that board. He's going to check it back. Try and induce some leads from Georgius on the turn. It just gets better and better for us.
Just the redraw to the nuts as well.
Difficult to start leading there as Georgius. Against button, we still beat some stuff like the king highs, stuff like jack 10, 10-9 suited. We expect to open on the button.
What's going to make you that? 1.5? A bit less. That's 90.
30%, just shy of. Georgius with ace-6 high here. Still can be ahead of some stuff against the bottom range, but out of position. Maybe just let this one go. Like if we had ace-10 that didn't elect to reshove, probably going to have to strap in, but ace-6 seems slightly too low down. And we'll see what occurs. He's going to reach for the call though. Won't be wanting to find an ace on the river. Would love a 5.
You certainly would. Pairs the 4. So a check from Georgius it'll be. And then how big will we go as James?
Well, our opponent can still definitely have a queen here. Can still have some 4x from the big blind. I think big's kind of nice as James. Queen's going to have a tough time folding. 4's definitely not folding. 3x and deuce x probably just fold regardless of size at this stage. So all that big could be in order. But we're not going to get that far.
Oh, he's coming in for a lead.
And Georgius trying to rep this one. Saying that he's rivered a 4. And how interesting is James? Obviously we're never folding, but just whether to call or jam and go for the lot. Is there many boats in here for the big blind? Probably not. Deuces should shove pre, 3 should shove pre, queens aren't there either. 4-3 off, 3 deuce off, 4-3 off, 4 deuce off, don't call pre. So he literally has 4 deuce suited, 1 combo, 4-3 suited, 1 combo. And then maybe some 5-6 scattered in there as well that takes a funky line, but I feel like after just deducting what we do, we need to jam as James, and he does find the jam. just want the maximum against a 4, and Georgios leaves himself a shallow stack.
That's from Mr. Burke, up to 27 bigs. We have a password for the free roll, which is 888 Reading. And after the next hand, it'll be the next giveaway of keyword. A Reading. I don't know if the capital R is a thing, but it may be.
He should open. Any ace will do. Even any king will probably do. How congested it is, bottom to middle. Ace from gun, going to be fine regardless of the side card. Michael just going to get the opportunity to jam here. Hopefully see the find. Weren't the biggest fan of the King 10 jam, but this one going to be pretty clear. And to be fair, only person that's actually done this so far, not putting all his chips in. You still have that avenue. We talk about it, but it never happens when just it goes all in behind, and we can still fold and leave ourselves a small piece of equity within the prize pool, get a ladder potentially, but very rare we see it occur. Pretty clear fold here for Georgios at an FT. Michael's gone for the rip here against the gun open of the chip leader. He's going to be really strong, like he's not going to shove sevens. Ace into the muck. James will do the same, and Yi will be getting out of here.
Follow suit. No schedule for the Vic yet, Baraka, so I can't even guesstimate whether there's going to be a mystery bounty. We'll give you news. It'll be... Might get the info before we have the short recess for Vegas. We've got 2 more events after this one. Reading is on now. Then we've got Portsmouth in 2 weeks' time. Might have news in Portsmouth, I'll let you know. And then Edinburgh, 17th till the 22nd of July on that one. So we'll let you know any info regarding the schedule for the Vic as it reopens.
Queen for Michael. Into chip leaders, big blind, but still think fine for this one to attempt to steal.
Things out of the way. Right on to Yeet.
Well, how far is he going to take this?
Yeah.
Not that far.
No.
Queen 3 off, into the muck. Let one go. Nice pick up for Michael.
Just seems like the right thing to do.
The right thing to do
is
give away a couple of tickets.
Go on then.
We've got 6 more to give away today, guys. Going to do another 2 this session. 2 $22 tickets for 888 Poker. Simple as this. I'm going to give you the keyword. You will write that keyword in the 888 Poker TV chat box on Twitch. So if you're not watching on Twitch, get yourself over to Twitch.
Yep.
And then 2 people will just be picked at random. And if you're one of those 2 people, you will be in for a $22 ticket on
As easy as
888. So, nice and easy. Next keyword, third of the day, is final table.
Final table, keyword 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
I've just got to read this. When will there be a broadcast with Brazilian or Spanish speaking commentary? Over to you, Tower.
Huh?
Si?
Hola.
Hola.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. Probably never. Not for this one. We've got Yorkshire and Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire, yeah.
Final table is the next keyword. Get yourself in, chance of winning 2 tickets to online on 888. Get yourselves in. Plenty. Brazilian or Spanish?
Ooh.
There you go.
With the ace-4 suited, really getting after it is Michael. Like the way stacks are, we are probably incentivised to play really tight, but going the other way, maybe thinking that everyone's playing tight, but we've seen the chip leader is happy to get after it. Gets a lovely looking flop, top and bottom on ace-jack 4, and when Glenn only has 10 bigs, could just continue for 1 big hit when we're at this shallow stack depth. I don't think we're ever going to go large. Goes for 75k, so just north of a BB, does the job.
Final table. You'll have just over a minute to get yourself in. If you're not on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, you're just watching the live stream, then don't worry, you just can't win if you're not on Twitch. But the answer has to be, because the random generator is only on Twitch on the 888 channel. It's not on our face, it's not anywhere else. How you doing, King Joshy? Yeah, I mentioned about Pete Whitehouse. Last event, sadly passed away. Old steak baked Pete. Such a nice character. Well, Pete, we did mention it at the last event. We were in Leeds when we found out. Sad news indeed. Always loved his 5 minutes when he came in with the steak bakes and sat down in front of the microphone. He loved it. But yeah, sad news for One-Eyed Pete. He's not going to be at Goliath. Sad news indeed. But thanks, Joshy. 1 more minute for the final table to get your word in with a chance of winning 1 of 2 tickets. So go, go, go.
Ace-jack suited for James, opens to just north of 2 BBs. Anything for the coach? No.
No.
That's just creeping in on Yigu. But like James, Michael, like these stacks are the ones that Yigu and Les just want to be attacking. When they open, just take it. An ace, a suited king, something with removal. Like they should be not playing any 4-bets. Sorry, not playing any flats, just going to be playing 4-bets or fold. So really good opportunity to put some leeway between yourself and the rest of the pack at the final table to attack some of these stacks that sit between 3rd and 5th positions.
The countdown will be on very shortly from Lime. 2 tickets to give away. Here we go. Get yourselves in if you're not typed in final table. That's all you have to do with a chance of winning 1 of the 2 tickets available. Countdown is on. Here's chap from Mark Indigo.
Congratulations, B. Cesar.
B. Cesar.
Another one, someone that's
yes,
won one
we've
before.
seen that name before. And
Noodaloo.
Noodaloo. Hey, Noodaloo. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Queen 4. Georgia's here. Probably got to go. What we got? 7.5. We are outright shorty. There are some collision effects that could occur. Give us a couple of ladders, but we're about to go through the blinds in 2 hands. I feel like this has to go for 7.5. Sitting 8 of 8. As Georgius could go for like the 300k, just in case there's some fireworks behind us, and leave ourselves that avenue to get away from it. Does go with the all in.
Down to coach. In the bin they go. Down to James. Into the bin they go.
Yeah, love that as Georgius just getting that one through is massive for us. Gives us another orbit. So 2 more keywords left today, guys. I'm sure Sam and Tower tomorrow maybe.
Yep.
We'll give away some as well, and then on Saturday, day 1, we'll jump into the Finks when we got a bit more time. Poker takes a back seat.
Yes.
Oh, I've got to remember to bring a lighter and 20 quid as well for Saturday. At 3 o'clock, I need to turn the camera on and go with the £20, light it on fire.
Why?
Because I do that every Saturday anyway. I might as well continue even without the football on.
I'm just going to continue to the tradition.
Just continue burning £20 every Saturday. Forget whether your treble's on or not. I might as well.
Look, it's the Champions League final Saturday.
Okay.
There's going to be a Champions League
shot
on
target first
There's
half.
going to be a Champions League bet builder coming on Saturday evening. Big game.
Yeah, it's
huge
a big
game. Should be end to end.
To be fair, the prize of playing Spurs in the Super Cup is unmatched.
Oh, that's not still a thing, is it?
Yeah, Super Cup.
Is it?
Yeah. We could win a trophy and straight away go and win another one.
Without a big hand.
Yeah.
You couldn't be without big hands. And win another one. Imagine.
How are we doing? How many, Leon? I'm going to go with 41k. Welcome to the stream. I'm lost in where we are abouts in terms of time of the session, but I feel like we've got an hour left of this session. Yep. I can't remember what level we come back up for the FT.
Well, they played 7 minutes, and now we're just done. So that we'll play 3 levels in 7 minutes.
Right. Okay.
Because we're now into the 80k mode now. So
about an hour.
Yeah. End of the 100k level will be the break.
This is what I said yesterday, TFT. The thing is, Spurs could have easily finished second in the league this season, but we knew we couldn't beat that Liverpool squad. It was pointless trying to go for the league, knowing we could never win the league and end up finishing second. Why not put all our resources into Europa League, like we did, forget about the Prem, win that and get in Champions League that way? We could have easily come second if we wanted to this year, but no one was beating that Liverpool squad. Nice bit of silverware. Champions League football. Off we go.
He did predict it. He did tell everybody.
I did.
Not you, Ange.
Oh, yeah.
Ange
as
said
well.
I will win a trophy in the second season. So how much did you do Keith Littlewood for in the end?
We only had five on it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weren't like thousands of
And there
pounds.
weren't extra bets or anything
No,
like
no,
that?
it weren't. I was just getting messages from him, like, as soon as
That
I
was
got,
so
please,
funny.
Jay, say something. Come on. Just trying to get a peep out of me. Trying to
Because
get
that one in Dublin was
Oh,
unbelievable.
Just like the best, wasn't it?
That one in Dublin when they were 4-2 down with 7
I
minutes to go.
messaged him the money sign and then he went, thank you, Mr. J, Mr. Bock, I love you, all of this.
7 minutes of pure bliss for Man United fans. I'll tell you what, that was as loud as the Crackden got when that was
Yeah,
on.
I can imagine. There was a lot of Man U fans
That was
out
loud. That got so loud.
So, Georgius here defends the Queen Jack, looking for something to go with. That is something to go with. Big here from Yi. One big odd check, perhaps. Just north of one, maybe. 20%-ish. Georgius. With 4 bigs, we've made a pair. In it goes, I'm assuming. If we are trying to keep some bluffs in of Yi, like, it's important that we don't fold on any run out here as Georgius, so we are just going to play cool, but I'd personally just jam here versus chip leader. He's going to open King Do suited upwards, he's going to open most suited queen, he's going to open stuff like 9-8 suited, Queen 10, all of this type of stuff, so I feel like it's a good spot for Georgius just to run it here and now. But if we are taking this approach, maybe thinking Yi's too wide, keeping more bluffs in, maybe that in his head.
Pairs a 3 on the turn. Good card for Yi. So Georgius obviously with the lead. Just literally puts Georgius in, and this is going to be a full double.
Yeah, it's so important we don't fold turn now as Georgius, if we are taking this approach. And in good shape to get way back in it, close to 15 bigs. Just fading 10s.
Yeah, they are live. They are live. That'll do it. We're back up to 1.2 milli. So 36 bigs less Lamia.
Look at these stacks.
You 35 bigs. It is a bit crammed.
The thing is about that picture on socials with me and Keith, the bloke looked nothing like Keith.
Not like Keith,
that,
you were the image.
Yeah, you could see my resemblance, but
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's going to look like when he's 80.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind looking like that when I was 80. Just the shirt needs changing. There's still time to get yourself in the high roller, guys, if you've fancied yet. So far, we are at 28, so we need 22 more entries to hit the guarantee of 50k. King 7 here for Georgius. May jam.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought James was shorter there. It looks like his stack's actually one of these.
Because he's got the blacks on top, hasn't he? The big chips, the 100k chips, on top of his stack, and not in front.
Yeah, so I think it's Georgius here, probably the right approach. Maybe there's like some 2.5xing going on, but definitely do not jam. I thought James had sub 800k. James has us covered by a pip.
Here's Queen 3.
Are you in the main?
No, I'm just playing the cash in the satellite. Paying cash for that.
You win?
Huh?
You win?
Yeah, we'll do that.
James with the bet. And King 7 high as Georgius, just out the way. Call him once with King high. James takes it with the 3.
Oh, good luck.
Minutes of level number 27, and then the blinds will be 100k, and that will take us to the break. Nice steady final so far.
Ace 8 for Mark here in the cut-off. Don't think we're going to find much better than this set.
Just raises.
Range folding here. Yeah, this is the thing, ain't it? Just open jam.
Put them in, put them in the tank. Give them the option to call it off with rags. Yeah, jammed on here. What do we do then? We're not folding. We shouldn't, ever. Leaves us over 6.
That would have been the same result anyway. Jam, we get through, we make the same amount. It's so important as these short stacks that are all sub 20, like just winning one pot and orbit, keep that head above water, as I say, and just stay there. Let collisions commence with the rest of the table. Eventually these shorties are going to have to get it in and take some spots, and you just sit there and wait sometimes. It's the best way to make money.
Welcome back.
Oi, oi, Gary Miliotti.
Oi, oi, Miliottis. How are we doing, Gary? How's you and Tony? What's happening this weekend with you guys? Where are you off to see? Obviously, got to go and see some live music. Oh, Tony loves it.
Oh, I would have opened there as coach. I would have opened there when we got the chip leader in the small blind and we're second in chips. Queen jack off. Definitely get involved. Going to be folding round to Georgius here. Won't do anything with the ace deuce. Anything for James on the button. King 8 off into... I'd fold this one as James because we got Glenn here, who is super short. Like, he's got like 500k. And like, we kind of price ourselves in when Glenn jams here. And you've also got this as well. You've got Yi in the small blind, who's going to attack this button open when we're supposed to be pretty tight. I would have taken there King 7 suited.
Yeah, strange.
It seemed like a nice one to take. But Glenn, Jack 10 off, just going to have to call and C3. One of these situations where we actually do get to defend wider. The shallower we get, just easier decisions when we go post.
That was a strange fold.
What, the King 7 suited? Yeah, I thought we could 3-bet for sure. Just make it like 400, something along those lines.
And it's a 7. Yeesh.
Yeah, Glenn, I doubt we're going to see donk with this hand. Like, we'll have some donk jams, but not with Jack 10 here. And now it's James. What are we going to do with the King 8 off? We are going to allow Glenn to take a freebie, and he's going to enjoy that freebie.
Beautiful.
The Jack of Spads
jumps to the lead.
And we're going to get this bet as well. And 125k. Just going to be a check jam now for Glenn. Not going to call and just leave ourselves with what would be like 0.3 SPR. So I guess the only avenue we got is to just send it in here as Glenn. Or is he counting out calling chips? He is. Okay. Like, do we just check fold like ace rivers and stuff like that? Or has he just made up his mind and is not folding a single river as Glenn? Maybe that's what he thought. Not a single river in the deck that we're going to fold, and maybe keeping some bluffs in of James could be the idea, but I thought he'd just run that there and then on the turn after snagging the top pair. And the Jack 10 going to be good for Glenn Gaines, and that's a huge little swing picking up that one.
That's a beauty for Glenn.
Unfortunately, Gary Milotti, we do not have the Goliath. The reasons they've not started is because they're not on Grosvenor Poker this year. If you're looking to get into the Goliath satellites,
yep.
You need to make your way over to Poker Stars. There's some guarantees on every night. £22 into a Goliath seat. So go and check it out on Stars. That's where you can find the Goliath sats.
Yeah, sometimes the 440s don't run, but most of the time they do. And there's guaranteed seats every night, 30 on a Sunday. And they'll just ramp up for the next couple of months. They will just ramp it up. But obviously we'll see you both there. And when we get back, we've got London to come back to for the UKPT when it reopens, the Vic. We'll be down there the 16th of July for that one. If I'm not there, there's a reason.
Well, what happens if this is hypothetically?
Hypothetically,
someone we know really close to makes a fight. Whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's Boovie, whether it's Swifty. But what happens if someone like that makes the FT? Well, let's say you make the FT.
If I make the FT of the main event,
so you wouldn't be at the Vic. I'm sorry, I'm not flying home and working the Vic without you. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not. They'll have to find someone because there's no chance I'm flying back.
If I'm on day, if I'm... We've got trophies.
Eastie's here.
Just quickly check this one because Glenn's all in for his final 9-10, and Coach again has got another hand.
Mr. Game.
Yeah, indeed. He needs to gain the lead to survive.
Needing a 5 as Glenn shoving blind on blind here for 11 bigs with the Queen 5 suited.
We need a 5 for Glenn, or Glenn Gaines is out. Busting in 8th. Glenn Gaines. Well played, Glenn.
£1,510 for Glenn Gaines.
More to the coach. Would you like to talk about trophies, you two?
Yeah, we can talk about trophies. Yeah, we'll have a little chat about trophies.
We'll come back to mine.
Yeah.
Because I'm just
What did
gonna-
Rotherham win?
On that note, I am just going to nip outside. I'm going to order myself a bite to eat. I'll leave these two with you, and I'll be back with you very, very soon. Thanks for that. What did we win? We stayed. We mid-division. There's always next year.
And we'll figure out what's happening about the
We will.
WSOP main event
If
final.
if I'm not there
Because-
for London GKPT, there's a big reason.
Yeah.
Because obviously
They just cut the stream surely. Boovie would be out of us as well. PK would be flying out as well, so that we wouldn't have. There would be no stream at the Vic if one of us was on the FT.
we've never done it like you do with some of yours, where you sat in your boxing
Yeah,
shorts
yeah,
at
I
home.
know, yeah.
We
Can't
could video
remotely.
link in.
Yeah, potentially. Could remotely do the comms.
We'll talk about that very shortly, because East is here. He's just going to jump in with us, and we're going to talk about trophies, these two, because it's who's got the biggest trophy.
I actually
Well,
think
that's not really a.
East is in the building.
we'll just have a conversation when you come in the hypothetical situation,
Yeah.
because we have the Vic on the 15th. We start working on the 15th of July,
Mhm.
but the WSOP main event final table is at the same time.
Okay.
So we're having a conversation. What would happen? Because we'll come back to the story in a minute as coach goes for the free bet here. Guildford Les making it 440. And things have changed now. Yee had the chip lead, all this FT so far. Now after that all in, the coach up at the top of the shop. But hypothetically, what we were saying, Easty. For those that don't know, I should probably tell you the story. January of this year, we were just chatting about the WSOP main. Tower said he'd never play the WSOP main. And I said to him, why don't we make it happen? Why don't we put you in the WSOP main this summer? He was like, who's going to put me in? I said, the chat box will put you in. I go, we'll all have 1%.
This chat box?
This chat box, well, over on Grosvenor as well. We'll have 1%, so now we've got 75 people to buy a 1% unit at £105, which gives Tower a 25% free roll.
Okay.
But he sold 75 units, £105. Everyone's taken 1%, so there's 75 1% sold.
Love
and
it.
Tower gets the free roll 25% of himself, and he's going to play his first WSOP main.
Wonderful.
So we were discussing the scenario. If we made the WSOP main, we'd have to just cancel the stream at the Vic. It'd have to be cancelled.
Which event is this?
This is the GUKPT
Oh.
first one back. Yeah, we'll get rid of it. Well, it's right, we'll get rid of it.
I'll be there, not cashing as well. Sorry, chat.
Do you know what? It's been a positive stream last couple of days. You walk in and just negativity.
We
right
can talk
off the-
about
right
positive
off the bat.
things
Yeah,
if
we
you
can.
want.
Football's positive at the moment.
Oh, it's incredibly positive, isn't it great?
It feels good. I'll tell you that. It feels so good.
17th. 17th. Champions League trophy winners.
James at 12 bigs, all in with the sixes here. James B. King do suited, not going to call. It was an atrocious final, I can imagine, for a
the
neutral.
standard was shocking.
Yeah,
but,
I can imagine.
But I
for
was
a
on my
neutral.
knees,
But
obviously.
I was great for me because I
Yeah,
was
and
just
me.
like the adrenaline going, and
I just wanted you to wanted you to win, obviously. So
Yeah.
I didn't really care how it happened either, to be honest with you, as long as they lost.
and showing he's got some versatility. He can manage a different way. He can
I
park
think
the
he's
bus
been
if he needs
sandbagging
to.
for 2 years for that very game.
It was some night, I'll give it that, and it's just no one can say anything now, not for another 10 years at least. It's Arsenal-ese the thing now, surely.
Oh yeah, they are definitely the meme now.
They're the bottlers now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Poor Arteta.
Yeah, said no one ever.
What's the play anyway? You in the main tomorrow? I take
I'll be in
it?
the main tomorrow. I'll be in the main on Saturday as well, and then I'll be in here.
Yeah, you'll be in here Sunday. Couple of, 1 bullet in the big shot Sunday. Jump in the booth, the usual.
Yeah, pretty much. You know the drill. Well, this was my best ever finish though. Reading last year.
It was, yeah.
11th I came, and I was unlucky. You know.
There's a surprise.
But you know.
Was that the Jack 10 suited hand when you had ace
Yeah,
queen?
yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
So annoying. That's pretty. I've never made a final table, and that was pretty much for the final table, wasn't it? It could be my time this time. Coach. Heat for coach. He's got loads and loads of chips. Usually we are colouring up a bit more than this, no?
Well, we go, I think, on break in about 40 minutes, so it's quite nice, though. Old
Yeah,
school.
I like that. Remember their old main events, like when everyone just had the absolute mountains?
Yep.
Bit of a joke for dealers, though, isn't it?
Yeah, just going after second in chips here as coach, and to be fair, as Yeet, he's got one that has that little sliver on it. Once in a while, potentially we'll bump it up, but we're not going to get the opportunity, and this has to be so nutted here from James B. Even Jacks is, like 10s I'd probably fold here. Jacks, I'm probably sitting here in the tank like, what on earth do I do here as James B? And coach going to ask for a count, but 880 to win 1 330. No, sorry, 880 to win 2.1, so he's actually getting like 2.4 to 1 on a call here, but this is just always 3 outs for us when James wants to cold 4-bet jams, sometimes aces, and just super crushed here, so I doubt we're going to see coach call this off.
Yeah, expect to see fold, especially because he's like dominating pretty hard, like in most aspects of the game. So you lose this one, you pretty much like give up all that advantage that you've built by taking not a lot of risks.
Yeah. I can't see him calling, and the snap jam as well. The thing is that when he jams so quick, I wouldn't even give him jacks, because if I was sat here with jacks, I'm probably scratching my head as James, not snap jamming it in. But now we get here, I doubt coach is gonna just give up this proportion of his stack. Yes, we put in 5.5 BBs, but fine to just let him go.
Yeah. But stranger things have happened in this call-off.
It's the voyage. We see some crazy things in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, Ace Queen is probably going to go with. I mean, you may argue you shouldn't, but he probably goes with Ace Queen, given how long this has taken him.
I just don't think 10s, 9s is ever going to jam that quickly. Yeah, they made the well up, then go for it, but I'd still probably fold 10s in this spot. 2 of 7 opens, 1 of 7 free bets, and we're in the small with 10. Yeah, I actually probably just fold 10s as James, so it's not even that situation as coach that we ever flip, in my opinion.
Yeah, because James knows he's getting called a whole bunch. So, in fact, he'd much rather get this through, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. We'd love to just pick this up.
Even after this massive dwell, ICM-wise still want to pick it up. There it goes. It's good to see your diet's the same, guys.
Yeah, the usual cakes, donuts,
rows
biscuits.
and rows of biscuits.
Yeah, we eat healthy until we come on tour. That's the excuse. We're at home, we have nice cooked meals, and then I actually do, to be fair.
Right. You're on tour every bloody week, though.
But when I'm away, it's so difficult because you get back to your hotel at night.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to eat other than Uber Eats, and you got to go and order some McDonald's. Usually, the best shout you get at 3 in the morning by the time we finish.
It's very tough. I can attest. Unless you're in one of obviously you don't go to them, but European cities are easier because they have a little bit more available.
And the Vic's all right as well.
Yeah, the Vic is very good. Yeah, they've got Helen's, haven't they?
Yeah, they got some
And a
cafes that
decent
are open
restaurant.
until 4 a.m. and stuff, so it's nice.
I'm looking forward to going there for our Ace Take Live later on this summer/autumn. I imagine you'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be.
Very excited for that one. I've heard it's looking
Yeah,
swanky.
we've seen like the pictures and the concept pictures, but it looks
elite.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's what London really deserves, I guess, being the marquee stop. Vic's been that for ages, isn't it? So, and it's been a while since it's had a little lift.
It's needed it. It has that's what they said. The aircon unit been there since like the 70s or something, using the same one. And always in the summer it's too hot, it's too cold, you never please everyone. But they had to pull the old thing out, I think, and spent millions of pounds on the refurb. Can't wait to get down to Edgware Road and see that one as coach takes another one.
How you doing, Exotic X? New here. Great to meet you. How you doing? Good to meet you too. Love Ace Take Poker. That's a reasonable take. Come around and check out the Twitch. Well, here we are. Unfortunately, Jay's here.
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't care. You can say what you want, mate. I'm in a good mood for the next couple of months till the season starts.
Mate, I'm also in a great mood. I've had enough fun with you this year.
Who do you want next week? PSG or Inter? Who do you like to see?
I'd like Inter, obviously.
You want Inter, yeah. I don't know. I like PSG. got a soft spot for them.
No, I think you have to root against the oil nation clubs as a rule. Looking forward to spending some money on flying verts now, to be honest.
We might be having an old Sané.
You might be having some Sané.
Yeah, might be having
I'm hearing all sorts
some
about
Sané
him.
in the
I think he's that's just an agent just floating some stuff out, isn't he? So seeing what will stick.
8 for Michael.
Best hand of the game, especially on the tour.
We got 12.
We are all in.
Just going to jam. Might have gone for the old like 40 half stack, 50, 60%. Either way, same thing.
It's very nice when you're on the, like this kind of. I mean, obviously you really don't want to get called. You certainly don't want to lose, but I find it's very, considering I don't really know what I'm doing, it's very nice to just have spots that you don't really have to think about.
Yep.
It's just like, yeah, that's one. I don't have to worry about that. That's fine.
It is
Especially
nice.
on TV.
It's when you get the real grim ones that you have no idea what to do. You're like,
Yeah.
oh my word.
I hate those ones. Like Josh had at Glasgow, which we thought was probably just completely fine if you're just going for it. But like, I obviously would have folded. I personally would have folded.
You're a bit on the tighter side though, aren't you? You're
Well-
probably the tightest one out of a lot of you out of the whole group.
I'm
I'd
very
say.
tight around the bubble because it's just a very big bubble, especially in these like quite big bubbles. Like we had a big bubble in Barcelona. Not that I was anywhere near the thing. But
How was Barcelona?
Oh, fantastic as usual. Although I did get egged.
What?
Yeah.
Who by?
Jack, mate.
Oh no.
You don't know who he is? He's a cultural ambassador for 8 Poker, mate. You probably should know who this is. You know the Happy Hour podcast? Mate, you are in it. Living under a rock, aren't you?
I do live under a rock.
Anyway, I got egged. We were doing a live throwables recreation.
Yeah.
And I drew the short straw, aka they just told me how to do it.
Oh, he's played to sit and go. He played
Yeah.
to sit and go in Glasgow. I've
Yeah.
seen him before. Definitely seen him before.
Yeah.
You've got to remember, I don't do all this social.
No, you don't, do
podcast.
you?
I don't do any of that stuff.
No.
I just do.
You're either playing or commentating.
Literally, that is basically me. And if I'm not playing or commentating, I'm usually on YouTube watching poker. So it's just non-stop. Talk to me anything other than poker or football, I'm clueless. Anything.
Well, that's all I can do as well, so it's all good. I'm a bit of Pokemon as well, obviously. He knows.
Pokemon.
Yeah. Anyway.
Ace Queen.
Using defender big.
Yeah, may actually be one that folds in ICM when we've got separation of 1 BB between these two as you.
He's just one of those geezers that's just making it difficult for everyone, though, isn't he?
I guess when he had the chip lead, to be fair, he was getting after it, but has toned down since he lost a few pots. But I feel like in ICM, this one that actually folds when separation of 1 BB. If we cover by like 15, feel like we'll just get in. But here we are at the turn. Pair of 4 still good, but James up and down with the 2 overcards.
Do you expect to see him like still continue checking back here, or do you think a little bit of pressure is in order?
Yeah, I think it's one that if we bet turn, we need to bet river. Otherwise, just check back. Like bet turn, we need to be betting a lot of rivers as well because there's just going to be so much one pair stuff that we'll call once and fold river.
Straight. So I guess we're going to see some sort of bet here. Consider tossing in a check, but I think James is going to be checking back probably a lot. Obviously, he goes check and then check again on turn. So you're probably going to want to feel for some value here. How greedy does Yi want to get is the question. I like some sort of small bet, but he does go quite large, which is understandable, but it's going to be so hard to get called.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are we getting called by here?
Maybe a 9, but like even that's
Ace 9 suited, yeah, literally that's it. Pocket 7s. I can't really find much else that calls this spot.
James spreads out his time bank chips. I don't think we really need to be doing anything heroic here.
Maybe if just thinking about the size that it looks like I've got ace high, why is he going so big when probably wants a call from what looks like a cap range of ours, but like you say, we're just going to have so many better catches.
Yeah, but if he does arrive at this river with something like 6-5 off, is he not just always going to bluff? And does he have, if he does this all the time and chooses this size too often with those hands and not enough with like, you know, obviously wouldn't be with a jack or something. Maybe James is just thinking this is either
exactly this.
Yeah,
It's nonsense.
like especially all the Queen X as well, like Queen 6 down to Queen Deuce suited are ones as well, and same with the Kings, King Deuce suited down to like King 6 suited. So there are a lot of this stuff in there, but the offsuit stuff shouldn't be in there. We can't really give them like King 6 off, so it's going to need to be naturally suited hands.
How does he feel about having a queen here? It seems fairly neutral. But maybe you'd expect you to probably bluff a few
Yeah,
queens.
exactly. That's the thing I think here. Like Queen's probably not the best card to have. Yes, we block the two nutted straights, the Queen 8 and the King Queen, but our opponent here just going to have a catalogue of 8x. So I think Queen's actually a bad card because I feel like he's going to start bluffing like his Queen Deuce through Queen 6 of clubs here. Going to be potential ones that he does this with. So not the best side card to have for James, in my opinion. He really doesn't want to let this go.
Really thinking about this one. Do you think it ever just like creeps into people's minds? Like, not that it should, but like you're in a spot where it's like this is really close. If I call here and I'm right, then I've got this many chips, and he's got this many chips. Like this could be.
Yeah. You have to think about these things. Future game's massive. It's when you're deep in tournaments, like you take spots that you wouldn't take because the upside is much bigger than the downside, and you wouldn't take a spot where the downside is like much of the up. Like when you're big chip leader, you don't necessarily need to call off these all-ins lights because you don't want to bring yourself towards the pack, but going further ahead of them don't actually mean too much. It's a good fold in the end after a long dweller.
Also, if he does just snap fold there, then like people might think he's maybe not thinking about defending as much because he won't. Like we said, he's really not going to arrive at the river with many good hands. Like he might have a pair of 10s every now and again, but that seems unlikely. A 9 probably kind of the best thing you could hope to have. So he knows what it looks like.
Yeah.
So definitely worth to think about, but I think we got to the right decision in the end.
20 minutes left of the session, guys. Those asking about giveaways, you need to come back after the next break for the next keyword. Already given away 6 tickets today. Got 4 more coming up for the remainder of this evening. An ill time from Mark, runs into it.
He has run into indeed. And he'll know, yeah. A little sigh. How could you possibly have something better than Ace Jack suited? I know the feeling. But he does. It's not over yet. There are some hope and possibilities available. One of the jacks being dead is not really the end of the world because we're looking for one of the pointees. Out, coach gets out of the way, and Mark won't be best pleased to see the shape he's in. He's going for the get up. Is he going for the coat? Does the coat come off the back of the chair, Jay? What do you think?
On the turn, I think it does. Oh. If he's not...
The whole way.
There we go.
No, he's preparing the coat. Maybe it comes off. The turn could be the one, yeah.
If he's not hit an ace on a turn, I feel like that's when he'll see it come up.
That's a quite coat-heavy flop for me. I think I'd be picking mine up. Let's see if he's gone for it. I don't know if we'll get the angle. Looks like we're just going to be focusing on the ball, which is understandable. Queen on the turn.
Terrible card, just black aces.
Only an ace. Pointy? No.
8 of diamonds, so we are going to lose Mark Wackrell. Decent run from him here in Reading. Does finish in 7th place. Decent score, £1,900. Down to the final 6 now. 20 minutes or so until the next break.
Can I have a glass of water, please? Glass of water.
In the early flight tomorrow.
I always come on Thursday, chill, see the lads, soak in the atmosphere of the UKPL. Then I'll have a good rest, get up tomorrow, fuel myself up, 12 o'clock in the tournament, 1 o'clock out the tournament, and go again on Saturday.
Sounds good.
I always do it the same. Do you know that something fun? I've cashed, I believe it's 5 UK players, it might be 4.
Okay.
And I have had, on only 4 occasions where I've only had 1 bullet, I cashed all those. I've never cashed off a 2nd or 3rd bullet, ever.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just go home then after the first bullet and wait for the next one? Surely.
Why don't I just not turn up?
Yeah, I weren't going to say that. that did cross my mind first of all, but...
Yes, I'm hoping for the 1 bullet wonder again. I think I just I've got mental, frailties.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I can understand that. I can actually understand that.
Yeah. So I think I'm on most, because I've obviously got my pattern, like, oh, you know, on the Thursday, you know, I'm there early, I'm ready to go, I'm rested, I've got to the hotel the day before.
Mental games there, you're nice and
exactly.
zen.
Nothing's happened yet.
You lose one flip. Ah! I never win flips.
One flip, I check it down, blind versus blind, first hand, and I'm already gone. So yeah, I'm hoping for a smooth ride, but you never know. Like last time, I had Glen Gaines on my left, so. I'm after the early risers, you know. I like to be from the start. I get more clips as well.
Yeah, to be fair, it's nice from the start. I always find you get a certain demographic of players that may jump in from the start.
Yeah,
may give
they
you
say,
their
that's time. That's the tournaments at that time. I'll be there at that time. Also, you got day 2 of the high roller, so you avoid all those.
Yep.
It's just a good time to be alive.
Yeah, the high roller was fun. It started today with 7 players. The table was Tom Clack, Jack Hardcastle, Chris Brammer, Zicheng, and then there was 2, Jamie Walden, who won a bracelet last year, and then there was someone else, another like really well-known player. I can't remember who it was. There were just like 7 players started in the high roller, and it just looked like table of death.
Yeah. Is there still a little reward for turning up on time to the high roller?
Yeah.
That's, I imagine there won't be any other reason they're playing against each other. So if you turn up on time, you get a draw for the main.
No. If you outlast everyone that was up on time, you win the LMS
so
and you get the main for free. Yeah,
that's pretty cool, isn't it? I like that a lot. Gets it going because all the regs are just sitting there going. Nah.
Yeah.
So give them a little bit of extra EV. They're all about EV.
Coach on the button. Last time we've seen this, a bit of added juice on the opening size, goes for 3 big blinds.
I wonder why. Good hand as well.
I had this conversation with Tower. I'd love for like in 20, 30 years time for like some software. You know, they used to have the heartbeat monitors on players. Be able to actually see what's going on inside their heads. Because I honestly feel like 50% of the field aren't even thinking about the hand. I'm not even joking. I'm not saying that trying to be funny. Like some of the stuff you see, it's like 50% aren't even thinking about like such basic things to think about in a poker hand. It's actually crazy, and I'd love to just get inside people's heads. Obviously, you see people that are obviously thinking about the game and do a lot of nice stuff, but then you see some other stuff, and I just want to know what goes on. What's their reasoning and their logic for doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
And I'd love to just know some of the spots, what was going through their head, and what's the logic and reasoning for why they done what they did.
I think you'd be somewhat let down by the extent of it.
Yeah, but this is it. I actually feel like not enough of the field are thinking about the game. Their mind's elsewhere. They're thinking about, I don't know what they're thinking about, but it's definitely not. It's definitely not poker. I'll tell you that. There's someone that is definitely thinking, who's played well the last couple of days, has just changed his opening size. Not seen any of this from old Guildford Les. Now gone for 3x. Last 2 hands.
I've got a hand history for you.
Okay.
After this hand, have you seen the my full house from Barcelona on Instagram at all?
Oh, I think I didn't see it on Instagram. I saw it on YouTube. I think it was like a YouTube reel.
Yeah.
From 888.
Yeah,
I think I did saw it. Yeah.
Well, they cut out a lot of the obviously the context.
Yeah.
But we start in about 150 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
I want to say. Some Spanish geezer, no idea. It's like 2 orbits in first level, obviously. Like 160 big blinds or something. It goes open under the gun. He flats, flat to my right. I flat 9s on cut off, and big blind calls as well. So 5 ways to 7-7-3.
Yeah.
It checks to hijack, who bets. I call.
Yeah.
And just the Spanish guy calls.
Who was the original opener?
No, the original opener was under the gun.
Okay,
This
yeah.
guy's flatted open. In fact, no, you're right. He was the original opener, which is very important. He was the original opener. So under the gun didn't open. He opened, hijack calls, I call, big blind calls, 4 ways. 7-7-3, hijack bets, I call, original razor calls, big blind folded. Turns a 9.
Yeah.
It checks to me, and I bet like half pot. And just original razor calls. River's an ace.
Yeah.
he checks. I overbet for like 125%, which is like 12k into 10k or something.
Yeah.
We're at 100, 200. We're at 100, 200, I want to say. So it's hefty. And he shoves. And he folds.
I only think we get to fold. What? So this is the under the gun opener, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just never raising like anything as a bluff, and he's probably not raising against a 7 against his side. I only.
A7.
I only fold if the suit's on board. Block the A7 suited, like because he's not going to open A7.
One
off
A7
under the
of
gun.
spades.
There's one A7 of spades combo. No, I call them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, if there's only one hand that I beat, then and he's got 3 combos of aces and 1 combo of quads.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Do I still not get to fold?
It's.
I wasn't out if I called and lost. That was probably what got me just about over the line.
I think we can actually hero fold if A7 suited isn't a thing. Like, yeah, I don't fold. I don't think we can fold. It's just a call arena. It's one of those you're supposed to go broke. But maybe with the suits are blocked on board and A7 suited isn't real, then we actually don't beat anything. So maybe there is some folding going on.
I spent 5 minutes trying to fold.
Yeah.
Realised I wasn't good enough. Although I'm probably one of the only people that would consider folding because I'm so nitty. And he sent pods, so that was fun.
No one's bluffing that spot. He's never got a 7, so we literally just beat 1 combo of A7 suited and then lose the 4 combos of 7s, aces.
Quads
Kind of
versus
fun,
top
yeah.
bloke first order.
To be fair, I was in Cyprus and I did see nut flush over straight flush in Hold'em, and the nut flush folded getting 10 to 1 on the corner river on a non-paired board.
It makes it, but if you get like 3
Yeah,
bet
yeah,
shoved
exactly.
on,
Yeah, he didn't get 3 bet shoved on. He bet pot, and mate, he shoved on him, and he folded
I think that's fair
flush. Yeah,
enough.
but it's just like
It's similar though, it's like because obviously
exactly
never bluffing,
no bluffs. So
and they obviously have no other hands that for value, so you can just fold. I think that's a lot easier than because I can stretch to things. And also, there's a random Spanish guy. I've seen them do unbelievable things in these tournaments.
I've just thought of something. Where's Tao gone? He said he'd be a minute. He's got to order his food. 30 minutes later.
I did tell him to take his time.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that bit. I thought he literally said it'd be a minute.
He said it'd be 10 minutes to order, and then he would eat it, which I imagine takes him about 30 seconds. So it can't be long away. But I've got nothing else to do. I just came down to take some pics of the arena. You know what I mean, mate? I like to be here. I prefer it when you've lost, but that would have been the only silver lining.
I learnt my lesson. I got to show you something.
You didn't say a word,
Keith
yeah?
Littlewood. So obviously we had the Leon one where they were 4-2 up. I messaged him the money emoji, the eye emoji, and what happened. And I get this message from him. This was in the 90th minute. Come on, Jay, say something.
Yeah.
I was just stood, mate. I was literally not saying a word until that fucking final whistle went. I've learnt my lesson all season. Not doing it anymore. None of this.
You had some prowess.
I did have some shockers this year.
I think my favourite was Newcastle.
When Bergvall scored.
When Bergvall scored,
And
you
I
brought me
ran
to your
in,
team,
yeah.
and I gave you absolute hell for that, and you came over from the booth, stopped doing your job to have a go at me. By the time you got back to your chair, it had been disallowed.
There was another one as well. I messaged you. It was offside as well. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I've had some mares this season.
Brilliant stuff. I really enjoy it.
6 left here in the voyage, guys.
6 left. How'd you go about winning one of these things? Got to enter, I guess, first.
That is the first step.
I'm going to see if there's some cash going after this. I did see a dealer sitting down with a deck, which is a good sign.
Had a good game here, like last year. Prince of Bahrain turn up.
Really?
In a 1-2 game, yeah.
That's ringing bells. Because I came to uni here, and I think that my friend used to go to the
I
casino with him.
think Barry from Reading was telling me about it. There was like a list, like as long as your arm in a 1-2 game. But
wow.
The a print or something like from Bahrain was here in Reading just playing some 1-2.
It was Bahrain or not Brunei?
Might have been Brunei.
Because Brunei, I know there's a geezer back from way back when I used to go, well, donkeys ago now, obviously. But there was a guy that used to go to the casinos called it was the Prince of Brunei, not Bahrain, but it could be a different.
It might be
It
different.
just seems like a bit too much of a coincidence. But yeah, it's nice to be in that game.
I'm
Although
sure
you end up doing your bollocks, don't you?
I'm sure someone in the chat is from Reading watching and they will know the story. But some Prince was here playing 1-2 last year.
Well, we're going to have an all-in and a call here.
Yes,
we
we
have
are.
the all-in. We have the call. We're catching up, guys, and Georgios will be thoroughly at risk. Dead ace helps a little.
There we are. Gina, right on cue. 2-5 game it was, not a 1.
Too rich for my blood.
We'll book some action.
You had some, would you?
0.5.
Mate, why do you never believe in me?
Fading kings as ye, Georgius needing a king, and that is a horrific start.
How does one get one of those flops? Just like, you know what I mean? He'll probably just ping it now. No. That helps though.
Sweat. So, kings and jacks needed for Georgius to survive.
Any about? Nope. That'll do it. Down to 5.
Austin just short of break, 11 minutes to go.
Do you think that Tao will come back?
I don't know, he's been 30 minutes. He said he was going to order his food.
It's not a problem. I just wondered if you thought he would come back.
I don't think he will. I think he's gone. I think it's me and you for the rest of the evening.
It's alright, mate. You can bask in some glory.
To be fair, on this 30-minute clock, I can't see this lasting another session. 10 minutes break, 2 hours done, I reckon. Around 9 o'clock finish.
Well, and you'll be straight back tomorrow with the high roller.
Sam's in tomorrow. I'm not here. I'll be on the golf course tomorrow.
You're on the golf course?
Yeah.
Which golf course?
I am playing White Hills tomorrow in Hertfordshire.
You just do what you want, don't you, really? Yeah. It's not as bad as it looks.
4-8. 4-8? Yeah, 4-8.
What level?
No, my hand.
Oh, you had 4-8.
Gina was dealing that game. Was it Bahrain? Was it
Bahrain or Brunei?
Brunei. I was about to say Beirut.
Beirut. The Prince of Beirut was down. Bit of heat for Yi, who could become a danger hit. Obviously does have coach on his left, which he'd prefer not to have, but Queen's on the button, and everyone will be thinking the same thing when this race goes in. You got nothing, lad. But he does. He's allowed to have things, you know. You know what I'm excited for? Josh Manley Poker tonight.
When's Josh getting there this evening as well?
He is stopped off in Woking.
I don't know geographically where that is to Reading, but sounds.
It's on the way from Brighton, I'm assuming. He stopped off to see his friend, and then he's going to come along for, I don't know, I guess we'll have a drink. Haven't seen him since Glasgow. So, I think I'm the only person in Edinburgh at the moment, because Ian and Josh have made these things called plans. I don't actually have any of those.
I've made plans as well. I'm not even in Edinburgh.
Really?
I'm in Vegas. I go Vegas very soon. I literally go golf trip next week.
Edinburgh's a good stop, guys.
I know,
What's going on?
but I've got to go win a bracelet, unfortunately. Willing
By
to
the
try
way,
to.
he's going to have probably Michael all in here, because like, what can you actually do after you defend this?
Not much.
You're actually happy.
Yeah.
Like you're thinking
Lovely.
this could go.
Just get to check jam.
Check jam, and just he folds like what? How often? Pretty often.
Yeah.
So
And we even get called by worse, like by some hands. It's like the great thing as well.
So unluckily, so far for Michael, by the way, he does have nearly 40% equity with this hand. Obviously, gut shot working as well. No hearts in hand. But this is a fairly easy one.
Yeah, no, not even close.
Because you don't really want to call here, do you? It's a bit dicey. Your hand doesn't really get better than this.
Yeah. Now, Michael's actually been playing pretty well. Seems pretty
Call
clued up.
slower, please, Yeet. And it looks like we will need to see. Oh, look at all those clean outs. Nothing darked out. Very nice to see for him.
Yeah, 37%. Plenty against the ladies.
So here we go. 7s, 10s, and 9s all doing things for Michael. But lots of clean run-outs so far. That's
Well,
not so clean.
That is not. That deads it on the turn to a chop. So you're going to be doubling Michael up unless we see a 10. Which we do not.
Back in the game. Michael up to 2.5 takes away the second
from Yi for now.
Get 7 minutes until break. Then just a quick 15.
I'd love to just be on, just one time, be on the FT with you guys, talking about my play. Because I wouldn't have a clue what I was doing. At that point, it's my literal nut low performance levels because the stacks are all like in the worst area for me. That's why I turn up early, because I actually have a vague idea what I'm doing when I've got 3-digit big blinds. I did win the sitting going bastard though.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I won the sitting.
Is that the first time you've won that one?
No, I won. That's my second win. I won a trip to London. I believe I was already going, so I feel scammed. Yeah, but I got to have a winner's picture, so it's all good.
Who were the celebs for that one in Barca?
We had a guy called Tom, who does some car stuff, and we had Jack, mate. He was there. I don't think we had another. Oh, we had a Spanish. He does like Real Madrid TV or something, or like a Real Madrid fan TV on YouTube.
Keno.
No, not Keno.
He's a huge Madrid fan.
Yeah, but he does fan TV like.
Oh, okay.
He's
like
Arsenal,
Arsenal
he's
TV.
massive.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's the biggest. Of
Right.
yeah, so we had him as well. He was terrible. Not as bad as the car dude, but yeah, both awful.
This when you throw someone into a game that have never played before, like they're just naturally going to be terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't even have to go heads up. I just won the 300 three-way all in.
Really?
With an underpair. I couldn't believe my eyes. I went runner, wheel. Unbelievable scenes.
Coach A7. Going to open on the button. Off here for Michael, not going to tangle. Yeah, I think against coaches, I think if Michael was covering button open there, he's going to think about it. But just not really getting involved versus a player that can do damage to us. From James here for 15, King 3 offsuit. He's going to have a look. Would have personally let this go against 3x.
3x is it? Oh yeah, I think we do want to let this go. Well, it's a good job that we didn't.
Good job we're sat here and James is sat there. The one thing James can't do now when we're this strong on the board, where coach should be sending barrels in on, just check call the whole way.
Anything in that snap reach, by the way, like already reaching pretty much before James even touched the board. Like, I feel like you just wouldn't do that if you. Oh, this is massive. But
yeah, 450 into what is it, 750 here. So
it is a board you would typically size up on, but like maybe not in this situation, because now like if you.
Yeah, against 60%, it's actually kind of interesting from James, but I still think like when we got a lock on the board, we still need to do exactly this. Just call, keep the bluffs in of coach. If he's got ace jack, ace 10, let him send it in on the turn.
I mean, to be fair to coach, I think you win the hand there like so unbelievably often. What a great card that is for James, by the way. He really just didn't want to see a queen. That was pretty much it. Other than that, he was pretty all right with anything, I think. Ace probably would have been the second bottom of the list. We just have to go check now and hope to win. And James will obviously shove the river. And barring an ace, which this isn't, I imagine that will see a fairly swift fold.
Half pot back, so we're just going to jam. It's one of these though, like when coach checks back turn, you kind of know you're not really getting called by much here. Like a lot of coaches' hands that would be able to pay us would just be betting turn themselves. So some queen X perhaps want to check back flop.
Yeah, the sizing is not very queeny, is it? So like maybe he doesn't go all in. He doesn't go all in. Which I think, given the situation, like given the polarizing bet size on flop,
I think it's actually a really good find.
It's probably a pretty good find.
It's easy to jam, but it looks like coach can just have something like a pair, sixes, sevens, eights, this type of stuff. But then again, these probably actually want a jam button into these two stack depths pre. And we just don't beat anything here as coach. Maybe some jack 10, jack 9
Jack 10 probably gets it in against that size. Especially with fold equity. I think this is most likely to just be what it says in the tin.
We're going to squeeze one more hand in before break, guys. Have you eaten? 45 minutes?
I had to wait for it.
I thought you was gone to order. I'll go to where's Tara? I thought you said you'd been meaning.
10 minutes, so I know he's thinking chat forever.
You said it'd be 10 minutes, to be fair.
I did.
45 minutes.
You know I don't mind, Tower. You take your time. You work hard, mate. You work very hard.
It's all right.
It's okay,
we got one hand left. Go on, have another minute.
Are you sure?
Have another minute. It's all right.
He's getting spoiled.
And then 15. Do you know what? We got a 15-minute break after. Have another, you can have another 15 as well. Yeah, we got a break in 2 minutes.
Tell you what, Tal, why don't you just go home? We'll be fine.
Ladies, guys. Just going to sell myself.
Let us know how much you get.
What do you think about that?
About what?
The old World Series.
Yeah, it's unbelievable scenes. You feeling good about it? It looks like you are. I'm feeling like it could be my year.
Yeah.
You know?
What, your year to make
Final table.
Okay.
Do you know what it is? This year obviously I would always vlog, and that's what I do. I can't even remember the last time I played a tournament where my camera wasn't on. But then they're not allowing it this year.
Okay.
It's crackdown. So I'm actually going to just get to play, which is going to be like pretty weird for me, because usually I've got to think about all these things. But this time I actually just get to think about the $10,000 tournament I'm playing, which I think will be helpful.
Yeah. So that's even like, if you can you not get like a media pass to like film at the table?
But like they denied, like a lot of big guys didn't get one. So
did D-Negs get one?
I don't think he ever recorded his hands at the table anyway. I think he only did his all-ins and like he did post-graphic stuff, which is what I'm going to be doing this time. So I don't think he needed one.
Yeah.
And also he's D-Neg, so it would have been fine. But a few others didn't get one, and I think it's like they're just saying that you can't do it this year because people have got like things that can see on the cards to get dealt and stuff, which I understand. Like I said, it's going to do me a favour, I reckon, in terms of EV. It's definitely better.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Well, quick, interesting one here. Coach goes for the 4X Open, and James going to defend the Jack 10 of clubs against 4 BBs.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? It's Jack 10 of clubs.
Like, what can you do? But this pot now already 950 in the middle. Going to be the last hand before break.
Could you?
Oh my word! What a ridiculous flop.
The absolute nutter butters.
And we got.
Oh
Coach.
my god! And he's going for the massive bet. Look at this reach. He's carved it out.
It's 500k.
Wow. I mean, does James shove? Probably not on the rainbow, right?
Just got a call here. Like we've just seen the previous hand when he went for a big sizing as well and check back turn folded river. So obviously we can deduct from that he didn't really have much. So it's James here.
Oh, look at this. Oh no! Can't do me a favour. Not my last hand. Oh no, not this. Do the hand movements all in.
Oh no!
Oh, what can I do? Oh, look what I've got left. What can I do?
I've got a king. I've got king 8 suited. I've got to run it. Oh no!
Oh god, it's so sick, guys. It's so sick. Well, anyway.
And now as coach, when we go this size.
Listen, it's ridiculous that we're thinking about folding this, but honestly, if I saw this going on, the hand movements, I'd probably just snap muck.
Just not even get into the tank, not think about it, where you potentially make a call, just send it in there. But the thing is, when James jams against this size, he's never got any bluffs on this flop. And if he's got like stuff like Queen Jack, 9-10 suited, they just call, right? So
not to mention the hand movements.
Like so like forget about all the theory, and he could have this in range. What Nick's saying, sometimes just look at a guy and the performance of someone that has the nuts, I'll tell you that.
It's so sick as well though for Coach, because he has a 10 and he made it a size that Jack 10 off couldn't defend against. So it has to be Jack 10 suited, the other 3, and shock is Jack 10 suited. Like, I know a lot of people say this, like, only could be these hands, but like when you get the performance and the shove on this board, if those are the only 3 things he could have, he's just going to have them. So we are standing up to avoid a running boat or a gut shot chop. And Jay's having the best time. You love the voyage.
I do love the voyage.
You love the voyage.
Love the voyage.
I might have to turn up a day early next time.
My man's got 96% equity. He's on his feet, Nick. He's got 96%. I've got to have a chuckle to myself.
It's a big deal. He's up to 4 million. He's chip leading.
We're on a break, guys. You coming back? You coming? No, you've gone home. We're sending you.
Yeah, I'll be. What do you want me to do?
Eastley might be here after the break. We will see. We will see you in 12 minutes now, guys. Back at 25 past 7. What we expect to be the last session. See you soon.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the independent chip model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds. There's 100 players left in the tournament. 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king queen, it blocks them having king jack, ace king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks, and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first, and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just opened rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're one away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought, just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30K package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, you know, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, you know, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a difference. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pawn.
If you're happy to resume, your blinds are 60,000, 120,000 with a 120,000 big blind ante. Very, very best of luck. Please for today. 60,000. Small blind 60.
Let's do it again! Well, there were the chip counts before with the final table, but not on the chip counts. Now, East is with us again.
I've moved chairs.
You have moved chairs because Ant deck.
Yeah.
Morecambe, Wise.
I'm just whoever.
Yeah.
I'm fluent.
Tweedledee, Tweedledum.
Yeah.
There we go. We are back. Mr. Nick Eastwood is with us. Interesting feature that it was James Hastings getting up to 4 milli.
Yeah.
In the last session. And there he is in the blue.
Quite the flop he managed.
So, and I am thinking that if C9 wins it, it's the shortest name ever to win a poker tournament.
You think?
Yi-Ju. G-U.
That is quite a short name.
Y-I-G-U.
Well, this will help, because he's probably going to bang this in, I imagine, and James will fold. It's one of those, like, you go away for the break, you come back, you go, right, time to put some pressure on with my new chips.
Yeah.
And then you just run into it immediately and have to fold. I wonder how much of our time James will waste before he does fold, because he does have to. It's not even close, I don't think. Just double check I'm not seeing things. No, it's 2 million. It's way too much. He is maybe going to have to spend time chip here. I wouldn't advise it. It's definitely better things to use that on. And he sees the light, lets it go. Annoying to lose that 300k, but sometimes they just have ace jack and there's nothing you can do. Very even though, look at this, 20, 20, 20 in the middle there, and then a couple either side of that, 10 big blinds. So, anyone's game, easily anyone's game. If we get the short stack double up off of the big stack, we will all have 20 bigs, pretty much exactly. Which should be crazy. So, who wants a trophy then?
Who wants it? Coaching 2.
I would love a trophy. I just don't think it's ever going to happen. So I'd like more than the trophy. Chatting to you about having won a trophy. Can you imagine the scenes?
Sam went to Liverpool but didn't get a ticket for the match on the final day.
Oh yeah.
So he went to the bars and the pubs around Liverpool. They said it was just absolutely epic.
Yeah, I mean...
They said it was absolutely just outstanding.
Incredible.
In a good season.
Unthinkable.
Not the biggest points.
Yeah, but
on the end.
If we needed to win the last games, do you think we would have gone out and played
No.
all that?
I know you want to go to Dubai for a few weeks before you.
They went. We barely slept for 4 weeks after we won it.
Sam Sester was Brighton have nailed them.
Yeah.
Brighton absolutely nailed them. But they were nearly even money by the time the kick-off.
I think.
Brighton. So.
I think that's. God, he's actually jammed this in from small blind into
10-8.
coach who's just going to.
Oh, the ace! Here he goes.
Yeah, and you're not even in that bad a shape. You'll be happy to see this, in fact. Cause,
Here we goes, the ace for coach.
When you get called, you're just hoping it's not something like King 10. So obviously, coach had to give a lot of chips before to James, and now from huge chip leader potentially out in 5th, and he's got 36 here, Tower.
So here we go. Does he survive? Jack 6 does. He does on that flop.
Yeah, that one's wide of the mark for Yee, but still a 5th of the time he will win this pot.
Oh, 7. So any middling card, any 8, any 9, any 10 to fade to double up.
A great card for Yee. Keeps himself around 20%. Can he find it on river? He can!
Yeah, he's got there with the 8 on the river.
Oh, it's brutal for coach.
Wowzers, from massive chip leader.
He went for a very high variance style to try to capitalise on his chip lead, and it really backfired. It's unfortunate for coach because 2 hands that you missed, he opened the button into the big blind, and similarly, and they defended good hands, but like okay hands, middling hands, and one very bad hand, and they both absolutely smashed the deck on the flop. And he had to bet, and he bet very, very large both times.
Yeah.
One he bet folded, one he bet called, and that was that. Happens very quickly when you're shallow on left tee. But yeah, he went for the very large bets, and unfortunately ran into it both times. Most of the time, those bet sizes, even though they're unorthodox, they're going to pick you up the pot at the very least. But really, really rough one for coach to take.
Yeah.
As he must leave in 5th, Tower 4.
Guildford Les has gone.
How much has he won?
Just over £3,000 it was. It was 3,190.
Well, that's better than a slap in the face.
Also, yesterday, and we actually think it's the first time it's ever happened, they had a cash-out satellite, and in the same cash-out satellite, he won 3 seats.
How does one do that?
Because you get to the target of X amount of chips, you win your seat, you buy back in again because it's before the end of level 6.
Oh, you can buy back in?
Yes. So you can buy back in again. So he won his first seat before the end of level 3. He won his second seat at the start of level 6, and he jumped back in and bought back in at the middling end of level 6 and won his seat in level 7.
That's unbelievable.
He won 3 seats in the same satellite.
So he'll be hopping in the main now, then.
So he's got tokens and credit everywhere.
And money.
And now over £3,000.
Yeah. What a life.
Oh, to be Guildford Les.
I've got no ticket and no money.
Rest of the team, who's coming?
We've got a full house. We've
Yay!
got Ian and Joshua Manley.
Fantastic.
Well, a UK full house. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Obviously, the foreigners are not here, which is unfortunate because we do like to see them. But they've no. I don't think. I'd love to see one of them come to UKPL one time. But
yeah.
I think in Edinburgh, it's just me
I
flying the
also
flag.
think that 888 should form a formidable team to come to Goliath. I really do.
Yeah.
I really should. I really do think you've got a great association
Squad.
with Grosvenor, and it's £200, and last year was 280 up top.
You think I can afford these things?
For £200?
Do you think I made the money?
So you can win your, you can win your satellites. Get your satellite one.
Yeah.
£200 into 250,000.
I only played
That's what it was last year.
I only played it once, and I had a very bad moment. So
I think 888 should bring an army. Where's Eden when you need him?
he's always a text message away.
Well, that's true.
But he doesn't want to talk to me anymore because FPL's finished, so he doesn't need me. Usually he needs me. No, he doesn't need. I feel very unneeded. Do you know what I mean?
See, he could be one of the latest ones to get a 1% of the tower.
Could be.
Could be. We need to send a message to Eden.
I think we should.
I saw him with cards in his hand in Barcelona. sat in front of the, he was playing cards at the table and everything. He had
isn't-
chips and all sorts.
He is known to obviously he plays cash because he finds some like a little time at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have can't obviously play the tournament. But he does like a flutter at the cash games. I like to try and like bum hunt him and just bluff him. I bluffed him a couple of times in Bucharest once, and I'd never think I'll do it again. It doesn't seem worth it.
Good luck, Mr. Hastings. You're now barred from my home game, says Gravel Tone. Is the game too good?
Well,
the password for the free roll is 888 Reading.
That is original.
I think it's with a capital R.
Is it really?
Yeah.
We don't usually make it that complicated.
It might not be, but 888 Reading.
It does look
is.
like, mate, it is an R, capital R, and that will be case sensitive, I imagine.
So if you're playing, it's just started. 3 minutes ago, you've got 40 minutes to get in.
Oh, it's not cap sensitive. It isn't cap sensitive. You can put whatever R you want.
Well, there you go then. 888 Reading.
Well, James with Jack 6 off, I think, versus 350. This is just a little bit too weak. But there is some reaching going on. And it is going to be a call, Tower. Jack 6 offsuit, not your typical powerhouse, blind versus blind, but he does have position in the chip lead. Let's have a look at this flop, which is whiffing both, but James, with a decisive whiff, probably will have to just relinquish. And this is the problem with Jack 6 offsuit, Tower. I know a lot of people will probably already know this, but you don't actually make that many good hands.
Not with Jack 6.
So this will be the end of the chapter for James. Obviously wants to be defending his big blind aggressively. Doesn't want anyone to think that they can just roll through him. And he does have, you know, the most chips, which does give him some playability with some lesser hands. Maybe not as weak as that. Potentially could let that one go. But I like defending the big blind. It's always annoying for everybody when you do that. It's good to be annoying in poker.
You're never annoying at the table.
No, I just sit there and fold. No one's annoyed by me. At least not my play. Maybe my mannerisms. And my camera that goes in their face when I win a pot.
I heard you say that you're not allowed to do it this year.
In World Series, obviously I can do whatever I like here.
Yeah.
Practically own the gaff. But in the World Series I can't. They're cracking down a little bit. And I was saying to
Is it
Jay,
because of all last year's final table?
yeah,
malarkey?
definitely that. They've made some big, like changes for the final 3 tables. You just can't have any devices at all.
Wow.
Whereas you can have your device.
The
and
final
record-
3?
Final 3
Wow.
tables, yeah. But you can have your device.
Imagine if I have to do that.
I think you'll be fine, Tower.
Andy Booth,
What would
the
you-
boss.
What would you even
The
know?
boss.
What
He came up with the idea with Jay, and they agreed to it all. And he says, if Tower makes the final table of the World Series, I'll give him the money myself.
Okay.
That's the confidence
What money?
he's got. The main event money.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's some extra.
That's the confidence in me he's got.
I don't think you'll see that, Tower. I'm not going to lie to you.
So yeah.
Is this the casino that's got like the curries on the go? I think it is, isn't it?
Curries?
Yeah, because I think there's like a tikka or something that's okay. But I don't mind.
No, but there's one on the main menu.
Yeah.
Yes, the Penang curry. It's actually
No,
quite
no,
nice.
no. It wasn't a Penang. It was like it was like an actual proper curry, not an Ian Simpson curry.
A tikka. What's Ian Simpson's curry?
Penang. He only eats leaves, doesn't he? So.
Oh, of course. An Ian Simpson curry. I love it. Yes, there are. It was. In fact, Wilco had it last night, and it smelled delicious.
Yeah.
It actually did smell good.
Yeah, I think that might be the play. See what's going on with the cash, and then maybe order a little cheeky one, and then go from there.
Yeah.
Fuel up. A leaf curry is not a curry. Yeah, the methi. Gina knows. But I think there's 2 though, Gina. There's the methi, which is okay, and then there's the tikka, which is good.
All right.
But I think they're both acceptable to me.
Do you like your spice? Or do you just?
I don't mind. I don't mind spice at all, but I don't think you can expect much in the way of spice and flavour.
Yeah.
But it does do the job, and that's all you're really after, isn't it? Apart from maybe some cheese, eh?
Yeah.
So James, he likes these Jack X 5 gappers, doesn't he? And here comes Michael with the defend, as he must do with the ace line offsuit. Fairly significant investment already for Michael, and 830 in there, so SPR of 2 as we head to a flop. And the flop could potentially get James into some trouble. It's an excellent flop for Michael, who goes top, Jamie Gold. And James with a little bit of backdoor everything. I don't think it's quite enough equity to be worried about having to check back and waste it like by getting check raised, but he does decide to check back. And he does turn top pair, which is gross from Michael, who will still believe he has the best hand a lot of the time, but does decide to go check. May have seen bet on lower cards there, but with the overcard rolling off, James now with the lead. And instantly just bangs out 400k, and from a situation where Michael was really, really happy, he's now got to sadly toss in 400k and hope for the best tower as we go to a river. And that river will need to be a 9 or an ace.
It's not, it's a 3.
It's not, and I do believe that, I'm not sure James will do it, but I definitely think this is strong enough to go for a shove on river when you see check. You're just never really losing in this spot that often, and I think a shove is more than okay here. It's about 2/3-ish pot. He is going to shove. It's a really, really good find from James. It does look, you know, from our perspective, like it's just an easy shove, but like I've seen people bet like a little bit smaller here. They're trying to extract. This is a great shove. Big fan of this. And now Michael's in the bin with ace 9. He would have been expecting to be all in by the end of this hand once he saw a flop, but now
flopping top pair as well.
This is gross, and out come the time banks. Super horrible spot.
Is there a case for betting flop? Or is it a pretty standard check?
As James?
No, as Mike.
No, we won't be donking any this board. It's just a little bit.
I know it's top pair line, but
it's when we defend the big blind. Yeah, we've got some okay hands on this board, but like we're still struggling in the big region, you know, because we're going to shove 9s, probably 6s pre. We're not going to have any of the over pairs, obviously. Yeah. So yeah, we can't be donking this particular board. It would need to be a little bit more connected. It certainly would have saved him on this occasion from having this spot. He's added 1 minute already. It's so gross because you don't beat a value hand here. Absolutely not. Like James is definitely saying he has a jack. He's not saying he has king 9. So now you've got to be wondering, well, does James bluff here? What checks back flop, bets turn and shoves river that James could be bluffing? And I think the longer Michael thinks about this, and he will think about it for a while.
The 5-7 gets there, doesn't it? You know, it's if we're betting flop.
Yeah.
If we're betting turn as James.
Yeah.
The 5-7 gets there.
Michael might be thinking that 5-7 would bet flop potentially as well, although it definitely could check back at frequency. He will be thinking for sure that this is probably a jack, because I don't think he'll expect James to check back something like queens plus on flop. So, or a 9. So, and obviously this is never a 9 as we've already talked about. So it's a really, really rough spot where your hand is really good for the situation, yet it's button versus big blind. You've got like ace 9, which is the second pair, very strong, obviously kicker. But the problem is you just don't beat value, and how likely is it that you're going to run into James bluffing here? I just don't really see what it's going to look like. Potentially, if we're really reaching, queen 10, king 10, these are the things that he's going to have to bluff. But will he find them, Tower? It's so hard to find them. I'm really not sure. I would love to see Michael fold this. It would be a really good fold. He's going to pay it off, Tower, and he's gone.
Him off. And he's been eliminated, and he has to turn over the ace 9 to see the bad news.
Yeah, a lot
James takes out Michael in seat number 2. Ouch.
I do have a lot of sympathy for the call down, but if he does follow through the queen 10s, and certainly because we open the button, they're going to be offsuit as well. If he does follow through some of those, it's okay. But if he doesn't find them, we're in big trouble. And obviously on this occasion,
The Jack 5 is good. A very, very good shove from James, who takes a huge chip lead.
And the chances of a James winning now is pretty odds on.
2 or 3, in fact. In fact, you could argue for more because the Jameses do have more chips overall.
They do. And James Hastings, the local lad. All his results have been pretty small in local comps here in Reading.
I'm going to take my leave, Tower.
I hear it. Why? What are for?
Look,
I just got here.
I merely.
Wait a minute, 10 minutes.
I merely rent the chair. It's not mine. So when you guys come back and say off you pop, I'll pop off.
Oh, what's happening here? Looks like we're chatting.
We're chatting.
Oh, it looks like it.
Have a conversation, and I'll bring in someone that knows anything about.
So,
IPM.
what's your plan? Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Just one minute before you leave
Sorry,
us.
I tried to go.
Yeah, well, I went off there. He was taking. Well, it looks like they're discussing numbers. I'll try and keep that in me just to see if I can do this. What's your plan for the rest of the week?
I always my UKPL schedule is always very well set in.
Yeah.
I come on the Wednesday. I see you lads. See if you need me. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. I'm happy to be needed. I like to feel needed. And then I'll have a lovely sleep. Gym in the morning. Good food. Coffee. Straight in tomorrow morning for day 1B. And then once I lose that, very quickly, I'm in Saturday for day 1C.
Just to let you
or
know.
D. Yeah, Friday, tomorrow, and then Saturday. I got the second bit right. But yes.
I thought you got into Reading, you chilled out, you have a spa or anything. That's what I thought you were doing.
No, well, there is a spa at my hotel, though.
Is there?
Yeah, I'm excited about
Where
it.
are you staying?
Me and Josh are going to go. I'm staying at the Hilton.
What? Hang on a minute.
Have you not seen this?
Whoa. On that note, the hierarchy. Are you listening to this, boss? Are you listening?
I think we've got different people paying for our hotels.
Enjoy your week in Reading.
I'll be here a lot. So, if you need me, guys, I won't play much poker.
Enjoy your week in Reading. You're a superstar. Mr. Nick Eastwood is on his way to the spa.
At the Hilton. Must be nice.
Oh, what's that about?
I don't make the rules, guys. I merely follow them.
He'll be here jumping in. Hopefully, he has a really good long run in the main event. But we are counting. We are counting the stacks because we are looking at numbers. James Burke, James Hastings, and Yi Ju are looking at numbers. See what happens.
Have you done the keyword?
I didn't know we had to do one. We do it now if you want,
we
because
gotta do it,
this might take 5 minutes.
Lime, we got a keyword.
Lime.
We'll get one going. We still got 4 tickets to give away today, and we are 3-handed with the deal being discussed, so it could be done here and now.
Go, go, go. Come on then, Lime. And then we'll get one going while we're chatting.
Okay, 1 sec. We've caught her off guard.
Back with you. 10 seconds.
Quick as that. The keyword.
Awesome. Here we go.
Quick one. For those watching on YouTube and Facebook, you do need to come over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you would like to participate. The keyword for this evening is 3-handed. That is numerical. 3-handed.
3-handed. Number 3-handed. If you're on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, you have a chance of winning one of the 2 tokens.
$22.
If you are anywhere else, then flick over. You'll have plenty of time to do it. If not, just stay where you are and enjoy it, but you just can't win the tokens.
So, with lots of chips there, it's going to take 5 or 10 to count these up, guys. Free-handed.
Okay, so there is 22,617.
Here we go. James with the chip lead. James H. James Hastings.
You have to play for £2,000. Okay. That would create.
So they have to play for £2,000. That's what he's just been told.
James Burke, 6,598. James H, 7,304. Mr. Yi, 6,760.
And even after this keyword, guys, we've still got to squeeze one more in. So I'll tell you what, we'll do one when we get heads up, whenever that will be, as well as we need to make sure all 10 tickets are given away today.
Yep.
Yes. So you keep playing, and you're playing.
£2,000 has to be kept to one side.
Now I'll knock up 7304 and knock away for £2 grand.
So total you can take 9 free for taking a 5.
So I'm getting second place money basically, guaranteed. Come on, let's have a minute. Yeah.
So one more minute for three-handed.
Three-handed. Here's the keyword.
Are you two
just
gonna,
waiting on the guys?
Are you two going to play the tag team in Vegas? I don't think so.
When's that? I asked the question. I asked the question in Leeds, and this guy to my left laughed at me and said, "Not a bloody chance am I partnering you." That were the exact words that he said.
Not in the exact words, but something along that. I probably was a little bit nicer than that. I probably said I've already got a partner.
I would choose a better partner.
No, that's what I said. I said I've already got a partner, and then you asked me who, and I said Jamie Gold.
So we're just checking. It was very uncalled for, let me tell you.
I played a tag team with him once, and I saw one hand that sort of seals the deal forever. Yep, Brian Tower is going to be playing the main event.
I am indeed. We've actually got Gavin the Hat Manley involved as well.
Nice.
He come over and said, "Can I have 1%, please?" So we said yes, and he's in the check mark and done, and he's in. So thanks to that Gav the Hat. So the countdown is on. Three-handed is going into the draw for 2 people. Just waiting on shaking the hands.
ICM's fair, that's the whole idea.
Yeah, I understand that.
Has he said anything, or is he just like sitting there letting the other two get on with it?
He's just letting the other two
get
on
on
with it.
Just sitting there like chilling.
If one of us
I understand.
it's up to you though. I'll do ICM or no deal is fine. But it's up to you, like honestly no deal is fine.
So James on the left says ICM or no deal.
500 quid. But again, if one of us doubles up on it, you're then potentially coming third, which is £4 hit versus 500 quid insurance.
Congrats to Manitou 799.
Manitou.
That sounds like an animal, some kind of creature.
And Vanya Perkele. Perkele? I'm going to go with Perkele. Well done to Vanya Perkele, and well done
Very nice.
to Manitou 799. But we will do another one, guys, when we hit heads up, whenever that may be.
Just looking at the numbers again.
7-3, that'd be 9-3, so that'd be a 5.
So that's what's been offered. That's what's been offered.
Not so bothered about the money, it's more...
And James Burke says ICM exactly as it is, and yeah, we're doing it. James Hastings says, yeah, we're doing it. I think James wanted a couple of quid more, but he didn't get it.
I've got 7.
And he sat there waiting for the handshake. So that is the money. The ICM results are right there. And the money to play for is £2,000. So that'll be added on to the winning stacks money. So James Burke 6,598, James Hastings 7,304, and Niju £6,768 with £2 grand to play for. Well done, one and all. Nice three-way chop, very evenly spread out in the money. That shows how close they are in the chips. So there we go. They are now just checking it on, make sure that it's one. Gary Howell says, I've secured my 1%. Thank you very much, Gary. Congrats to the winners of that. Congrats to the winners of the keyword. Gary Howell has secured it. PK will be sorting out the rest once all 75 shares have been sold. I think we're close. We'll give you an update tomorrow, actually. 10 left. There are 10 spots left. 1% is £105. 9 left. Oh, it's going down. Here we go. That sounds like Lime Ricky counting down. 10, 9. Good luck with the main event. Cheers, Gary. And payouts, the final 3. Here they are. These are the final 3 payouts. That's what they're playing for. We've just chopped it. James Burke 65.98, James Hastings 73.04, and Yi Ju 67.68. £2,000 split. Only doing 1%, Gary. Only doing 1%, giving 75 people a chance to follow the updates that we'll be doing on Growing the Poker throughout the series. And if we managed to make day 2 and then day 3 and then the money, Jay will be doing the interview.
I don't mind, all good.
And you've all got like 2 or 3, about 3 million anyway.
We've got to do our picks tonight, haven't we?
Anyone
Don't forget about that straight when we finish.
I've left my list at home.
I've got to get an early night because I've got early rounds.
I've left my list in bedroom.
No excuses.
I've left my list in room. I'm going to have to guess.
Yep, you're going to have to guess, unfortunately.
Have I got first pick?
No, you do not.
For forgetting my list?
No, you do not.
Evening, Stuart. Unlucky at Wembley the other day. Very unlucky for Walsall. What a weird ending to the season for you guys.
Good jam here as James. Now a free-handed deuces playing Chippy V. Only 1 prize available. Yep, nice find. Now A7 off is going to call for 21. It would be funny though, isn't it? Because obviously it's my Bock event. I can't cash the WSOP main. If I go out there again this year, I'll brick it and you cash. Your first time playing it. It would be quite funny. You'd have to laugh.
I might have to pick myself for the
league. Yeah, pick yourself for the league. Go on, see how you get on.
So ace 7 for James Hastings. James Burke pocket 2s.
Yeah, really.
Ace on the big blind. Ace from gun and he initially raised.
Really thinking about this one. Sometimes when the deal has just been done. Well, there you
In
go.
In they go. It's a hand that probably would play itself 3-handed anyway. And Yi has just stood there. It could be heads up Yi by doing nothing. Sat there waiting for the deal to be accepted. He got accepted. He accepted the deal.
No, the reason he was puffing the cheeks there, he's just recognised it's the interview bubble. And if there's a bust out here, he secured an interview for runner-up at least.
That's what it is.
But there's no bust out at the moment on Jack 10-9. But gut shot picked up for the A7.
Ace 7, needing an ace, a 7 or an 8. It's a 7. We now need 8 for a chop or a 2 to keep James Burke alive. The river is a queen. The 7 will play and James Burke with pocket 2s eliminated. We are now heads up.
Lime, we need another keyword.
Lime. Wowzers.
Well, that went a bit quicker than I expected.
They're going to have a couple of minutes. I don't know how long they have.
Well, we've got to do another keyword.
Well, we'll stay here anyway and I'll run through what's going to happen in the next few weeks. But we've got another key. We might as well do it now if we can, if that's okay, Lime. If you're not too busy. You got a clip to do yet? Well, no, because she might. Shall we get 10 minutes? She's still doing the last one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll give her 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
That's fine. They're probably going to take 5-10 anyway. So.
Yeah, 10 minutes, Lime. 10 minutes to take the pressure off, Lime. No rush. 10 minutes, Lime. 10 minutes. Yeah, Jay said it'd be between 8 and 9 p.m. Is what it should have been.
Think you remember everything, and you don't.
We never turned up at Wembley, deserved what we got, and that was it, says Stu. Yeah, a bit of a shame. We had don't know what happened, absolutely no idea what the talk was, why you were 14 points clear with like 10 games to go and you just absolutely lost it. 5 minutes, says Andy Exon. It probably will be 5 minutes, it won't be long, because there's been a couple of breaks. We'll just come back from the last break as well.
Good to see you, Steve. See if he makes a run at it over the next couple of days. Still got the main event to get yourself into, guys. You can also play the higher roll if you're in the area. You can reg it now or even buy in day 2 tomorrow. But it's slowly creeping towards that guarantee. 35 entries so far. Ian Simpson I spoke to on my break. He said he'll be jumping in day 2 tomorrow, so that's 36. So just 14 more to find to hit that guarantee.
Thank you.
Gina says, anybody watching the darts? Yeah, we're not doing much around here. Gina, you work here. You know where we are. Is there a telly in here? Is there? Is there a television in here? If you want us to watch the darts, stick a telly there where that mirror is, please, for tomorrow. No, we're not watching the darts. What's happening to the darts, Gina?
And on that note, Lime's ready with the final keyword of the day. Right.
Thanks,
on
Lime.
cue.
Sorry for the rush.
So once again, guys, if you're not watching on Twitch, you're going to have to get yourself over to 88 Poker TV on Twitch. Final keyword of the day, 2 more $22 tickets for 88 Poker to give away. And the final keyword of the day, you may have guessed it.
Chocolate.
As we're here, the final 2. Keyword is...
Tweedledee, Tweedledum.
Trophy.
Trophy, yes.
Final keyword of the day, trophy.
Trophy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry for the rush. Sorry for the rush, Lime. But we are heads up and we'll want to concentrate on that. So thanks very much, Lime, for helping us out all day long yet again. And then she'll type in, it's my job. I like that.
What's Gina do here?
Gina's in the card room.
Oh, she's a dealer.
Gina's in the card room.
Or floor.
Or floor, yeah.
So, the lads are back. Yigu.
That was quick.
And James Hastings. Final 2 left in the voyage. Playing for 2k. They've already locked up a decent sum. And our final keyword is ongoing on Twitch if you do want to join in.
Yep. Trophy is the word. So here we go. James Hastings on the left. Yi Zhu on the right.
Good luck, everyone. 61-20. No ante. No ante.
Last chance for trophy. Thanks, Lime.
I'm the small.
You're the big blind.
Big blind,
Yeah, and you're small.
Couple of eights. Huge hand heads up for Yi. And the festival nuts as well. No added bonus.
Countdown is on. Final keyword. Thanks for sorting it out so quick. You guys in the Guys in the chat got a bit of a bonus with 2 straight away.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And the winner of keyword is
the winner.
Final table, kind of fitting.
Final table 11. You won the giveaway. Well done. And
Leo Zizek again.
There's been a lot of winners that we've won in the past. Leo Zizek. Well done, Leo.
Well, look at this. First hand, a heads up. Just seeing here, we got a set against top pair, and huge bet from James with his top pair. Just went for 300 into 240, and Yi sitting there with a set. Licking his lips.
There's an 8 on the flop, you know. Somebody might have the festival nuts, you know.
Yeah, I love this from Yi, just keeping his range wide, still having some like flush draws, having some 9-10, having some just bare 8x. Got position, get to go for value on the river anyhow.
9. The diamonds on the river.
Surely we've got to find a street to check as James. Like, so hard to get called by worse when our kicker's not playing here. Like, is 9-10 going to call? 9x of clubs, 9x of spades. That's all we really target as James. But he does just jam the lot in, and he's going to be getting snapped off. And we'll see the bad news. It's back to a level playing field. Very first hand, all in and cool here.
Try winning it there and then.
Very well played from Yi. Not setting any alarm bells off, just calling a monster hand with position.
Only been playing bad since the end of last year on the database. His biggest cash was 3rd in the opener at the grand final in Luton last year for £10,000. Cashed in the mini UK Open. In 11th in the ending mob in Nottingham. Starting to get some good results under his belt. And he's now more or less back to levels. With a Jack-8 sword.
Defends and flops best on 8-5-5. And like heads up here, can definitely raise some of these top pairs for protection in a heads-up scenario, like some ace high should be continuing, stuff like king, queen, king jack with one spade should be continuing. So, like in general, when we are playing full ring, you will just do a lot of calling with top pair. Lovely little raise here from Yi. Can incredibly rep flush draws, can incredibly rep straight draws. Not the best turn to see though for James. Like some of this 6-7, 6-4, 7-4 stuff now jumps in front of us. Still ahead of the spade draws and 7-9, 6-9. Some of the other bluffs that potentially going to be in there for Yi. And 4 of clubs turn. Are we going to see the second streak come in from Yi? And he is going to find it. Very nice. A lot of time for it. Just recognising heads up ranges. How James will need to continue some unpaired holdings. Gets it through. King 6 for Yi. Makes it 300. James defends the 4 deuce suited. Will draw for James. Not much for Yi, but could just go for one big here. Try and take it here and now. Goes for third rather than a big. James does want to have a look with a gutty on a mono board. Oh, and slams it off. Gin turn. Offsuit 5 for one of those really good turns. And now as Yi, I feel like one and done is in order. Not much going on for us here. We can be drawing dead to ace-x or better. Oh, but we have potentially an avenue to win this one here, but no, James just goes for a bet with his straight for a pot. Is that a bluff? Is that value? Not quite sure what that was. Blind's going to be going up after this hand, guys. That will put us into the level that I predicted this would finish in. 160k. Two big holdings here. 8s versus Jack 10 suited. James with the open. Yi gonna defend. Not much for Yi on the Queen 6-4 rainbow, but against small, probably will need to continue this hand. Heads up. 2/3, kind of chunky. Does get out the way. The deal has been done, guys. We are playing for £2,000. We'll bring those numbers up for you so you can get a visual on what each player is locked up. Where are we? There we are.
Very even. I didn't see the chip counts. That's one thing I didn't notice. I didn't know. I was listening, but I'd never heard what the chip count. But they were, obviously, they were very, very tight.
Well, for James B and Yee, yeah, but James H with 2x of Yee, it's ICM always favouring the short stacks.
It does. It does, and it's one thing to consider if you are thinking about ICM, that if you are a shorty, you're going to get the best of it. So 2,000 to play for, I like that as well. I think that's a nice touch. So, and now after James Burke goes out, we've got James Hastings on the left and Yi Zhu on the right. Blinds are now 160,000. Nice that 29 got paid as well. And £570 as a main cash, which was very nice. Cheers, John Bon. John Bonadise, good luck in Vegas. Enjoy. Thank you very much indeed. Any spades about 6, 7, 9. Both catching a piece.
Yeah, both catching that kick up. It's almost a lock on this from James H.
Should be better than done. How come the min cash was so big versus other comps? How is it decided? I don't actually know. I don't know what how it was decided. What was it, 250 buying?
Yeah, usually 2x, ain't it? It's a bit more than 2x. So
yeah, 250 buying, 570.
Like on the main UKPL, we issues you around 1100-1200 for the main cash, which is around 2x, right? So maybe just a little bit more on the voyage for some reason. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
why.
Not sure. Usually try and keep it as close to 2x as possible. I like the 2x.
Ace King 9, 2 diamonds. Who wants this first diamond in hand as James? Jack in hand, blocking some continues of our opponent.
Talking about the 2x as a min cash, last year was the first time that they introduced that in the World Series at all the side events. 2x.
Oh, okay, yes.
The min cash.
Yep.
The only event that wasn't 2x for a min
Main
cash
event, yep.
is the main event.
Yep.
They implemented that. 2x for a min cash.
With the 9-6 on the button. And 8 deuce off, James getting to check.
Jack, King, 5, 2 clubs.
Similar scenario to last. First sign of aggression. Going to be taking this pot. He does have club in hand. 3 to a straight. He's going to start barreling. James out of the way.
James, King 3.
Going to bump it up. Looks healthy as well. Not as healthy as I first thought. 2.5x still going to do the trick. Jack 3 off into the muck. Don't get guys tomorrow. Myself won't be here, but Tower and Sermon situ for the high roller proceedings. And if you fancy playing that as well, it's looking like a possible overlay at the moment. 36 in, we need 14 entries still for that not to overlay. So if you've got,
I don't think with that many walk-ins tomorrow.
I don't think we're going to get many buy-ins left this evening, but some value for sure at high roller here in Reading. If you fancy it and you're local, even if you're not local, you fancy the travel in. It's King 10 for Yeet.
Ace, Queen 3. James.
It could be a fun one, this, because like Yee already in his mind can be tripling here with this hand on this board as the opener. Does actually go really meaty with his opening size, just noticed that. Does size down with the flop C-bet. James H with bottom and some nice back doors. Got to take one off.
Jack of spades on the turn. Nice card to see for Yeet.
You missed it then, Tal. You had a real good opportunity for that turn.
Yeah! We turn Broadway.
Second barrel in. James H out.
So heads up to the title, 43 bigs, 33 bigs. James Hastings and Yeet. 20 minutes of this level. Lines will be 200k next. If we get there, plenty of play before then. And don't forget they slightly chopped it ICM wise.
Ignore it. It's what you. Okay, yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, that's fine. Ignore the point. There's no reason that it can't, and if there's something that you can't have.
Back tomorrow with the high rollers. Jay says 20 past 12. on the live stream for day 2 of that.
I might tune in while I'm blocked the first.
What time is tee off?
Tee off tomorrow is 11:30.
11:30, oh, you'll be on the 3rd. You'll be on the 3rd when we start. How many's playing?
Got a nice little 4-ball tomorrow.
Nice.
Good fun. When I say a fun 4-ball, it's that 4-ball where you duff your chip from the green and someone will shout, "Still you!" it's that type of 4-ball. So it's a good laugh. It's a real good laugh. Joe Saunders, the Italian stallion Joe Bondi, and Alfie. So that's who we're playing with tomorrow. Looking forward to it. But I'm looking forward to getting me poker picks done this evening against Tower. That should be out on socials.
I can't believe I forgot my list.
Do you want to look at mine? I might have Tower. Tower might be my wild card in my pick for me.
How many points did you score last year?
I was third out my team, to be fair.
Was you really?
Yeah, I was actually third out my
Because
team.
you're going to final table.
Yeah, well, I've got FT and last 3 tables in the WSOP as well. For my first.
I really, I know we're heads up and we'll concentrate on that. What I really want to do from you, what I want from you, is when you FT this year, and we're there. I know we're only there for a short time this year, not normally a month, like, because obviously we've got a lot of work on. What I'd like is when you do FT, and when no matter where you finish, take the rest of the night off.
Okay.
Go and have a Chick-fil-A or a nice bite to eat somewhere, chill out and just play tomorrow. Yeah, instead of rushing for an interview. I've only got 1 minute for an interview, guys. Why? I'm going to play the 3K in the win, and I've got to run to get there.
What am I going to do? What if the 100k guarantee at Orleans is overlaying by a bag? What have I got to get there? I've got to get there for the value.
You've got to enjoy what you've just achieved.
Okay.
Because you didn't last year.
Yeah, that is true. I didn't. I jumped
straight back in.
Yeah.
So, wise words from an old man.
You're right, Lime. That is me. Yeah, this is the guy that when there's an alternates list, you have to find something to go and have a punt on before your alternate number gets called.
So gap's widening a little. 48-28. Ye's you. In the last 12 months, we're starting to get a bit of a name for himself. A few final tables here, there and everywhere. A few cashes, like the cashes. They keep you going round and round. And you got the 10k at the grand final last year. When you play the opener, came 3rd. Ace 10. For James.
Big hand heads up.
That raised to 4. Oh, even bigger hand heads up.
Yeah.
Even what a cooler this is.
Aaron.
Oh man.
As you just got a 3-bet not all in here. 10s is a monster in a heads up scenario. So has he got?
Can he just make it like 1.2 or something?
Yeah,
like that?
exactly that. I'd go that size as well. 1.2 ish around there. Feel like that's the sweet spot. Go slightly less, but even so, may induce something here from James. But one thing that's really interesting, we haven't actually seen any free betting going on this heads up bout. There's been no free betting pre, absolutely none of it. So if this was a heads up battle where there'd been free betting, 4 betting,
call, that was it. It's induced the all in, and James Hastings can't believe what he's just seen. Coolerville alert.
it is kind of cold heads up. But I actually feel like when there's not been a single 3-bet this whole heads up, and there's not been like aggressive action pre, that maybe we don't have to take this one, but can we find an ace or a jack?
Or a jack. Doesn't want to see a diamond on the turn, so I'll rob him of 2 outs. Well, it's a 9, so same scenario once. An ace or a jack for the title. And it's a 4. We have a new champion in the building. Yi Ju has just taken it down. Mr. James Hastings. Oh, he'll be kicking himself. But I'll tell you what, we chopped it and we did really well. And we're going to have a speak to them. We're going to go wandering off. I'm going for a quick jog.
Okay, Tower's going to go for a jog. Quick roundup from myself here. You're throwing it back to the booth?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be finishing in the booth anywhere. So quickly wait for Tower to arrive at the stage. And then we'll go to the usual guys, interviews, trophy presentation. You know the drill if you've been here before. But great event to start things off. The Voyage, 243 entries, good turnout, hit the guarantee. Creating a decent prize up top. A deal was done when we got three-handed between the two Jameses and Yee. James H taking the most of that deal, but then when we played for the final 2K left to play for, it was Yee who come out on top. Extra 2K will be going on top of his ICM deal to actually give him the lion's share of the prize pool, going home with him in his back pocket. But tomorrow, guys, I'm not going to be here. It will be the high roller for Sam and the Tower, so they'll be taking you through proceedings. We're just awaiting the main man to arrive down on the floor, and there he is with the mic. We are going to grab the runner-up first, James Hastings, and then we will chat to the winner and have the trophy presentation with Yee. So we're going to head on down to the Tower and James.
I tell you what, it was a great game to watch. What's it like playing?
Horrendous.
Come on, it's not been a bad day, surely.
I come in with 7 big lines, got put straight on the feature table.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah. We've got people in the chat box saying now that you're getting too good for these home games.
Well, yeah, what can you do?
It was a great tournament and it was a great final table, and obviously with Yee now starting to get a bit of a name for himself. You love it round here, and you're starting to get some decent results yourself.
I'm trying. I'm trying. It's been a grind, but yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah. Rest of the week, we're playing the main event.
Yes, 100%.
Excellent stuff. And then if the main event doesn't go according to plan, there are plenty of sides to play at.
Yep, absolutely. But let's spin the main. Let's get back here.
Absolutely.
And let's win heads up this time. Man, it's a rough one.
I tell you what, the ace-10, you see the ace-10, you're like, come on, this is a big chance.
Very first fans, I hit top pair on the flop, he's hit a set, and it's like, oh man, you know. But yeah, he played well. He's a good aggressive player.
You tried to win that first hand, didn't you, with the jack?
Yeah, you top pair in heads up, you think, yeah, we're good here, but yeah, tried to put on the show, didn't quite get there.
Well, the lads at home have enjoyed watching it, and like I say, you're going to have to get an invite for the home games because you're getting too good for this, you know.
So,
top man, much. Cheers James, you're a superstar.
By the way, you always ask on YouTube to meet Big Jimmy.
Big Jimmy, here he is.
Big Jimmy,
nice
here he is.
Yeah, lovely to meet you, buddy.
You too.
Top man, well done, second in the Voyage, brilliant, well played. Nice one, but we've got the champ. Here he comes, Yee's you. Many congratulations, sir. You are getting a bit of a name for yourself. You've only been playing like 12 months and you're getting some good results.
Yeah, I just started playing poker like for 1 year maybe. Yeah.
You got a couple of nice results in the bag already, and now we've got a trophy.
Yeah, I think I spent a lot of time in poker. Like I'm still studying, but I spend like maybe more time on poker than study.
Well, if you study well and you put it into practice, these trophies are going to come thick and fast.
Yeah.
It was great. What was it like sat down playing on the final table? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I started the final table with the chip leading, but like 2x the second chip. But it's a very tough final table. I'm down to the shortest stack on the final 5 hands. But get lucky.
And when we were doing the deal, you were just sat there, and I think you just sat there and waited and thought, well, if the deal's the deal, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm logged 7K and just play for the last 2K, so it's.
And the final hand, it just played itself, didn't it? The tens.
Yeah, it's tens versus ace 10. It's it's cooler. Yeah, under 30 big blinds. So,
Well, the first trophy is here. We're just going to get Joe to hand over the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a massive round of applause for his first trophy, Mr. Yee Zhu. What a fantastic effort, and if he plays like this, there'll be more trophies on the cabinet very, very soon. Jay finishes off.
Nice little interview there with both. Another handshake between the players. Great to see. Well done to both. James looks gutted, but I feel like once the dust settles, he'll be happy tomorrow morning with the score and the result.
When we met Big Jimmy.
Big Jimmy?
That's the Big Jimmy's in the chat box.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Big Jimmy. I'm Jimmy Hastings.
Ah, okay.
Big Jimmy Hastings. He says you want to meet Big Jimmy. Here I am. Oh, what a performance. Well done to Yi Zhu, and really, really good. And I tell you what, he's only got, what, 7 months of results on the database. And he says he's studying, and he's playing well, and he's studying more. And if he remembers it all and puts it into practice, you could see a lot more of this young lad, because it was a great performance. And do you think they were all obviously happy with the deal? When the money split like
I think
that,
the only one that might not have been would have been James. Is like he had the chip lead 2x on second and chips. Maybe seeing he only got an extra 500 quid on second after the deal was done. Maybe it might be him that's not happy with the deal. But when it's agreed, it's agreed. Nothing you can do after that. But there we are.
Yeah, that's what we're on tomorrow. As he says, he's round the Hertfordshire tomorrow morning shooting 102.
Oh, I'll take that right now.
And then me and Sam are on the high roller case tomorrow, and as Jay said, there might be a bit of value in there. So if you want to get to Reading for the high roller, it starts at 12. You can buy him before the first hand is dealt, and then Saturday and Sunday the lad's back telling us all the stories of the antics of creaming the putter from 143. And Saturday and Sunday we'll be concentrating on the main event. But it's been an absolute cracker. Really enjoyed that. The voyage is a little bit different. It's only £250 buying. And you don't play it to the book, but it's good, and it's good to see. So well done to a new winner, Mr. Yi Zhu. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Enjoyed today.
And don't forget your donut. Still one there.
I won't forget my donut.
And we will see you tomorrow, 12:20 for the high roller. And tomorrow during the breaks, you will see us because we're doing our Vegas picks for a forfeit at Goliath. I'm not looking forward to this because for some reason I've given him first pick.
You're going to lose this year.
I have no idea why I've done that. I am too kind for my own good, and I've given him first pick. But during the breaks tomorrow, you will see our fantasy picks, and don't forget, watch it on social media as well. But that's to come very shortly. But well done, Mr. Yi Zhu, winning the voyage. We will see you tomorrow for the high roller. Thanks, Lime. Thanks, chat. 12:20 tomorrow. Ta-ta.
Good night.